Expo module is where you can visit the different Expo partner booths, Canada booth, Citra booth, and showcases. Here, you can click on the Expo partner booth and schedule your one-on-one appointments. Under the Networking Hub, you can fill in your e-card here if you would like to network and interact with other participants. The e-card lets other attendees see that you are available to share ideas, develop new partnerships, or simply start group chats on topics of interest. If you choose not to display your first and last name and the contact information, you will participate as blank in the forum. Please note, other attendees will not be able to search for you in the chat or networking features if you choose not to complete your e-card. Under the Network feature, you can search for other attendees and send them messages. You can also send private messages through the chat feature by simply clicking New.
Bonjour et bienvenue au Forum mondial sur l'économie circulaire.
Hello and welcome to the World Circular Economy Forum.
And for many, many years, I have helped out with the Zero Waste Conference in Vancouver, working with Metro and the municipalities to think about circularity and the circular economy. I am absolutely thrilled to be invited to participate in this conference, to be working with this guy for the next couple of days.
Alors, bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Choco Danibo. Je suis un des directeurs fondateurs de Future Answers Services. Nous sommes une jeune entreprise dirigée par une équipe noire et autochtone qui ont pour objectif d'améliorer ce pays pour la prochaine génération de Canadiennes et des Canadiens. Donc, on fait notre travail à travers trois volets, vraiment la justice sociale, l'équité et l'environnement, tout en reconnaissant que ça, c'est des barrières qui empêchent les gens de s'épanouir au sein de notre société actuelle. Donc, je suis quelqu'un qui travaille souvent dans les espaces de changement et donc ça me fait énormément de plaisir d'être ici parmi vous et d'être capable d'animer des discussions aussi importantes sur l'économie circulaire, en effet.
We're so thrilled to welcome you today to the 5th World Circular Economy Forum. You know, we had more than 8,000 people register from 160 countries on every single continent. So we're feeling it today. We're feeling this possibility of bringing people together to have such an important conversation. And we want to start that in a good way. We are coming to you live from Toronto, Canada, and we acknowledge that the land that we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. It's now home to many diverse First Nations and Inuit and Métis people. We also want to acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit.
Donc, pour notre public international, les reconnaissances de territoires sont adaptées d'une amalgamation des traditions pratiquées par plusieurs communautés autochtones depuis des temps immémoriaux en ce qu'on appelle le Canada aujourd'hui. Donc, cependant, pour plusieurs Canadiens et personnes non autochtones et pour notre public à l'international, l'idée de reconnaître un territoire ou la terre est un concept relativement nouveau. Donc, en suivant les appels à l'action et les recommandations de la Commission de vérité et de réconciliation du Canada, les reconnaissances de territoires sont devenues une pratique habituelle avant le début d'un événement au Canada.
We're very grateful to be able to share with you a special message from the Chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, Stacey Laforme. Chief Laforme was first elected chief in 1999. He's a storyteller, a poet, and a published author, also a celebrated leader across MCFN's treaty lands and territory. After that, we have the special pleasure of sharing a welcoming song that's performed by third-term band councillor Kathy Jameson. Miigwech to both of you, Chief Laforme and Councillor Jameson.
Ani, Bazu, Nagani, Anishinaabe, Stacey Laforme, Disnakats, Credit Dimzerua, Mainga Dodom, Mississauga, Anishinaabe Dao. We give thanks to the Creator. We offer our respect and love to to our mother, the earth. We acknowledge the world around us and understand our place within it. We acknowledge the many nations that walked this land in the past and the many who walk it today. We understand the importance of unity with each other and our planet. We acknowledge and offer our respect to the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, caretakers, treaty holders of these lands. And we challenge you, instead of thinking of climate change as a problem to be solved, think of Mother Earth as a soul to be saved. Be safe, be heard, Mama Peace.
Ani, Kathy Dijnakas, Makododem, Chizake, Niznake, Dornjuba, Nishnabendao. Migochke, Bujaya Kiniwian, Bujak, Mino Minodoin, and Wa Minojuapsui. Chimigwacham the Dokinagego Mijan, Muago Dinki Gijaka, Giski Benavi. Chimigwacham and Dogi Mijan, Ticketsin, Vetchke Nurjan, and Anjumagica.
What a good way to get us started, thinking about taking care and saving the soul of Mother Earth, as opposed to thinking about climate as a problem to solve.
Absolutely, and I think something that's really powerful in the videos we just heard, both in the song and in the welcoming by Chief LaForme, is really that importance of recognizing our responsibility to the land through our ancestors and through our ancestry. And so I encourage those of you who are in countries that may not have what we refer to as an indigenous population to really sort of think about the cultures that grew up in the land that you're on and sort of the ways in which that culture has interacted with that land. I think that's going to really set us up for success as we start talking about circularity, the environment, which all inherently center the land.
And is deeply connected, one thing to the next.
Oh, absolutely. It really sort of highlights those weaves and those threads. And so to kick us off, as we have completed our land acknowledgement, we have a special performance by talented high school students and community members from Eskasoni First Nation on the land also known as Cape Breton.
The YouTube channel for the Allison Bernard Memorial High School music program, get this, has over 4,500 followers. Their music teacher was awarded the 2020 Music Counts Music Teacher of the Year Juno Award, which is a big music award here in Canada. They've created waves in the music world by featuring Mi'kmaq lyrics and celebrating the language, Unamaji, and the culture and the community. Watch the chat for some important links to this if you want to find out more about the work that the kids are doing and the cultures that they represent.
Alors, installez-vous confortablement et
So sit back and take advantage of this little trip to beautiful Cape Breton and the traditional Unamagi territory.
Believe that nothing follows a straight path.
And when you live in harmony with nature and with others, no path is true beginning or end.
Instead, endings are new beginnings.
Where everything has a place and purpose.
Everything is connected.
Everything is circular. First Nations believe that humans are the stewards of the earth.
We believe that you should only take what you need from the land and always leave nature as you found it.
We believe we should live today for the betterment of future generations. However, modern ways and linear thinking have allowed for our fragile connection with the earth and with each other to be easily broken.
Oftentimes in ways that are not sustainable.
And sometimes in ways that cannot be healed.
Our ways must change today, or the earth will soon no longer be able to provide for us or for the animals with which we share the land.
Without a circular connection with the earth, man cannot thrive.
And future generations will lose their connection to the land and stray from their paths in this world.
My teachings from my ancestors constantly reminds me that no action that I take, or every action that I take, has to be in balance and harmony with our earth. And I believe that if that's part of that wonderful idea or philosophy to be employed in a modern context, I don't think we would be in the state of mind, a state of being as we are now, in which I honestly and truly believe that through science and technology, we have literally exhausted the carrying capacity of the system. we even exhausted the cleansing capacity of the system. And the main economic models that we depend upon in the education system is that we're always trying to be enlightened or educated how to become a #1 exploiter. But this exploitation, I think, has gone too far, in which now I believe we've reached a point of no return. Unless now we spend some time together, not regionally, not nationally, but globally.
We can no longer exploit nature and people for profit. We must begin to live today, not just for today, but for the future.
This is our opportunity to come together and work together to find solutions.
To find new ways to rebuild what has been lost.
All the global people, all people, regional or national, have to come together and say, okay, how do we construct our economics to be much more ecologically sustainable?
The path forward is through unity, education, and truth. Old ways and new, working together for the betterment of all people and all of nature.
Take only what you need and live today for future generations.
One with each other and one with the land.
Walalia.
You're in full compliment.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Alison Bernard, First Nation. We're so...
Merci pour l'école secondaire Bernard Memorial. Et continuez, si à travers le monde, si nous pouvons faire augmenter les personnes qui suivent ce groupe. Now, Ms. Christine Hogan, Deputy Minister for the Environment, for some welcoming remarks.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Circular Economy Forum 2021, the 5th edition of its kind. First, let me thank Chief Laforme and Councillor Jameson from the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation for their blessing and song. And thank you to the students of Alison Bernard Memorial High School, their teacher, Carter Chasson, and Elder Albert Marshall for their beautiful and thoughtful opening to the forum. And thank you all for joining us today. Merci à tous de votre participation.
Thank you, all of you, for being with us today. I am very happy to be speaking to you this morning from Ottawa, which is on the traditional and unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Nation.
Hosting this year's forum, which is co-organized with the Finnish Innovation Fund, Sitra. We're proud to be the first North American host of the World Circular Economy Forum. Cet événement rassemble une communauté internationale.
This event gathers together the international community of business leaders, deciders, experts, participants who have solutions in the area of circular economy with a view to contributing to accelerating the world transition towards this type of economy.
Is Game Changers, Seizing the Circular Opportunity. The forum will focus on the actions needed in the next 5 years to raise circular ambition globally, to bring in new allies, and to introduce new voices to the conversation. Qu'il s'agisse des gouvernements, de l'industrie, des travailleurs ou des consommateurs.
Whether it be governments, industry, workers, consumers, we all have to work to build a cleaner, greener, and more prosperous world for all.
We need game changers. With your participation, you're helping in this transition. So thank you again for being here. We wish all participants productive discussions. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Minister Hogan. Up next, we'd like to welcome Associate Deputy Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada, Paul Haluka, and also Toronto City Councillor Jennifer McKelvey. She's going to be joining us from our second stage. Our co-host of the WCEF 2021, Sitra's President Jyrki Katainen, also joining us, but this time from our sister studio in Finland.
Thank you, Chuck and Catherine. Jyrki, we're sorry we could not host you here and all the WCEF 2021 participants here in beautiful Toronto and beautiful Canada. But I know this year's forum comes at a key moment in our journey towards a prosperous, inclusive, and equitable circular economy. This is the 5th WCEF, and what we have accomplished in these past 5 years is remarkable. Jyrki, I'll start with a question for you. What do you hope to accomplish over the next 3 days and beyond?
And the nature is becoming very powerful. But to your question, since 2017, WCF has evolved and quickly become one of the largest circular economy events and collaboration processes in the world. I see that this also reflects the role of the message of the importance of a circular economy spreading. In the last 5 years, WCF has supported in framing the urgency and credibility of circular economy solutions, as well as its complexity. The transition is happening on all levels, but I must say that the systemic change to a fully circular economy is still waiting to happen in Finland and globally. At Sitra, we are very excited to be co-hosting the first ever WCF in North America. During the next 3 days, I hope that WCF will inspire and connect businesses, decision makers, investors and others to take leadership in the circular transition all around the globe. There is no denying that a lot of work lies ahead. Our current climate actions are not enough to reach the 1.5-degree target, and 90% of biodiversity loss is caused by the way we extract and process materials. As the punchline of WCF 2021 says, now is the time to change the game. A clear accomplishment of WCF lies actually in its active and devoted partner network. WCF is a big effort of numerous partner organizations. The game changer and demonstration sessions today and tomorrow will cover on multiple aspects of a circular transition. On Wednesday, our partners offer you a large variety of accelerator sessions. So check out the program for the third day, whether you are interested in industry transition, data sharing, or regional circular efforts from around the globe, or some other of the 23 different angles presented. So I'm very optimistic that, again, this year's WCF will inspire many and it will push circular economy forward.
Thank you, Jyrki. I look forward to meeting you in person at some point. It sounds like we have a very exciting 3 days ahead of us, and it begins with Jennifer, Councillor McKelvey. Welcome to the WCEF 2021 Toronto studio. Toronto is, as we know, Canada's largest city and a leader in circularity. What role can cities play in accelerating the transition to a circular economy?
Well, firstly, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. It's very nice to meet you, Paul. It's very nice to meet you, Jyrki, over there in Finland. And a very big welcome on behalf of Mayor John Tory for all of you that are joining us virtually today. As you said, cities have an enormous ability to make a big impact. And a really good example of that was in 2019 when Toronto, alongside 800 municipalities, signed on to the Climate Emergency Declaration. And we recognized that we needed to be net zero by 2050 or sooner. And certainly Toronto recognizes that as Canada's largest municipality, we have to be a leader. It's an important role for us to play. And we are charting an ambitious course to be net zero by 2050 or sooner. We've also hit our goal for 2020 of a 30% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from 1990 levels, and now we're currently 37% less of that. But of course, that goes hand in hand with the circular economy. And Toronto wants to be the first city in the province of Ontario to have a circular economy. And we're doing that with 3 important ways. The first is that we've dedicated the resources to get there. Our solid waste management staff, who are absolutely wonderful at the City of Toronto, have a dedicated unit, the Circular Economy Unit, that is Innovation Unit, which is working on this. We've also dedicated the resources and we're transforming the way we manage our waste. We have 3 boxes outside of our homes, one for recycling, one for that dreaded garbage that we still don't have a way to get rid of yet, and the organics box as well. And that's our green bins. And importantly, it's been raccoon tested because we have those nasty little critters that like to get into our garbage. And we are taking that waste, we are bringing it to an organics processing facility. It's undergoing anaerobic digestion, something I love to nerd talk about because I used to be an environmental scientist. And we're producing renewable natural gas. And that is being fed onto the grid, and it's decreasing our reliance on fossil fuels. So these measures are helping to get started on this path towards a circular economy unit. And of course, we know we need to have partnerships with that. And that's why we're developing our roadmap for partnerships. And that involves working with private organizations, nonprofits, community groups, other municipalities, great organizations like yours at Environment Canada, and of course the international community. So we're just so very excited to invite all of you here today virtually to Toronto. I look forward to us developing those partnerships together. Now, of course, I wouldn't be a good politician. I said I used to be a scientist, but I became a politician unless I gave a shout out to the people of Toronto. So I just want to share with you maybe a couple things that our citizens are doing because they're really at the forefront of this transition to the circular economy. So in addition to those in the homes that are sorting their waste very meticulously into those boxes, in my home community of Scarborough Rouge Park, we have a building called Mayfair and the Green. It's an apartment building. It's older. All of the garbage used to go into one garbage chute. But the residents of this building have come together to say we need to do better. They are putting their green organics into the garbage chute. They are then walking down and pre-sorting all of their recyclables, all of their garbage for that nasty stream we still need to get rid of, but they're really playing an important part of that. And the last example I'll give you is Women for Climate. Toronto signed on for Women for Climate, a great international program to help women develop their ideas, to bring them through to execution. And I was just totally excited that many of those participants, their ideas were around the circular economy and waste reduction. Citizens are coming up with this on their own as well. The winner, I'll give a shout out to her, Hilary Scanlon. She's developing a new technology, it's tactile, to put on those garbage bins that we have outside so that she can tactily, you can tell where does your garbage go, where does your green go, where does your recycling go, so that those that are visually impaired can also contribute to this as well. So we have wonderful people doing great things in Toronto, our city staff, our citizens all working together, and I'm so excited by this conference that we can find ways to work together with the international community. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thanks for highlighting that tremendous vision and leadership from Toronto. And I agree, shout out to Hilary. That sounds like a tremendous innovation. So thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jyrki. We will say goodbye for now, and we will look forward to seeing you both again soon. Thank you.
Welcome to Expanding the Circle. Now we're going to talk about collaborative leadership to drive bold action. For those of you just joining, my name is Catherine Gretzinger.
Et je m'appelle Chuck Odenibo.
I am Chuck. This is an important initiative to have collective and bold actions for the circular economy. I mean, I'm eager to hear everything that our speakers will have to say. We've heard Jennifer talk about, Heather talk about Toronto, and we know there are things, very wonderful things that are happening in other cities, Montreal, and thank you, Chuck. Paul.
She's going to give a keynote address on circular economy leadership for Global Commons. Dr. Ishii is the director of the Center for Global Commons, whose mission it is to catalyze systems of change so that humans can achieve sustainable development within planetary boundaries.
Welcome to the World Circular Economy Forum 2021. Let us first reflect where we are in the history of humanity. For so long, we considered the Mother Earth to be very powerful and her capacity to be limitless. we thought we can do whatever we want to and completely forgot that our current economic development has been supported by the resilient and stable Earth system that is our global commons. The inconvenient truth is that we have already pushed the carrying capacity of the Earth system to its breaking point. Climate change, extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, pollution in the air, land, and water all point to this fact. Scientists have long alerted that we were approaching or already exceeding several planetary boundaries. Geologists are telling us that we have already left the Holocene, where we enjoy the stable Earth system, and have entered the Anthropocene, uncharted sea. The latest IPCC assessment report implied that we have only 10 years left to change the course if we want to have a prosperous, sustainable, fair, inclusive future for all. But what can we do in the next 10 years? The fundamental solution is to transform the current economic system. We need to decarbonize the energy system essentially in one generation. We need to make our food system much more sustainable, and we need to make our cities much smarter. On top of all of this, we need to change our production and consumption system, or our current way of life, which is very linear. Take, make, waste to a circular economy. Moving to the circular economy provides the best way to transform the current economic system. What's more, moving to a circular economy provides a solution to the planetary level problem, but also it presents a new economic model. It reduces loss and stress from competition for limited resources and presents a new economic opportunity. It provides a business opportunity almost all areas in the economy. But let us take a moment and ask, are we making sufficient progress in increasing the circularity? The answer would be not exactly what we want to celebrate. The recent Circular Gap report tells us that only 9% of the natural resources we have taken from the earth are returned to the production cycle, while the remaining 90% are either landfilled, burned, or dumped in the ocean. And it is despite all the excitement or the enthusiasm about circular economy in the past. Maybe we should ask ourselves why we have not been able to make a significant dent, where we are stuck, what are the stumbling blocks, and what kind of extra and concrete efforts we need to make a significant breakthrough to system change. One very unique aspect of the circular economy is that it is subject to the system stalemate. We need to dismantle the deadlock of the old system, which in turn requires leadership from government, business, and citizens, all exercised simultaneously, and that is why we are here today. Moving to the circular economy simultaneously requires multiple actions on the various fronts. We need to identify game-changing solutions. We need to bring new allies and voices and youth to the table. We need to support emerging coalitions, and we need to raise ambition locally, regionally, and globally. It's time for leaders to come together and break silos and challenge the harmful policies and practices from the old system. We need to design and present the new economic model with circularity. We need to make the circular economy everybody's business. And that is the only way to safeguard the global commons and to ensure sustainable, transparent, fair, and prosperous society for all. Thank you so much.
Arigato gozaimasu, Ishii-sensei. Merci beaucoup. So this morning, j'ai le plaisir de...
I'm happy to welcome Erin Andrews and Dakota Norris.
Change we need to see in the next 5 years. Good morning, bon matin to the both of you.
Good morning, Chuck. Good morning, Dakota.
Good morning to both of you.
Donc, it is such a pleasure to have all of you here. As young people in what is currently Canada, as people under 30, these are important conversations that we often have with our peers, and now we are having it on an international stage. So I asked the international audience to listen, pay attention, and let's get started. Dakota, I will ask you to start us off. So circular economy may be new and maybe a new term here in North America, but the idea is not a new idea. As a Gwich'in First Nation youth who sits on Canada's Sustainable Development Council with me, I have a double question for you. The first being, what can we learn from Indigenous knowledge and wisdom as we look to build a more circular world? And the second, how can we unify and amplify efforts across movements? Dakota, please.
Excellent questions. Thank you very much, and happy to be here. In response, I think I'll start by saying we know that circularity and interconnectedness is an inherent feature of many Indigenous people's worldview within not just economic, but also their social and environmental realms. So in my work examining economic development in Indigenous communities, especially here in Saskatchewan, the Canadian province I'm calling in from, this is a central theme. Many modern Indigenous cultures directly descend from and still reflect a traditional hunter-gatherer society that places high value on reciprocity and redistribution and relationships dating back as far as 11,000 years here in Saskatchewan. And the modern economy in these areas also reflects this type of society where these values still play a significant role in the day-to-day lives of a large population of Indigenous communities. These circular and interconnected economic activities are based strongly in relationships, and they include everything like buying and selling, trading, giving things away, giving away goods and services in all kinds of different markets and industries. And it's a part of daily life for many people. So I think a way of amplifying this is through things like technology or like social media, like Facebook, that allow these people to unify and amplify these ways of living and the values that they already have. These Indigenous communities are able to live by their values to a greater extent because it becomes so much easier and quicker, and you can reach these ideas into larger markets. You could even set up your own rules and regulations and governance structures online, which in effect allows these Indigenous communities to create their own niche markets that serve their own values. So I think that's an excellent way of amplifying and allowing these sustainable economic activities to persist. What I know is that humanity needs a shift in their values and our actions to reignite our relationship with ourselves, with each other, and with the natural world. And the traditions and the knowledge for doing so, they actually already exist at our doorstep. So I think before we try to reinvent the wheel, let's seek the inspiration and guidance that we can get from Indigenous peoples and from traditional societies, not just for their input, but to actually understand these very rich and very diverse ways of viewing the world. So I think let's unify our ways of living and amplify the ways that already intrinsically embody circular economy values in Indigenous societies as well as traditional ones.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing, Dakota. It's really interesting because a recent report released by Park People stated that in Canada, lands that are currently sort of managed by Indigenous peoples demonstrate 40% greater biodiversity. And internationally, we know that 80% of biodiversity is safeguarded by Indigenous populations. So really sort of highlighting that key piece of centering and recognizing Indigenous knowledge and not necessarily having to try and rebuild the will. Erin, as a settler, as a non-Indigenous Canadian, you are the executive director and founder of Impact Zero, a non-profit organization working to build Toronto's circular economy alongside entrepreneurs and conscious consumers. So we are on your home turf. Hi. So tell us, why did you start Impact Zero? And what have your experiences been in mobilizing for grassroots circular change? What are some of the biggest challenges you faced, and what are the biggest challenges that entrepreneurs that you work with, what are the challenges that they face as well in sort of trying to adapt a circular economy lifestyle or business model?
Yeah, so what we learned, and the reason why I've started Impact Zero, is because there's so much untapped passion in communities around the city and around Canada. So similar to what Dakota was saying, we don't need to go off and like build our own infrastructure or build something brand new. It's more about listening to the communities, whether that's Indigenous communities or other communities that need specific culturally appropriate solutions. And we essentially target resources towards their ideas. So we have an accelerator program. We do a lot of education to inform and empower people to take action on these solutions. So we have less of that imposter syndrome and, you know, not, or being afraid to take that leadership position and start something that you see as a gap. And we really try to just really amplify the work that will already be done. And so what's a big barrier though for us is definitely resources. So as mostly youth, honestly, and other communities and people who are doing this as a volunteer role on the side of something else, it's unfortunate that it doesn't seem like this labor is taken as value, and people will happily take it as a volunteer position. So that's why we really try to link it up with business solutions. And so if there are governments or corporations that want to support the circular economy, then my response is often to then support these types of grassroots initiatives that are happening on the ground and target your financial resources, target your human resources to supporting these groups that are already doing amazing work, and just amplify it, expand it, and basically help it scale faster to build this whole new economy that we keep talking about.
Amazing. So what I'm sort of hearing from both you and Dakota is the importance of listening to people, listening to communities, listening to the people on the ground who are living their day-to-day lives, and what are their needs, what are their wants, how can we support, and not necessarily how can we come in with our ideas and help, but how can we support, elevate their ideas, and really sort of build a new economy that centers people and their interactions with nature.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. So in a few minutes, we'll actually be joined by circular economy leaders from all around the world to discuss the leadership needed to build momentum, strengthen capacity, and support emerging partnerships. The theme of our forum is Game Changers, and we are focusing on the next 5 years. From both of your perspectives, where do we need to be in 5 years, and what will it take for us to get there? Dakota, I'm going to hand it off to you first.
Absolutely, thank you. I think a lot of what I have to say reflects a lot of the points that were just made. I know Indigenous peoples and their worldview have a lot to offer in achieving a more circular economy, and as I said, in some ways, we see that what is new in the circular economy is an old concept for these Indigenous peoples. So, and while these people are trying to develop their nations and improve their socioeconomic circumstances, what's important is that this participation in the global economy is done on their own terms in ways that recognize and strengthen their culture and their values, which is why I'm really excited about the old meeting the new, because it means we can strengthen all of these communities while also developing the circular economy. However, a major challenge to this is that Indigenous knowledge and rights aren't fully recognized, or at least acted upon, in many regions. And doing so is what will allow us to understand and embrace and sustain these ways of life, which have so much to offer us. So for governments, not only adopting, but also implementing the 2007 United Nations Declaration on the Rights for Indigenous Peoples as soon as possible is probably the best way to begin. And in 5 years, I hope that we're all well underway to actually implementing that in a good way. We know in Canada that Indigenous people, especially youth, are the fastest growing demographic in the country, that their businesses are among the most innovative. For every dollar invested in Indigenous businesses, over $3 is added to our GDP. And despite this, a lot of financing and business programs and resources for Indigenous peoples actually go unused, despite the massive need and demand for Indigenous businesses. So to me, this points to a need to better connect with communities and really understand their needs and meeting them where they are, as was just iterated. So I think that's something that could be done at a more local level to help build culturally appropriate resources and infrastructure to help people achieve their participation in the circular economy. And in 5 years, I hope that we have globally recognized the importance of Indigenous and traditional societies and their values, meet them where they are, understand their worldviews, reconcile any rights or justice issues preventing them from flourishing in the economy, and that those people have an opportunity to participate in and shape the circular economy on their own terms, which it's a lot, I know, but 5 years is a long time, and I know we're well underway already.
Thank you for that. Erin, I'm now going to hand it off to you.
Yeah, so in the next 5 years, that's a really big timeline, right? 5 years is pretty far away. So I typically ask people that we start to think a little bit sooner and maybe start thinking about what we can do today that would put us in a really great position to actually see the circular economy in action in 5 years. And so part of that is exactly what Dakota mentioned, listening to communities, making these things happen on the ground. Because I want to actually give you one example. So there was one project that we worked with, it's called CASE. And they essentially collect black plastic containers, wash them, and resell them back to restaurants. And so these things, we can do it today. We had to pilot, and obviously it took a lot of time to learn how to actually make this work. But she's diverted 50,000 containers since May. Right? Like this stuff can happen, and it's really impressive as long as we have the resources to help these people do this very important work and move it forward faster, whether that's in the business sense or even a community initiative like some community gardens or other like local mutual aid situations that can like help the residents of a given community actually better themselves today. So we're ready in 5 years to take on the circular economy in full fruition.
Amazing. Let's now invite some of the older than 30s to join our conversation. Welcome back, Catherine. I'm excited for our discussion.
Thank you so much, Chuk, Smarty Pants. I'm not that old yet, but I was just feeling really inspired listening to Dakota and to you. These ideas about the nowness of the issues that we face and the fact that the wisdom is all around us if we just start listening, as you suggested, Chuk. So just so wonderful to have you centered in this conversation that we're having today, and just thrilled to be here to be a small part of it. I'd like to introduce now a roster of some impressive circular economy leaders. They're going to be joining us virtually, and you're going to have an opportunity to interact with some of these folks who are real leaders in this space, and they'll be looking to you for guidance and leadership too. So very much looking forward to this session. So our first guest is Dr. Jean-Jacques Mujamureya from Rwanda, the Rwandan Minister of Environment. Next up will be Nicholas Galarza, the Vice Minister of Environment for the Republic of Colombia, and then Isabella Teixeira, the co-chair of the International Resource Panel, and Leslie Johnston, the CEO of the Laudes Foundation. Welcome to you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you, Catherine, for introducing everyone. So just to give a quick summary of the conversation that we just had as a sort of mini group, Dakota and Erin were sharing some of their thoughts on what is needed in order for us to transition into a circular economy in the next 5 years. And so a lot of what Dakota and Erin said centered around the idea of really listening to communities, really listening to people, really going at that grassroots level, interacting with the people, with the various cultures that are interacting with that nature, with the nature, with the environment, and centering them and allowing the voices to shine, allowing the ideas to take root. We heard Dakota talk about how indigenous businesses in what is currently Canada are, for every dollar invested, give $3 back to the economy. Erin gave a phenomenal example of someone locally in Toronto who is diverting waste away from landfills by simply re-washing takeout containers that are used, which is such a simple, small task. It's so incredibly important. And so the conversation really centers around the idea of understanding that 5 years is a long time and there's a lot we can do. And so Minister Mujamawaria and Vice Minister Galarza, we'll be starting with the both of you. So you are both part of important regional efforts to accelerate circular economy. Tell us about phenomenal circular startups and community initiatives in your region that are started by the people in the countries and the regions that you represent, including, or in fact, maybe especially those led by young people. So, Dr. Mujamawaria, je vous cède la parole.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening. For the leadership needed, there is a need, of course, there is a need of leaders who are game changers and who are able to accelerate the transition to a prosperous, inclusive, and equitable circular economy. These are policymakers, businesses, civil society, and other circular change makers who can pursue to unlock transformational change at a system level. Of course, we can unify effort. There is a need to strengthen collaboration through national, regional, as you are saying, we are regional leaders, and global circular economy platform. For example, National Circular Economy Forum, Africa Circular Economy Forum. And as my predecessor said, where do we need to be in 5 years? And what will take to get us there? There is a need for member government and organizations to develop circular economy roadmaps that will define the direction. For example, Rwanda is in the process of developing circular economy action plan that will define the required steps and compare key stakeholders' views on the essential changes and actions required for the circular transformation and establish concrete and ambitious actions leading to tangible results of reduced environmental pollution, increased investment, and more effective circular economy financing mechanisms. We have to transform ambition into action. These will be possible through integrating circular economy actions into national and regional action plans. I thank you.
Phenomenal. Mr. Vice Minister Galarza?
Yes. I'm delighted to be here, and I greet everyone in whichever time zone they are. I really like the way the question is framed, because a lot of time startups and communities do not have the reach and the amplification that they need, and this allows us precisely to do that. Let me introduce the question by highlighting the fact that we at the Colombian government knew from the very beginning that we could not lead a circular economy effort by ourselves in the national or the federal government. And for that reason, the participation of different stakeholders businesses, the academia, civil society, and individuals in general needed to be part. And for that reason, we held different forums, focus groups, validation meetings that gave us very important feedback for us to put together the National Circular Economy Strategy that was launched and published on 2019. And they have been, again, instrumental on the implementation of the strategy. We've had roughly 25 regional circular meeting roundtables as key spaces to identify important initiatives that need to increase their reach and that need to be scaled up. And for that reason, right now we have about 120 initiatives that are inspired by communities' interest and are by our youth that highlight the importance of valuing waste, reducing our carbon footprint, and to promoting lifestyles. In terms of the specifics, I'd like to highlight an initiative called Eat Cloud, which is a food surplus management model that reduces waste, fights hunger, and helps the environment, kind of a triple-end approach that it's very aligned with the type of initiatives that we should develop as in a time of climate crisis. And what they do is connect the food industry with large surface supermarkets, restaurants, hotels, and agricultural producers with food banks and foundations that are serving the poor, those in need. And then they bridge the gap between food that cannot be sold and normally would be wasted and those that need it the most. They have a digital platform that mediates supply and demand and connects food surpluses in a timely fashion, and that is very, very important. They are right now in 230 Colombian cities, and they have managed to serve over 1,800 donation points and 2,000 foundations, 22 food banks all over the world, all over the country, sorry, recovering over 14,000 tons of food, which equate to 32 million food plates served, also mitigating roughly 500 tons of CO2. And on the same token, we have Merca Viva, which is the marketing channel of Siembra Viva, a company that supports small farmers implementing regenerative organic agriculture, connecting them with market without going to wholesalers and intermediaries, that allowing them to get a larger share of the profit. The product arrives to supermarkets directly from the producers or even to homes of those that directly purchase from the mercaviva.com website. Regenerative agriculture, is very important in the fight for climate change. We do know that the follow sector contributes significantly to the emission globally of greenhouse gas emissions. And with the orchards and the networks of associated producers, they have managed to capture over 50 tons of carbon footprint this year alone on the 10 months roughly, or 9 months that we have. And they are producing also healthy food, roughly 240 tons of vegetables per year. So this, it's been possible to impact the economy positively, contributing to reactivation and in a post-pandemic scenario. And it is important to note that we don't only work with promoting the work of these type of initiatives, but also we've been working with other companies such as Nestlé, Avena, Coca-Cola, and Pepsi, Avon, among others, who have focused policies to transition to circular economy, in some cases to plastic neutrality in their value chains.
Thank you so much, Vice Minister, for so many specific details and arrangements, and to Minister as well for such an amazing visioning of what is going to be happening in Rwanda. I'm now going to turn to Ms. Johnston. You run the Laudes Foundation, which works through industry to, and I'll quote you here, redefine value for the good of all. How would doing so address some of the issues that we're talking about today, Ms. Johnston? How specifically would having that kind of intention change things?
Great, thanks, Catherine, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. So I heard a lot of things this morning, and from the need to collaborate amongst unlikely allies, to the importance of getting multiple voices into the solution, to the fact that the concept of circular economy isn't new. We heard from Dakota on the deep values and core beliefs of Indigenous communities. So all this is very much inspiring and food for thought. And I would like to also call out when Dr. Ishii said, there's a lot of urgency to act. We have less than 10 years to act, to collaborate, and to transform the current economic system. So that's what I want to focus on in answer to your question about what do we mean when we talk about value. Because this session and this forum, in fact, is called the Game-Changing Sessions. However, what's this game that we're trying to change? And this game is the very global economic system that we as humans created. And granted, this is a system that, based on neoliberal capitalism, has created a lot of wealth, and it has unleashed a lot of creativity and innovation. But it's also a system, as we know, that's not valuing what we should value the most: people and planet. And we saw this sentiment being echoed very loudly in the chat in the opening sessions. So when we at Laudes Foundation talk about redefining value for the good of all, we're working to put into practice the enablers and the elements of a circular economy, one that is restorative, that is regenerative, and that is fair and just. And how do we do this? So this is where I think I'm the only representative here from philanthropy on this panel, but this is where I put on my philanthropy hat, because I really do want to urge other funders that may be listening to this to step up. Because while funding from philanthropy is minuscule compared to funding from the private and public sectors, philanthropic funding is a very unique and exciting type of support. Why? Because it can take risks, it can think long-term, it can support the enablers of a circular economy. We can ensure that people, and here I mean all people, with a very deep gender equity and inclusion lens, are at the heart of a circular economy. And we don't have to worry about making a profit or getting reelected. So we can fail. So even when philanthropy fails, that means we learn, and hopefully we get better next time. But I'm not here to talk about failing. I'm here to talk about how can we change that game. Because to me, to change the game, we need to inspire and challenge business and industry to move faster. And to do that, we need bold and brave leadership. So at Laudes, we're doing that in several ways, and I'll just give a couple examples because I know we don't have much time. One way is that we are demonstrating that circular models can work. And sometimes it's hard to demonstrate, because if you haven't tried something, it's a high risk to try it. So we're doing this in partnership with many partners, one of which is Canopy, that has partnered with companies like Lenzing and Sodra, essentially to take waste, textile waste, and convert it into cellulosic fiber instead of using virgin materials. So that's a technical demonstration, but one that needs a push from philanthropic support. We're also doing this by supporting platforms that can help business and government to move faster. So one example of such platforms is the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance, which effectively is working to promote low carbon and circular building materials across Europe. And by chance, the program that we're funding is called the Game Changers Fund. So I think that's a very common vocabulary for trying to change the system. And we also support platforms like PACE, the platform for accelerating the circular economy, that's really trying to bring together diverse stakeholders to work in lockstep with each other. And finally, we're really trying to change the game. We are partnering with many organizations that are either trying to redefine how we see value, to determine what that new economy could look like. And one partnership I'm really excited about is that with the Club of Rome, where we're supporting an initiative called Earth for All that's effectively bringing together leading thinkers and public sector leaders to really define those pathways we need to take, those transformational pathways, so that we can transform, say, the energy system, or we can bring circularity into, say, the food system. So that's a piece of thinking and a piece of work that needed a little bit of support from philanthropy to get going. And by doing that and supporting these types of initiatives, we as a foundation are ensuring that we put value on what matters most. People, and again, I mean all people, and the one precious earth that I know we all love and want to protect. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston, thank you so much. It's incredible how many echoes there are between each of your voices, and I'm looking forward now to hearing from Ms. Teixeira. What is an example that you can offer us of how circularity can actually unify some of these efforts that are happening locally and also globally? Ms. Teixeira.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to share some ideas or share new perspectives concerning science and the political and economic world. As my friend Naoko, Professor Aishi made clear before, humanity must reconnect with nature. And this means, as all the panel members make reference before, that we need to understand our limits. And to understand our limits, we need to understand our role and our ambition to promote inclusive sustainable development in this century. And this must be based not on the past, but considering what is coming. If you have this climate age and also the technological and digital age that you mark, will be between these two ages that we live this century. So for this, we need to change and be together to change. Okay, and so we need new tracks and pathways, as mentioned before, that can bring us together, but considering the local needs and national interests to promote inclusive and sustainable development, and also considering global environmental crisis and limits of the nature. Circularity means is be transformed and ambitions to promote a decarbonized world. But we need to connect agendas and people. So considering your question, I do believe that our reporting of International Resource Panel demonstrates that circularity is one of the most efficient solutions across global environmental problems. Why? Because natural resource efficient bridge the things, promote bridge to connect issues and to be more efficient and more permanent with our answers in all our solutions. How climate change and biodiversity come together. This is a clear example how circularity should play or must play, because nature, and science should come together to see as circularity must be seen as a nature-based solution in biodiversity protection. We can use resource-efficient agenda as critical to tackle the nature and climate ambition. We need to go into the NDCs, international interest, to address concretely how circularity must come to promote solutions, not only to cut emissions, but also to protect biodiversity loss and also to avoid biodiversity loss and also water scarcity. We know based on the science that you need to change, but you know also that you need to promote innovative ways based on the solution to convince people to come together. If you're not able to manage this in different levels, if not able to make concrete reaction like promote job generations, it would be very difficult to put together different global crises like climate change, biodiversity loss, and the pollution and degradation ecosystem. If we're looking to address also social inequalities and economic informality. We are discussing here new business economic model, great, but we need to understand how we can avoid additional inequalities in these solutions. This means that we need to understand what must stay behind, what we need to avoid to transfer to the center, and how we come together for example, is a good example of indigenous people, how we come together to share values based on our beliefs and based on our reality. This is why circularity is very important, because you have flexibility. You have different initiatives, different alternatives to bring circularity together. Since food production, also energy production, also new civil construction and building, and deal the gaps of housing in developing economies, for example, or also in smart cities. So circular economy comes together with circular bioeconomy. Don't forget it, and this is something very important to be observed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's just wonderful to listen to this plain language. We're really talking to each other, getting real about it, and also having passion show up and be part of this, because making this a human conversation is so necessary. Vice Minister Galarza and Minister Mujiwa Marare, I would love you to both touch on what's the best way to strengthen the capacity of governments to implement circular economy approaches. And let's go to Rwanda first.
Thank you very much, Kevin. So on this question on what has been experienced in terms of strengthening the capacity of individual government to implement circular economy approaches, moving toward a circular system is an opportunity for rethinking production and consumption patterns, improving environmental quality and resource efficiency, creating new business models, promoting citizens and business acceptance and awareness on the circular economy through awareness change and boosting innovation. This requires the government to provide the policy, taxation, and legal framework to foster investment in the circular economy. Governments need to identify existing small, innovative initiatives and invest in them, and connect local businesses to global leaders so they can access the best technology at the latest insight. We must also engage academia and the research community to identify circular economy quick wins and priority areas based on the continent's needs and circumstances. We also need to work with businesses to encourage the adoption of circular economy principles all the way from the product design phase to product as a service and return scheme. Let me know if that answers your question, and I'm happy to add on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister, and so good to have you with us today. Let's go to Colombia now for a word on this, and then we'll bring our other panelists to the table, and we're going to be sure to include time for our youth members to have their thoughts and connect with you as well. Minister Galarza.
Sure. So I guess something that is at the core of the leadership of the government is precisely the high-level commitment that we need to have. It must be guaranteed that the agenda of circular economy is part of the broader state agenda. For that reason, President Duque made the mandate at the very beginning of the government to include circular economy as part of the government plan for his 4-year term. And as a byproduct of that, we ended up building the national strategy for circular economy that I did mention on the last goal. And that, on top of having the strategy and on top of having the agenda, allows us to have key performance indicators and different mechanisms for follow-up and establishing the road to accomplish the different goals that were established in that. Circular economy has also been included as a key component on both the midterm and the long-term strategies for climate action in Colombia. We recently updated our NDC, a National Determined Contribution, and we set up a very high ambition to reducing 51% of the greenhouse emissions of Colombia. And we have also included the circular economy as part of our carbon neutrality agenda. Colombia has committed to become carbon neutral by 2050, and on the macro level, we have managed to include that. At a more local level, we need governance mechanisms, and I was mentioning in the previous question also the creation of 21 regional circular economy boards, and we have also created a joint technical sustainability committee as a high-level stance for directing and monitoring the efforts, and we have also included the circular economy strategy into the National System on Competitiveness and Innovation. And for that experience, we can, of course, conclude that a participation of different stakeholders is paramount, of paramount importance as a mechanism to strengthen the democratic process and to have or to decrease the resistance to change that normally emerges in these type of initiatives that require technology transition and so on.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Minister. I'm gonna pause you there just so that we have time to hear from our other guests as well. Thank you so much. Ms. Johnson, I know you've been listening intently here. I'm watching your head and watching your eyes. You mentioned a couple of initiatives a few moments ago. Are there new initiatives for adopting circularity as a tool that you're looking to sort of nudge us toward these new objectives and targets that people are starting to set?
Thank you. Yeah, there's so much I could say, but I will focus on one because I love this concept of new allies that came up a couple times, because I think that it speaks very much to the strategy that we developed at Laudes Foundation, that if you really want to change the system, you need to engage, support, strengthen, and bring together key actors who are going to make that change. And we had identified 4 actors: government, investors, business, and workers, who should be leaders and key agents of change. And when I think about what are the mechanisms by which you can bring these allies together, there's one partner of ours that I think has a really great approach. And this is a partner that sits under UCL. It's the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. And essentially what they do is, given these big, hairy, audacious challenges that we're trying to tackle, whether it's climate breakdown or deepening inequality and inequity, or even this continuous pandemic we find ourselves in, they take a mission approach. Because a mission approach is something that when you're looking at these big challenges, which are complex and shifting and difficult and hard to get your head around, IIPP breaks down these challenges and this complexity by creating these missions, which have concrete targets that is very clear that we can act and achieve, but also a frame that will enable us to put parameters around the challenge itself, and also spur innovation to try to come up with new solutions. So what's important about the mission approach, and you can kind of think of the mission to go to the moon, like that's sort of what they're referring back to, is it really is purpose driven. And I think the Vice Minister said something about mechanisms where you involve people through different mechanisms to get that voice in. The mission approach involves all key stakeholders, and it incorporates from the beginning not only their voices, but also the circular economy principles. And you're seeing that being rolled out in cities like Manchester in real time, where you're really taking ambition around circularity, framing it in something that you can achieve with a shorter time frame, and bringing everyone against it. So I find that very inspiring, and I hope others will look to IIPP for inspiration. One last very quick comment, if I may. I think it's really important, I mentioned before, that anything that we do is inclusive, that has a strong lens of gender equity and inclusion. Sometimes it's hard to think about people when you think about circularity, but it's all about people. We created this mess, but I think we as people can come together and collaborate and also fix it. So I remain optimistic for what we can do together.
Right. Well, to use one of the words that Dakota used, justice needs to be baked into everything. So anti-racism, gender inclusive, and so on. There's so many ways for us to make sure to center people in the conversation. So, Ms. Teixeira, before we give the floor back to Dakota and Aaron and to Chuk, last question is for you in this little section. What are two ways that the leadership required for the circular economy is different from the kind of leadership that we see today? I think you really hinted at it in your earlier comment, but if you want to punctuate that point, please feel welcome.
Thank you very much. I think that we mentioned before that I'm a passionate woman. I am. And this is one concrete position for solutions. After the pandemic, it's important to make people believe that we can tackle the global environmental crisis once we are already facing climate and biodiversity crisis effects. It's very important to be passionate, okay, such that people can believe. But directly to your question, two important alternatives, two important ways to be observed. The first one, we need to act based on common solutions. We must be together, not consider the difference, but based on common vision once we are interconnected by nature, as I mentioned before. And that's also, we need global solidarity. If you're not able to understand what global crisis demands, probably, and global solution demands, probably it'd be very hard to pay strategically to avoid what the science is today forecasting for us consider global environmental crisis. So it's critical for us that we understand what must stay behind. Okay, what are the huge mistakes that we committed? Because based on our action, as mentioned before, you have a global environmental crisis. So we need to put the past, the mistakes on the past, and try to bring the future to the present. And second, we cannot forget that economy plays really important role. So we need to understand the role of the economic markets like sustainable consumption, production, and sustainable choice for the consumers, and how circularity will address or not the emerging carbon markets, for example. Okay, I do believe that circularity will allow civil society to power the transformation that we need to be done until 2050. So I think that we cannot forget also the role of circularity to address the competitive advantage of emerging economies by 2050. It's very important to observe how transformative we need to do, but how we have to act today, not postpone for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, to steal Chuk's title for the organization that he works, Future Ancestors, I'm going to hand the floor over to Dakota and Aaron. And we really want you to tuck into this conversation with some of the leaders that are joining us today and feel really welcome to pose the questions that you have. So the floor is now yours.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. I'll start by saying or asking, it's great to hear about everything that has been happening around the world. Our conversation so far has focused a lot on innovation and newness, but we haven't yet talked about how we'll live within planetary boundaries, providing a safe, flourishing, and healthy life for nearly 8 billion diverse people around the world. Canada is one of the most culturally and ethnically diverse countries in the world, and we're still learning how to deepen our understanding and collaboration with these many peoples when we're making decisions that affect everyone. So my question is, what are you doing in your personal lives to deepen your understanding of circularity from different perspectives, and how has that influenced how you make decisions?
Aha, the easy question I see that you're putting to our leaders. Thank you so much for that, Dakota. We've got time for just a couple of answers. We'd like you to stay within 1 to 2 minutes. Who would like to respond first?
May I try?
Please.
May I? Okay, I think that for me it is absolutely a big task. But look, as a consumer, I understand that I have to adopt new choice or have new choice. So sustainable consumption production partners and also value chains traceability is critical for us. And a critical example here in Brazil, I don't buy anything from deforestation, for example, okay? This is my choice. Even if we have legal deforestation, the law allows us, I'm completely against this. So I'll also buy for indigenous people products to understand making how bioeconomy will come into my quality of life. And these are based on my choice and also the opportunity that market offer to us to pay and also to choice for better sustainable ways. This is based on circularity and this is based on the new relationship with nature. I hope that I can help you on this. Thank you.
Terrific. Minister Mujimareya, would you like to go next?
Thank you very much. Can I again, can Dakota repeat the question?
Yes,
Absolutely.
of course.
Yeah. So my question is, what are you doing in your personal life to deepen your understanding of circularity from different perspectives? And how has that influenced how you make decisions?
Oh, thank you very much. This is a very, for me, simple question.
Love it.
To make sure that circularity starts by my home, I reuse, I repair, and I recycle whatever I have in my home. For example, when we talk about waste, when I have food waste, I transform them into compost to be able to produce fertilizers for my kitchen garden. I don't throw it out. When I have my old shoes, old clothes, I repair. I don't throw it out. And I educate my neighbors to do the same. And I buy what I need, not what I want, because those two are different. If we keep buying whatever we want, we are not being fair to circular economy. So those are the three: the reuse, the repair, and to recycle. When I have, for example, a plastic bottle from which I finished cooking oil, I don't throw it out. I plant vegetables in that bottle. It makes my kitchen garden grow and grow without throwing the plastic bottle out of my house. So I reuse everything, and I involve my young children to do the same, to buy what they need, not what they want. That is how I do in my daily life. I thank you.
Thank you. A woman after my own heart. I was joking earlier that instead of buying shoes, I went out and got old ones repaired. Just trying to make every small act count in some way toward living a more circular life. Thank you so much. Ms. Johnson, over to you for Dakota's question, and then we're going to turn to Aaron.
Sure. Well, it's a great question. I think even the word consumer is the wrong word, because when we consume a T-shirt, we're not really consuming it. We're actually just using it and should pass it on to the next use. So I think, like my fellow panelists, I try to minimize my purchases. I actually participated in a fundraiser a couple years ago for a UK charity where I wore the same 6 articles of clothing for 6 weeks. And it was hard. My colleagues got a little bit tired of me wearing the same blazer day after day, but it was possible. So, you know, I think these are small steps that make you aware of what it's really like to reuse, recycle. But I think more importantly, I'm a mother. I have 2 teenage boys. I've spent a lot of time with their schools, speaking to the classrooms about how important this is. And I think for me personally, it is important to get that message out and really help the youth that will be leading the world one day to understand that, things are precious and everything has value. And we really need to rethink how we approach, buying stuff versus using stuff and passing it on to the next use.
Ms. Johnson, thank you so much. Erin, I'm going to hand things over to you now for your big question to the panelists.
Great. Thanks so much, Catherine.
You're welcome.
So I wanted to pick up on the theme of new allies. The nature of leadership is changing, and collaborative leadership is the only way forward with an increasingly complex and interconnected world. So I want to know, how do you ensure that your leadership is collaborative, and who gets a seat at your table?
Okay, let's turn to Ms. Teixeira. Let's start with you on this one, because let's start with a boom again in response to Erin's question.
Oh, it's not this question, but I think that we have 2 points here very important to be observed. The first one is that we go into the road that we need to manage solutions. So managing solutions means that we need to act. Act means that we need to come together. It needs to be collaborative. It's impossible to face global crisis or to tackle global crisis without global solutions. If my country takes decision to play very well, this is not enough. So we need to understand how we have this new platform, with new arrangements, political arrangements to come together. But don't forget it, that you have this transition in the world, and this environmental crisis means today that also there are geopolitical issues. This means that to have another adults into the room. We need another constituents that are coming. We need to know how to speak, to convince people, and to build based on not on a solution, but based on new realities. That what these realities are today. Do we have the global crisis today? Unfortunately, we have biodiversity loss, water scarcity, and extreme climate events happen. And this means that we need to convince people to come together. It's impossible to address solutions without coming together. I learned this. I'm the former Minister for the Environment in Brazil. I know what it means, how to tackle deforestation, how to go into these different ways to face the national reality. So I think that your question is critical. But believe, people want to be together. You need to convince them to come into the room. Only this.
Okay. Thank you so much. I believe we are out of time now, as our panelists have given us such full and bold responses. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us today from around the world to share in such a thoughtful and direct way your comments on the questions from Erin and Dakota and from Chuk and I as well. We so appreciate your coming and being so forthcoming. So thanks to all of our participants this morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you're watching in the world.
Un grand merci à toutes nos
Thank you very much to all our speakers.
Anstar, who leads the Sustainability Solutions team at the Finnish Innovation Fund, Sitra. So, Tervehdys Timinen Mari.
And also, we can't forget, this is the first Canadian to ever hit the WCEF stage, Scott Vaughan. Scott is the International Chief Advisor to the China Council for International Cooperation on Environment and Development. So, Mari, to you first.
Thank you, Catherine, and it is great to be here today, and Scott, so nice to see you again. So the first session has focused on leadership in a circular economy, and as we have heard from multiple voices during the session, leadership in a circular economy is a complex issue. So we know that there is no magic leader who could tell the whole world what each state, city, company and citizen must do to advance the circular economy. On the other hand, we also know that every project needs a leader, and solving climate crisis and biodiversity loss is a very complicated and systemic project. So, Scott, how do you see the role of leadership in a circular economy? Can we say who can and who should lead the transition?
Great, thanks so much. Good evening.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, colleagues. I mean, first, just thanks so much. I mean, I'm really excited to be joining this 2021 World Circular Economy Forum. And, you know, we'll define leaders within the circular economy by what he or she are all doing as champions, as citizens, as consumers, to enable a change in how we see the opportunities for circularity from around the world. And WCEF is really a tremendous chance to bring these practitioners together over the next 3 years. In terms of leader, Marie, thanks to you and your wonderful colleagues for CITRA, who have been really champions on showing circular economy solutions for many years. Also thank the Government of Canada, ECCC, and all their work in leading and hosting this meeting in 2021. I think as we just heard from this first really great panel, circular economy is really changing our definition of leadership. And we're seeing this now in terms of, somebody said, in terms of an enabling environment where we actually listen to one another around a circle in a spirit of trust, in a spirit of openness, in a spirit of willing to be able to connect, to be able to bring joint solutions to problems, to finding new and third ways, in a way that listens to our Indigenous elders and puts equity, gender equity, and justice at the center. I mean, one of the important areas of looking at leadership within this circle is the role of public policy. And I just wanted to give two very, very quick examples. And the Minister of Rwanda just spoke about it eloquently. And the first one is just the things we buy. In July, the Biden administration issued an executive order that includes right to repair directive. Similar initiatives, we know they're underway, European Union, in your country, Marie, in France and elsewhere. And it's enabling consumers to move to reusing, refurbishing, and repairing their products. We're already seeing this at the grassroots level. There's repair cafes around the world, and they're expanding. They've largely been focusing on household appliances, clothes, textiles, machines, tools. But I think this is an example of really opening this up to a new frontier in terms of electronic waste. And we know there's millions of tons that are produced annually, and this can actually make a real difference. And the second very brief example I wanted to give is the houses and the homes we live. Portland, Oregon has issued an ordinance which is to say, rather than demolishing old homes, renovate them and refit them in order to lower the carbon footprint, make them more efficient, and make them more accessible. And I think those are two examples of just the type of innovation that we're seeing. Thanks, Marie.
Thank you, Scott. And I also believe that we all must take the responsibility for leadership within the resources and scope of influence that we have, because in a democracy we all have to contribute. And also, actually, all changes start from the smallest decision-making unit, and that is us individuals. And citizens, they actually have a huge power because we can choose our decision makers and we can create a market for circular solutions if we want. And then we can, of course, also destroy a market if we collectively choose not to buy something. And then the companies, they play a vital role because they are the solution providers. And companies have huge circular opportunities waiting for them out there, and those markets are counted in trillions. But still, I believe that the biggest responsibility belongs to those who have most power, and that are the members of the governments and parliaments, business leaders, city mayors, and all leaders. And I would really like to ask all government ministers and business leaders across the world, please take the messages from the scientific community extremely seriously and update the plans in your countries and also in your companies so that we can meet the 1.5 degrees climate target and halt the biodiversity loss. Now it is really not time to think what can be easily done, but what must be done, and then do it.
Mary, thank you. Thanks very much. I mean, it's really, we're at this pivot point, as many have said, including Naoko Ishii, and that is the transformation, for example, in subsidies is beginning finally after 20 years, moving into the Glasgow COP summit in a couple of weeks. We're seeing commitments, 15,000 companies, 1,500 companies, 15,000 cities, universities, and others. But we still have big gaps. And so how do you see scaling circular economy more widely into our practices and society?
Thank you, Scott. That is a very important question. So the good news is that the science says that these ecological challenges are still solvable by humans. Also, technically, we have almost all the solutions that we need, and economically, we would have the financial means if we, for example, redirect the environmentally harmful subsidies to useful and regenerative subsidies. So what we urgently need, in my mind, is the political leadership. And we need that political leadership also outside the circular economy bubble. And in my mind, we already have almost all the allies that we need. Citizens, and especially all leaders, should show example and leadership also in their own lives. There is no better way of increasing understanding and demonstrating leadership and credibility than personally making sustainable choices, thus setting an example. And that is a very good way to scale up the solutions. And I really love how Mahatma Gandhi has said this: be the change you wish to see in the world. And I have a final question to you, Scott. So what do you think? Why do we act right now?
I mean, I think this will be one of the key themes over the next 3 days of the World Circular Economy. At this moment in 2021, literally around the world, we've seen now the effects of climate change in North America, in Europe, in China. This is no longer a longer-term threat. It's affecting millions of people every year, and it's growing. The next couple of months offer really a once-in-a-generation opportunity in Kunming, in Glasgow, as you've said, to put forward a bold, ambitious agenda of transformation at scale, which brings together into an equitable, carbon neutral, and nature positive agenda. And we won't be able to get there without circular economy solutions in driving transformation.
Thank you, Scott, for discussing with me today. It was a great pleasure. And unfortunately, we are running out of time, not only in front of the ecological sustainability challenges, but also this discussion. So back to you, Catherine and Duke.
Thank you so much, Mari, and thank you, Scott, as well. Just terrific to be able to lean into some of these conversations and pay attention to the kind of language people are using. Lots of discussion underway in the chat, as Duke was just pointing out, people putting in notes and resources, commenting on the way that this conversation is unfolding already.
Kiitos, Mari, et merci beaucoup, Scott.
Thanks very much, Mary and Scott. So these have been very interesting conversations, but too short. That's why we've planned more than 20 accelerator sessions on Wednesday, during which you'll be able to go deeper into individual issues, subjects that we have not been able to deal with in the 2 first days. Each accelerator session will be organized by one of our wonderful partners and collaborators for the forum. I would ask you to look into what is available and clicking on the tab for the program.
Link to take you to the accelerator sessions. They're the ones that are going to be most closely related to the conversations that we've just had. And if you're looking to have great conversations, you can follow up, as mentioned, with the audience members going into the networking hub. You can share resources, comment on different things, and watch the team. The CEF 2021 team is posting resources and great information in there for you to use throughout these sessions.
Donc, veuillez visiter l'expo.
So take advantage of the virtual resources available on the circular economy throughout the world.
Expo module is where you can visit the different Expo partner booths, Canada booth, Citra booth, and showcases. Here, you can click on the Expo partner booth and schedule your one-on-one appointments. Under the Networking Hub, you can fill in your e-card here if you would like to network and interact with other participants. The e-card lets other attendees see that you are available to share ideas, develop new partnerships, or simply start group chats on topics of interest. If you choose not to display your first and last name and the contact information, you will participate as blank in the forum. Please note, other attendees will not be able to search for you in the chat or networking features if you choose not to complete your e-card. Under the network feature, you can search for other attendees and send them messages. You can also send private messages through the chat feature by simply clicking New.
Bienvenue encore une...
Welcome back to the World Forum for the Circular Economy. I am Chuck Odenigbo, and my colleague and I will be your MCs for our talk on the circular economy.
Coming up is called Plastic Talks, debating game changers for a circular plastics economy. We have two debates for you on how to realize the biggest impact in accelerating the transition to a circular economy. And given the magnitude of the plastic waste problem, we want to focus on what can we accomplish in the next 5 years. We're tending to use that little frame from this morning. We're going to steal that and pull that along through the conference.
Donc, afin de vous donner un aperçu de...
So to give you an overview of the problem.
Tout d'abord, à l'échelle mondiale, entre 24...
To give you an idea of the size of the problem, 24 to 34 million metric tons of plastic were put into our oceans, lakes, and rivers. This waste is having a negative impact on 800 marine species, including the 90% of seabirds and 50% of turtles who have ingested plastic.
Up to an estimated 2.5 trillion annually in ecological, economic, and social impacts. Et à travers les impacts socio-écologiques et économiques, les déchets plastiques pèsent lourd sur nos sociétés. On voit un coût estimé de 2500.
This is a very heavy burden on our society.
Source of greenhouse gases as well. At current rates, plastic-related emissions are equivalent to the emissions of more than 295 new 500 megawatt coal-fired power plants. Think about that for a second. It's massive. And as we've all witnessed, the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, has only increased plastic use, waste, and litter as all of us mask up and try to wash our hands and keep each other safe.
Alors, quelle est la solution? Nous sommes ici.
So what's the solution? And we're here to find out. To start, the use of plastic is a challenge. This is a terrible legacy to leave to future generations. Let's welcome the Minister of Environment and Strategy Against Climate Change from British Columbia. He will give us a talk on some measures adopted by British Columbia to deal with the problem of waste.
George Heyman, Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy for British Columbia, Canada. And I'm joining you from the traditional territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh peoples in Vancouver. I want to begin by congratulating the organizers and hosts of the World Circular Economy Forum 2021. British Columbians have been working together for 50 years trying to build a better way to deal with waste. We started in 1971 when BC was the first jurisdiction in North America to implement a deposit refund system for beverage containers. We then went on to develop a recycling system, which includes producers taking full responsibility for the products they create through extended producer responsibility, or EPR. EPR applies to hundreds of everyday products and packaging, including paint, tires, electronic goods, and just recently we've targeted for future inclusion EV batteries, mattresses, and moderately hazardous materials. Our next step will include commercial and industrial packaging. There's a great opportunity to get these products out of the waste stream and also to enhance recycling efforts in the interior and north of our province with lower population centers. Here are a few of the success measures of our EPR program. 47,000 tons of plastics from bottles, packaging, and electronics collected last year alone. BC's EPR programs generate an estimated $500 million annually to operate recycling programs and the beverage container deposit refund system. Recycling businesses have invested over $45 million in infrastructure to support residential recycling programs for packaging and for paper. The success of the program is founded on partnership. Recent expansions resulted from consultation with Indigenous nations, local governments, producers, environmental non-government organizations, as well as the public. The result is our 5-year action plan. EPR is just one way we're reducing waste and supporting the development of a circular economy. Another way that we've recently announced and we're in the process of launching is a ban on single-use plastics. We've enabled through minister's order local government action on single-use plastic bans where they wish to. Our first step was approving their bylaws. Now we're allowing them to pass their own bylaws within certain parameters, for instance, ensuring that issues of accessibility are addressed. The next step will be to change the law so we can impose a province-wide ban on a select number of single-use products, which would otherwise become waste. We're also expanding our residential recycling program. Milk and milk alternative containers are being added to the deposit refund system starting in February 2022. Up to 40 million more containers will be added to our system in this way. Expanding the number of single-use products to be recycled through industry-funded residential recycling programs will be a key to ensuring that we continue to be leaders in Canada in developing a circular economy and reducing waste. Another program about which I'm very, very excited, and we were able to implement it as part of our COVID-19 economic recovery plan, is our Clean Coast, Clean Waters initiative. We took tour operators who, for obvious reasons, were no longer doing water-based, ocean-based tours during COVID, and they worked with Indigenous and rural communities through this initiative. To date, more than 550 tons of marine plastic and other debris has been removed from the outer shores of our coastline, including the iconic Great Bear Rainforest. Most of the debris that was collected can be recycled. Some products can be turned into plastic pellets that can be used to create new products, and we have that remanufacturing plant right here in British Columbia. Taking waste and turning it into source material for new products is a key principle of circularity, and we are seeing some tremendous proposals from fledgling companies who want to build on our plastics remanufacturing capability and industry here in British Columbia. The next phase will be to eliminate the need for plastics in some production by design. So our Clean BC Plastics Action Fund has recently approved 9 projects, including turning plastics from old car batteries into new casings, developing artificial intelligence to sort plastics for recycling, supporting local micro-recycling facilities, and turning used plastics into new products, supporting the circular economy of plastics, increasing local processing capacity for recycling, and creating, of course, new jobs. Interconnected initiatives are key to supporting the circular economy, and that's why British Columbia works with governments across Canada as part of the Canada Plastics Pact. Industry, government, and nonprofit organizations are collaborating to address plastic waste to keep it in the economy and out of the environment. We have joined as we recognize that this requires working internationally to address this global issue. In conclusion, all of these actions are part of a holistic system. They support a new way of thinking about products and the power of consumers to move producers to see the advantage of taking better care of our planet. Reducing waste, increasing production based on recovered material, and incentivizing a circular supply chain for plastics is key to this effort. Our 50-year journey has only really just begun as we work together to take further actions to reduce waste. We've learned by listening, we've learned by taking action. We feel we have a pretty good record to share, but we always know there's a lot more to learn. I want to thank you all for hosting this conference and being at the conference. I look forward to putting the lessons learned here into action as we work together to end waste and live better on our one shared planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Heyman. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world this finds you. I hope it finds you well. My name is Sarah Brooks. I am a special advisor to the Canada Plastics Pact and senior associate with the Natural Step Canada, and I will be your moderator for this session. I'd also like to start by acknowledging the First Nations of the territories where I live. I currently live, work, and play on the unceded territories of the Ktunaxa, Sinixt, and Syilx people here in the interior mountains of British Columbia. For this session, I want you to imagine that you, the audience, are tasked with solving the plastic waste problem in your country. You want to present the best solutions, of course, and you know that there are some key pathways, but you're not sure exactly which ones are best given the context in which you find yourself. So some of the pathways that you're aware of course, are scaling innovation, such as new circular business models, designing for circularities, new plastic formats and resins, tracking and collection technologies. That's one pathway. Another one is perhaps driving behavior change to help industry and consumers make sustainable decisions on plastics. Another pathway is regulating solutions, working directly with policymakers to do that. And the third one is helping business communities, civil society, and all levels of government implement voluntary agreements. So 4 pathways: innovation, drive behavior change, voluntary agreements, and regulatory pathways. Which is the best for you given your context in your country? Before we get started, we're going to bring in some experts to help us figure this out together. But we do want to take a quick poll to see what you, the audience, thinks is the best solution right now. So on your screen, you'll see a poll question. You can go ahead and answer that, and we'll check back in after the debates to see if anything has changed for you, and we'll share the results towards the end of the session today. So you can go ahead and answer the poll question there. And also, don't forget to drop your questions and counterpoints as we go into the question and answer tab to the right of your screen. So go ahead and do that. And as you're filling out that poll, I would like to welcome our first 2 debaters to the stage here. So arguing for unleashing the power of innovation, we have Usman Valiente, and Usman is, among other things, a wonderful technical advisor to us at the Canada Plastics Pact. Arguing that we should instead of focusing on innovation, we should be focusing primarily on behavior change, we have Rachel Gray. And Rachel Gray is the Behavior Change Manager at RAP UK. Welcome to you both. Okay, debaters, get ready. You each will have 3 minutes to make your case. And at the end of your time, you will hear this charming sound. And that means your time is up. You'll also have a countdown, so you'll see, but we'll have both those to remind you when we hit the end of our time. Once you have both stated your case, we're going to go straight into our second debate where we'll hear from 2 more experts, and then we'll turn back to you, the audience, for questions, counter arguments, and also to see if your perspective on this issue has changed at all. So we're going to come to you, Rachel, and please go ahead.
Oh, good morning, afternoon, evening. 3 minutes starting now. Oh, lost 2 minutes. So in my experience, citizen action or people action is a real special ingredient in making behavior change happen in plastics. So the reason I say this, whatever your innovation is, somebody somewhere needs to do something. with that innovation or that activity, whether this is at work, on the way to work, at home, shopping, on the way to school. In any of these, people need to do something. So what do I mean by doing? What is a doing thing that we need to do? They need to buy recyclable packaging and recycle it afterwards. It's great to invest in recyclability, but you still need that person to recycle it. You can buy into refill systems, say for food and laundry, but it needs to be not just once. If we're going to offset the carbon impacts of creating refill containers and systems, then people need to keep refilling and refilling. They need to do something. And finally, if you're shopping for unpacked goods without any packaging, this needs to be carried out to offset the risk of creating more food waste, for example. So you need behavior change and you need people to do something. So all of these things need to happen to make innovation and other services come to life. So quick quiz. You can't answer, but I'm going to just give you some questions to think about. Do climate change researchers fly more or less than other researchers? You may have seen this in the news. Do you know what? They fly more. You would have thought that climate change researchers know better than to fly a lot. This is just to illustrate that awareness and education is not the main ingredient to behavior change. It can be, but there's lots of other things we need to do in behavior change. Particularly in plastics, we have been telling people for a while they're a problem. Something else needs to happen to make the behavior change happen, and that's other techniques. Another question. Does a policy change, such as a tax or a charge on carrier bags, work? Yes and no, the answer is yes. In the UK, there was a charge put on carrier bags, and we did see usage go down. But what we also saw was life. People forget to take their bags when they go shopping, and hence kept buying bags for life or thicker carrier bags. And hence, you know, there are less single-use bags, but more heavier bags. So it did work partly. And finally, did you know that when people create paths in parks, okay, not a plastic, you will see those little muddy paths going off to the side. In the UK, they're muddy because it rains. People don't follow the normal paths. They take their own paths. Why is that? Because choice and creating your own way is bred into us. I want to do it my way. So you can have policy and you can have innovation, but you want behavior change as well. So what can you do? I've mentioned awareness and education. Yes, it's an important part of creating behavior change, but there's lots of other things you need to build in. You can use things like capability. Do people have the ability to do it? Do they have the opportunity? Can they actually do it? And do they have the motivation? And that can be logical plans and goals to emotions and impulses. So how can you actually get people to change behavior? All of those things have to come together. You need to invest in behavior change as well as investing in innovation. So let me give you an example. Have I got time? Yes. Sarah?
I think so. Let's see if we can.
The count has gone a bit strange.
Yes. The counter keeps changing. So let's go 20 seconds if we can.
20 seconds. Okay. Tell me when. So let's take refill. Let's take refill in store. It's becoming quite a thing to do, particularly with the younger age group. Refilling your laundry, refilling your dry goods like pasta and rice, refilling water. It's one of those things that's starting to gain momentum, but we want it to become mainstream. What will it take to become mainstream? It will take mainstream behavior change to move beyond the early adopters to the everyday shoppers. We know how. Okay, finished.
Thank you, Rachel. That's great. And Usman, we'll come to you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Great, thank you. I think before we talk about innovation, I think it's important to define what innovation is. Innovation is the commercialization of applied science or technology. And I believe that innovation is the linchpin to solving the plastic waste problem and optimizing the use of plastics, reducing greenhouse gases, and actually driving economic growth in the petrochemical sector on a new trajectory towards a circular economy. And innovation with regards to plastics can occur with reuse, better systems for consolidating, transferring, refurbishing, sterilizing and reusing containers, and in recycling, where we're seeing advanced recycling technologies that are coming that can break down plastics into their constituent chemicals or their constituent chemical building blocks, which then get used to remanufacture plastics. And so these technologies, for a technology to go from a technology to an innovation, requires two things. One, the technology needs to be viable in solving the problem. And the second thing is that you need to have the right economic conditions for it to flourish. And so those economic conditions for plastics would be, if I'm a recycler of plastics, I need feedstock of material that I can recycle in my technology, and I need demand for that material once I've recycled it to go back into plastic containing products or packaging. And that's a behavior change. So, you know, innovation doesn't exist independent of it. And the thing that drives behavior change, that's going to drive behavior change in this place and drive innovation, is going to be industrial policy. And that industrial policy are policies such as extended producer responsibility, which is going to hold manufacturers responsible for driving innovation. That is, implementing technologies that are going to result in better sorting of plastics, better recycling of plastics, implementation of reusable systems. And on the back end, what's going to drive innovation is going to be the demand for that recycled content that's going to go into the next cycle of production. And I believe that innovation is really the linchpin here, and everything else we do needs to be to create an environment where people are willing to take bench scale technologies, test them out, find what they're doing wrong, learn by doing, and then continue to iterate forward until we get technologies that are applied in a way that can actually result in the outcomes that we're looking for, which is a waste-free, and that includes greenhouse gas-free, circular economy. And that innovation really is going to come from a focused industrial policy, which is going to drive behavior change in what we operate in, which is a market economy. And so, you know, I would contend that we need to focus on innovation as the pathway to a circular economy for plastics.
Thank you, Usman. That's perfect. It sounds like we have a real debate on our hands. So thank you to you both very much. Time's up for this debate, but not to worry, we have more, and we will get a chance to have question and answer with all our debaters as well. So next we are tackling that age-old question, regulation or voluntary agreements. All right, here we go. So whether we think we should be focusing our efforts on driving new innovations to solve our plastic waste problem, or whether you're convinced that the biggest impact will happen when people change their behavior, we're going to check in on this. So we're working with Elizabeth Balkan, Director of Reloop Americas, an NGO focused on advancing circular packaging, and Leena-Kaisa Piakari, Senior Specialist at the Ministry of Environment in Finland. Elizabeth, you're up first. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. A joke common in the Soviet Union went, "We pretend to work, and they pretend to pay us." The same can be said for recycling for much of the last 30 years. We pretend recycling works, and producers pretend to take responsibility. For decades, valuable commodities were spirited away, sometimes buried or burned, often exported, with a closed-loop recycling a rarity. The system was not broken so long as you wished it otherwise. We're no longer able to ignore system deficiencies made apparent by the plastic crisis, whose markers have become too familiar and too close. Images of wildlife strangled by straws, picturesque beaches malformed by litter. The stinging fact that without targeted industry regulation, less than 8% of plastics are effectively recycled globally. There's a lot of fanfare and optimism in sweeping announcements on voluntary commitments. Unfortunately, we have seen what often happens with voluntary yet unrealistic goals. Take as example TerraCycle. Who among us didn't want to love their promise to deliver near magical solutions to companies seeking bold but ultimately voluntary action? Eventually, the fantasy was laid bare with revelations of promises broken. Solving the plastic crisis won't be easy. The skeptics are right to question the fitness and sincerity of governments acting in this regard. But the decision we face is an easy one. Simply put, a world without regulation got us where we are today, and enhanced regulations are essential to find our way out of this mess. The good news is that we have several well-defined and tested tools to conquer the plastics problem. First, extended producer responsibility. EPR imposes a recycling quota on producers for specific packaging or products. Most OECD member states have adopted EPR for packaging, along with increasing swaths of Asia and Latin America. Even the United States is now pursuing EPR policies. Nearly a quarter century of experience with EPR means we have vast system performance data from which to glean lessons and derive principles. Second, minimum recycled content mandates. This intervention increases demand for recyclable material irrespective of the price of virgin material. Recycled content mandates come with a strong climate link. Recycling saves 88% of energy for plastic compared with manufacturing raw material. In fact, WCEF co-host Citra have estimated that raising recycling rates for plastic, aluminum, and glass by 50 to 80% would cut European emissions, industrial emissions, by a third. Finally, container deposit systems, as we heard from Minister Heyman. In many parts of Europe, these systems capture well over 95% of the glass, aluminum, and plastic beverage containers sold. More impressive still is the correlation between high-functioning deposit systems and a robust market for refillable containers, the ultimate solution to single-use plastics. The above tools are designed for measurable impact with well-honed mechanisms to ensure transparency and accountability. Sorry. In contrast, we see a long trail of voluntary and broken promises. Accelerating the transition to a circular economy demands enabling regulatory mechanisms. Let's start by telling the truth about a broken system so we can get to work to fix it.
Thank you, Elizabeth. The debate is heating up. Lena, we'll come to you, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Bonjour, mes amis de l'économie.
Good morning, friends of the circular economy.
On the other side of the screens, I want to today convince you all that voluntary-based mechanisms can be very powerful in battling against challenges such as the climate change or loss of biodiversity or overconsumption of natural resources. And here in Finland, we have a lot of good experiences with so far 8 national voluntary Green Deal agreements negotiated between the government, cities and business sectors. Companies bring their own share by joining the mechanism and making their own voluntary commitments to common targets and actions. We have received our first encouraging results and keep on developing our dreams. Our newest deal, Construction Plastics, is a great example of the strengths of our deals. With this deal, we were able to engage the whole value chain concerning the use of plastic films in Finnish construction to common targets and actions. This would have been very challenging through legislation. To make the change happen, we need to increase the sorting of plastic films. We need to prepare plastic films for recycling. We have engaged the plastic industry to use this raw material in their production so that until 2027, 40% of all raw materials in their production will be recycled materials. We also need to boost the demand for recycled construction plastics. The overall use of plastic films will be optimized and decreased. Cities can support these goals through their procurements. And all of this we have done in our Single One Green Deal. We will update the goals along the way and monitor how the deal works. If needed, we will make changes to how we operate. Another great example of our mechanism is the common understanding of challenges and required actions through the whole value chain that we gain through negotiating the deal together. Different parties put a lot of effort and time in planning and are thus very committed to implement it in action. The system gives more freedom to find innovative, new and the most suitable practices and solutions from the companies' and cities' perspectives. At the same time, Green Deals bring companies and cities positive image. They offer concrete tools to meet their own sustainability targets. Deals support innovativeness, making companies and cities forerunners in sustainability. We really truly believe that this is a game-changing concept. With careful planning, voluntary agreements are a great addition to policy toolmix, and we want to circulate our experiences. So please be in touch, and I want to give us our experiences from our deals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lena. Okay, so we're going to bring back Rachel and Usman. Welcome back to all our debaters. Thank you very much. It's good fun to have a a little bit of a heated discussion. And before we debrief, now that you, the audience, have heard 4 different points of view on key pathways to achieve a circular plastics packaging economy, we're going to do a second temperature check on the poll. So you'll see that poll come up. You can go ahead and answer that as we get ready to move into our question and answer, and we will show you the results of that very shortly. So you can go ahead and just respond to the Slido poll. Now, as we get into our questions here, I'm going to thank you for those that have submitted. You're welcome to continue to submit your questions on the Q&A tab, and go ahead and upvote those questions that you also would like very much to hear back from. So our first question, Usman, I'm going to come to you first to respond to this, and we'll see if other members of our debating team would like to ring in as well. So we talked about 4 key pathways to achieve a circular plastics packaging economy, and one of the questions is, what about a 5th way? So we've talked a lot about plastics, what we can do to innovate around plastics, plastics infrastructure, business models, and so on. But what about alternative materials that can substitute for plastics? And where do they come in the transition to circularity? So Usman, will come to you first.
Sure. I mean, you know, we can look at material substitutes. I mean, within plastics itself, a substitute for fossil-based plastics are bio-based plastics. And then the question becomes, how are those recirculated? How do those either become biological nutrients, or how are they then recycled in our traditional recycling systems so that the energy that's input into them is retained and they're not converted to greenhouse gases, and we minimize waste. So, you know, irrespective of what material we choose, the principles are the same. If you switch from a plastic bottle to an aluminum can, there's embodied energy and emissions in that aluminum. The problem doesn't change. So just transposing materials doesn't work. You need to build systems that recirculate materials irrespective of what material you choose. And in some cases, you may completely dematerialize a system, or not completely, but largely dematerialize a system by converting a product to a service, or in the case of reuse, amortizing the initial cost to make a container over dozens and dozens of reuses. So we have to look at system optimization, but if the right incentives are in place, then we get the market to start to weigh those alternatives and optimize for them. Right now, the choices are unsubsidized, so we're not looking at how we can substitute linear systems for circular ones, or what material choices we might make alternative to what we're doing today.
Thank you. Who else would like to ring in on that? Okay. Well, oh yes, Rachel, please go ahead.
So when material alternatives are being considered, I think if you put the citizen at the heart of that choice, already we're facing quite difficult decisions. So I'm walking down the street with my container and I'm not quite sure what it is, and I'm not quite sure what to do with it. So you're adding another question, and we know already with bio-based plastics or compostable plastics, there is confusion about what people do to them in what context. So it's not just the material, it's the material that the context it's used in as well. And I would say, yes, consider material alternatives, but make it easy and simple for citizens to understand what they've got to do. Keep it simple.
Thank you. Elizabeth, I saw that you had unmuted yourself. Did you have something you wanted to add? No? Okay. The next question actually, Elizabeth, I'll come to you first, and then Lena, I'd like to come to you after that as well. So the question is, how do we incentivize the countries that are oil exporters and big oil to stop investing in cheap single-use plastics and mass production, and instead reduce their production and make it more sustainable? So how do we do that, and is it possible? What are the mechanisms to do that? So Elizabeth, and then Lena will come to you after that.
That's a great question. I think that the response is a complicated one. And of course, I'm arguing on the side of regulation. Ultimately, there needs to be a culture shift, and there needs to be a new value proposition that makes it appealing to those companies, whether they're shifting their portfolio to renewables or investing in other climate neutral solutions. There has to be some skin in the game for them as far as a profit opportunity, a new market expansion. So I think that goes hand in hand with regulation. But at the end of the day, I think we've seen that expecting that these kinds of petrochemical companies will make this shift without being pushed or without being their feet held to the fire just hasn't materialized. So we cannot just wait for the circular economy to materialize until they say, oh, this sounds like a good idea. It has to be a combination, and there has to be some understanding that without that shift, there will be penalties. I think that goes very hand in hand as well with incentivizing and rewarding the companies that are taking early action, whether it be renewable companies or other producers, who are doing the right thing. Let's give them an extra head start in terms of in terms of how we reward them financially and in terms of the law.
Thank you. Lena.
I would say that the voluntary mechanism could work in a way that it gives the industries and the business sectors themselves more flexibility in thinking what are the new ways of doing, what are the new business potential, and in that way incentivize them to do it from there. But of course we always then have the other choice of legislation and this if the voluntary mechanisms don't work. But I think this innovativeness, flexibility, kind of to give more for the industry to themselves think how it could be done are the strengths from the voluntary side.
Thank you very much. We have another question here about the balance between behavior change and policy change. So we'll start with you, Rachel, here. So long-term experience shows, and this is from the audience, that governments are very slow with adapting policy, and once changed, policy is difficult to change again. How do we find the best balance between behavior change, so bottom-up change, and policy change, which is top-down? Rachel, we'll come to you first, and then Usman, I'm going to ask you to ring in on this one as well.
I think the balance is to have both, which doesn't really give you one side or the other. But I think policy change can happen. Of course, governments can make their decisions, but policy change won't happen on the ground until people do something. So people need to do something because they're being asked to from government, or people need to do something for whatever motivation they feel is right. So I think there is a balance of top down and bottom up, if you want to describe it that way, to bring them together. And in some examples, the recent debate on plastics is driving policy change. It wouldn't have happened if people didn't start thinking about plastics. You started complaining about plastics. You started to say to retailers and brands, I don't want this way, to government. So the two come together. But I think the citizen is ultimately the person that has to do something to make the change. And they should be at the center of the change in whatever form that takes.
Thank you. Usman, reflections on that? And then Elizabeth, I'll come to you as well.
Yeah, I think as science uncovers the problems with plastics in the environment, I agree with Rachel. Like, I think the next thing that happens is the citizenry gets motivated, and then policymakers decide to act. And the question becomes, when policymakers decide to act and they sort of embody our moral sentiments in the law then is designed to incentivize behavior at scale. So we want to change systems at scale using the law. And the question becomes, what are the best laws that you can implement that incentivize markets towards innovation, incentivize and bring all the other systems, business systems along to address the problem. And so that's the art of regulatory design, is how do we get these rules in place? And typically what you find is the simplest rules, ones that are regulable and administratable and understandable and set the right economic incentives, are the most durable policies you can have. And so, this is where you need to bring all of these things together. Is we're actually trying to drive behavior change, we're trying to drive innovation, and what's the design of public policy that gets us there. And so this is really an art of bringing this all together into a package that transforms our systems to a circular economy.
Thank you. And Elizabeth, you were arguing for regulatory, so let's on that.
Yeah, well, echoing much of what Rachel and Usman said, at Reloop, we see the transition to a circular economy as being built on effective and responsible policy, which we define as supporting the waste hierarchy, encouraging existing best practices, and fostering innovation, applying economic instruments and financial incentives when necessary, and striving for continuous improvement. So I think what you see here is a policy approach that in some ways actually sounds more like a free market approach, right? It's innovation, economics, you know, and improvement or efficiency. So again, I think it's helpful not to look at policy or regulation in a monolithic sense, but really see the opportunities to integrate it with these other intervention opportunities.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And Lena, I'll come to you on this one to start with. There's a question here that's been asked and upvoted, which is, what is the balance between voluntary and regulatory approaches? How do they work together to advance the circular economy?
In Finland, quite often we use, for example, our green deals to supplement the legislation. There are many parts of legislation that we find that actually the green deals will bring a bit more on top of it, and maybe even like put more ambitious goals and targets than we have in regulation. And we usually really carefully go through before we start preparing a new deal that is the theme and topic actually something that works. We have during the past years really well already learned what kind of topics work in our deals, and on the other side what kind of topics are better to be on the regulation side. But I think they go very well together, and they can truly supplement each other and bring something new and something on top of each other. So it's not so much of one against the other, but we need both.
Very much. Anybody else want to reflect on that here? We got about 1 minute left here, so I'll open the floor for reflections.
Yeah, I think
one thing that's pretty interesting to see is the number of companies that are actually calling for regulation. So this idea that, you know, it's regulation versus corporate competitiveness is a little misinformed when you see, you know, in the U.S., the American Beverage Association, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, representing 100 corporate signatories, have all come out with statements calling for EPR in the U.S. There's similar examples from Europe with Europen, calling for amendments to Europe's EPR legislation to make it more transparent and accountable. So I think for me, what's insightful is that this opportunity for regulation to actually establish a level playing field actually makes the opportunities for competitiveness and innovation more rich and more readily available. And in that way, it's not sort of pinning industry against public, but how can public policy work to stimulate innovation and foster continued development?
Thanks. Thank you very much, Elizabeth and Usman. I know you had something to say. If you can do it in 25 seconds or less, the floor is yours.
Yeah, no, I think Elizabeth nailed it. I mean, I think, you know, waste is a collective action problem, and you can volunteer but find yourself uncompetitive with your competitors. Once you've got public policy saying you've all got to meet a certain performance standard, then you know you can collectively work together and create scale and efficiency to address that problem. And so I think there's a role for voluntary instruments, but at the scale that we're dealing with the plastic waste problem, we need scaled public policy that's going to address it on a systemic level. And so you know, I just strongly agree with all of the comments that came before me on that.
Thank you very much. Well, before I pass things back to our MCs, let's see what the results of our polls were. So first, let's take a look at the results of the opening poll. So in terms of where should we be investing, I don't see the result. I can't actually see the results. Here we go. Very good. Okay, so regulation is seen as a top. This was our first poll, and then behavior change. Okay, so folks, we can see that. And then let's see the results of the second poll. So after we've heard our debaters, did anything change? Okay, so even stronger on regulation a little bit, but also a little bit more on innovation. So a bit of a split between innovation and behavior. And I think we can take from that. So thank you very much to the audience for your participation and to our wonderful debaters. And I think one of the things that the difference in this polls that it shows us is that open dialogue and challenging each other's ideas matters. So how we learn is we learn together. So thank you very much to everybody who participated both in panel and in the audience. And back to you, Catherine and Chuck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And of course, this debate is going to continue well beyond the days that we're together this week, but we're going to pick up this thread on Wednesday, and people will have an opportunity to engage with it. Please be sure to tune in to our Partners Accelerator sessions if you're interested in learning more about building a circular economy for plastics specifically.
Et donc.
And I'm excited to be together again for our next session, Circular 360.
The Expo module is where you can visit booth, Citra booth, and showcases. Here, you can click on the Expo partner booth and schedule your one-on-one appointments. Under the Networking Hub, you can fill in your e-card here if you would like to network and interact with other participants. The e-card lets other attendees see that you are available to share ideas, develop new partnerships, or simply start group chats on topics of interest. If you choose not to display your first and last name and the contact information, you will participate as blank in the forum. Please note, other attendees will not be able to search for you in the chat or networking features if you choose not to complete your e-card. Under the Network feature, you can search for other attendees and send them messages. You can also send private messages through the chat feature by simply clicking New.
Bienvenue à la séance circulaire.
Welcome to the circular all-round session, key elements of a prosperous, inclusive, and equitable circular future. This session comes from military vocabulary. So this session aims to understand how the circular transition will impact different people differently. Over the next hour, we will seek to better understand the socio-economic dynamics of circularity beyond the labor market effects of the transition. We will try to use this understanding to make better decisions and take advantage of the socio-economic benefits of circularity, in addition to the environmental benefits.
The Environmental Protection Agency in the United States, Mr. Michael Regan.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. It's such an honor to participate in today's forum. You know, a circular economy represents an important change in how our society thinks about the use of natural resources and environmental protection. Using materials in the most productive way with an emphasis on using less, reducing toxic chemicals and their environmental impacts throughout the material life cycle, and ensuring that we have sufficient resources to meet our needs today and those of future generations. But we must also consider how these changes and decisions impact historically underserved and pollution-burdened communities. International events such as the World Circular Economy Forum help raise awareness about circularity and promote further national and international action. We can learn a considerable amount from each other and identify best practices that can achieve lasting results. Over the next 3 days, this forum will feature sessions to share information, experiences, and successes related to promoting a circular global economy. It will specifically ask how we can transform existing systems to scale up a global circular economy that is prosperous, inclusive, and equitable. The task before us, how to ensure that this transition to a circular economy within and across our countries meaningfully involves all people and that all communities, especially the underserved and pollution-burdened, share in the public health and environmental benefits that this transformation will deliver. In the United States, we are laser focused on ensuring that all people realize the full protections of our environmental laws and policies. When President Biden took office, he pledged to prioritize what we refer to in the United States as environmental justice. And at EPA, we believe that it's our obligation to empower historically underserved communities who've long borne the burden of pollution and suffered disproportionately from the impacts of climate change and unsustainable materials management. That's why EPA is working to incorporate environmental justice into every aspect of our work, including rethinking our regulatory, permitting, and enforcement activities to ensure that every community is protected from environmental hazard and harm. Investing in communities to make them cleaner, healthier, stronger, and more economically competitive is one of our most important objectives at EPA. So I'm pleased to share that EPA plans to release our national recycling strategy later this fall. The strategy highlights the actions needed from governments, industry, and others to transform our recycling system. While this strategy focuses on municipal solid waste recycling, we are broadening our vision to help the nation address the full impacts of materials on all of our communities. Recycling alone is simply not enough. We need a transformative vision for our waste management system, one that is inclusive, more equitable, and reflects the urgency of the climate crisis. That's why we see the National Recycling Strategy as the first part of a series of strategies on building a circular economy for everyone. We know from eminent scientists on the International Resource Panel that natural resource extraction and processing make up about half of all global greenhouse gas emissions. In 2019, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation reported that applying circular economy strategies in 5 key materials, including cement, aluminum, steel, plastics, and food, can achieve reductions in greenhouse gas emissions equal to cutting current emissions from all global transport to zero. EPA recognizes that we must be more innovative in how we design and use materials in the United States and all around the world. We also recognize the burden that living near resource extraction, mining, waste, and waste-related facilities can have on communities when the pollutants from these operations are not properly managed. Underserved communities continue to be disproportionately impacted by higher pollution levels, as well as resulting adverse health and environmental impacts. Sustainability, by its definition, requires social equity. It is critical that we implement circular economy strategies that are inclusive of all communities with environmental justice concerns and pursue innovations that offer all people the benefits of cleaner processing and materials. The National Recycling Strategy is a critical part of achieving this improved vision for how we manage materials more sustainably and equitably here in the United States. And EPA is also developing a new goal to reduce the climate impacts from the production, consumption, use, and disposal of materials more broadly. This vision for how we use materials begins with the designing products phase to be sustainable, reducing the creation of waste with local communities in mind, maximizing reuse and recycling, and minimizing the impacts of waste management at end of life. We need to strengthen our efforts to reduce, reuse, and recover materials and products such as plastics, electronics, food, cement, and concrete. And as we continue to build a circular economy for all, we will develop subsequent strategies to identify the key actions needed to reduce the impacts of these materials. While the United States is a major materials user, we know we cannot achieve progress alone. The challenges we face, from climate change to environmental justice to marine litter, require global collaboration. So we look forward to working with you as part of the global community of leaders to help build the information, capacity, and innovation that is needed to build a circular economy for all. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Administrator Vegan. It is a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to be sharing space with you today.
I believe you're on mute.
Oh, am I on mute? Can we hear me? Just checking in with our tech team. Are we good? Okay, perfect. We are good. Pleasure to meet you, Administrator Regan. Okay. Well, there are a couple of technical difficulties happening on the other end, but that is no worries. I'm going to use this moment to actually read out the definition of environmental justice according to the EPA on their website. So according to the EPA, environmental justice is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income with respect to the development and implementation and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. And so this is a really important topic to chat about, because as we talk about the environment, as we talk about transitions into circular economy, we need to recognize that most of our societies across the world are structured in inherently unjust and unfair ways. And thereby this, in trying to transform these systems, if we don't take into consideration these injustices, we then not fix them, thereby inhibiting people from truly benefiting from these changes. And so, let me just quickly clarify the tech team. Can Mr. Regan hear me? Perfect. So, Administrator Regan, my first question for you is sort of given the importance of environmental justice and given that we are in a forum where we're talking about the circular economy, where we're talking about things that are inherently environmental, for people who haven't heard about environmental justice before, for people who haven't used it before, where does environmental justice fit in an event about a future circular transition?
Well, thank you. It's an excellent question. And a future circular transition, it impacts the way society thinks holistically about the use of natural resources and environmental protection. So this conversation not only requires all of society to be at the table, but also requires careful consideration to ensure this transition addresses and doesn't add to the disproportionate pollution burden that vulnerable and underserved communities face. These communities already bear the highest burden of pollution and face the greatest risk and impacts from unsustainable management, materials management. So we must prioritize their well-being in this transition. Any future transition presents challenges and opportunities. And in this transition, it is the circular that we implement, it is critical that we implement circular economy strategies that are inclusive of all communities with environmental justice concerns and pursue innovations that offer all people the benefits of cleaner processing, including the reuse, recycle, and proper disposal of materials.
Amazing. And I think something that's really important to highlight right now for all of our international audiences is, well, when we talk about environmental justice in the North American context, in particular in the US, and particularly in Canada, we tend to talk about it from a racial perspective in recognizing that people of certain races tend to be closer to sites of pollution, closer to natural resource extraction, closer to circumstances that actually render their surrounding environment toxic to them and harmful to them. But in every single nation in the world we currently live in, there are inequalities that are integrated into systems and into the environment. And so I ask that each person that's sort of listening to this, that's coming from the various countries that you're coming from, to sort of really sit down and think, which are the groups in your nation whose voices are not heard, whose voices are underserved, whose voices are underrepresented, and think about the environments that they live in. Who does not hold political power in the nations that you're in? Which groups need additional recognition in the fight for a circular economy, in the fight for the environment? And so, Administrator Regan, to follow up to that last question, how can people integrate environmental justice into their daily lives and into their work?
Well, you know, you gave a really good definition of environmental justice early on, and this goal will be achieved when everyone is in a position to enjoy a few things. Scroll up. And the same degree of protection from environmental and health hazards, equal access to the decision-making process to have a healthy environment in which to live, learn, work, and pray. Delivering progress on environmental justice can't be achieved by any one person or entity, but it must be our shared mission. And it starts with engaging with and listening to all of our underserved and overburdened communities, those who have not had a seat traditionally at the table, protecting vulnerable and underserved communities and increasing everyone's access to those of us who are making decisions is at the core of my vision for EPA and for all of our international partnerships. So to realize that vision, some strategies we are using include looking at our own operations internally to integrate the principles of environmental justice into all of our programs, policies, and activities, including setting agency-wide level goals and measuring how we advance environmental justice, making early and meaningful engagement with all of our underserved communities, which means actually visiting them on the ground, listening to their needs, and learning from them about their preferred set of solutions, working to identify the priority issues of concern to these vulnerable and underserved communities, and then working collaboratively with them to address the key issues and some of the underlying issues. The policies, the systems, the structures, all of these things that have resulted in these communities being most vulnerable, most impacted, most polluted, and quite frankly, most at risk of environmental and public health impacts. So using data and innovative mapping and other visualization tools will also help us advance environmental justice by identifying the right overburdened, vulnerable, and underserved communities and taking necessary actions to provide tangible and meaningful improvements in their environment, public health, economies, and other quality of life needs. Ultimately, we're making environmental justice at EPA a top priority, but it takes more than EPA. As the president has rightfully pointed out, it takes a whole of government and society effort, from our federal government to our states, cities, counties, tribes, academia, the business community, our faith leaders, everyone working together. So I'm really happy to say that taking an approach that really embraces all of us is really empowering, and we're excited to partner with all of our stakeholders to create communities so that they can be safe, well-protected, healthy, happy, and prosperous.
That's fantastic. And that really ties in with certain themes that we've been hearing recurring throughout the speakers all throughout today. We heard from Dakota and Erin really highlighting the importance of listening to community, centering community, understanding that the communities know the environments that they're in. They have that relationship with their environments, and they're able to have those they have the knowledge. And so it's a question of providing that support, providing the resources. And as you said, Administrator Regan, it's not just up to the government, right? It's up to every single sort of large sector of society. We're looking at the private sector, we're looking at the public sector, we're looking at NGOs, we're looking at community members, we're looking at grassroots, we're looking at top-down. So really sort of ensuring that justice and the idea of really making sure that the table is welcoming to every single person and group that is impacted by a circular economy. And so I challenge everyone listening today to really make sure that when you are having conversations, whether you are an NGO attending this, whether you are a government representative, whether you are a private sector person, whether you're an individual who's hoping to sort of get into circular economy, really make sure that every conversation you have, no matter which country you're in, has a table full of diverse people, people from urban and rural backgrounds, people of various nationalities, creeds, race, tribe, depending on which country you're in and the way in which people are categorized in your country. Because while social constructs of identity are indeed social constructs, they have very real consequences. Thank you so much, Administrator Regan. I will now be handing it back to Catherine in our main desk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Regan, and thank you so much to Chuk. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Carol Ann Hilton, someone whose work I really deeply admire and have followed for some time. She is the CEO and founder of the Indigenomics Institute and the Global Center of Indigenomics. Carol Ann has led the establishment of a line of thought called #Indigenomics. This is a movement that focuses on the rebuilding and strengthening of Indigenous economies. She's going to give a keynote address today. We're fortunate to have her. Circular economy from an Indigenous worldview.
Uklasish Carol Ann Hilton, Heshweaksupsish Uklas Wakatush Koatsa Umti. My name is Carol Ann Hilton. I am Nuu-chah-nulth from the west coast of Vancouver Island in British Columbia, Canada. I come from the Nuu-chah-nulth Nation, and my Nuu-chah-nulth name is Wakatush, which means big sister. It is a great pleasure to join you today and to be able to speak to the concept from out of the linear towards the circular, an Indigenomics perspective of the emerging circular economy. We have come from the age of industrialization, and we are still responding to this. We are still being able to understand what this effect has been on our long-term thinking of what has got us to today. What we are dealing with today is our ability to situate what does our next long-term thinking look like. We have been told and assumed that everything about economics is true and is exactly as it's been told. The story of productivity, the story of growth, the story of resources, all of these aspects shape a narrative of the fundamentals of economy, of what we have known it to be and to become, of what we experience it today. The realization that the world is seeking a new truth of what economy is and what economy can be. It is essential in this emerging circular economy to situate our leadership, our perspective, and have the space to be able to deconstruct our beliefs, our values, and our actions in the emerging circular economy, and how the structure of the circular economy itself relates to the ever-emerging truths of our time. As we face a world increasing in temperature, as we face crises of humanity as never been seen before, the structure, assumptions, values, and beliefs of the circular economy must be addressed. I introduced earlier this concept of the response to industrialization. I introduced this idea of the effect of linear thinking of what we have known it across generations through the European industrialization itself, shaping the essence and structure of economy. To look at the facets of efficiency, productivity, speed, cheapness, materiality, all of these aspects have brought us to business models that no longer serve humanity itself. The realization of the central tenets of circular economy, we come to the question, can this structure of circular economy serve humanity itself? Undertaking this concept from out of linear thinking towards circular thinking, it is essential to be able to understand and decipher when we look at the four core principles of the concept of circular economy, to ask the question, what are the opportunities in this? When we understand the essence of deficit economies, I introduced the concept of indigenomics itself. It is essential to examine the systems of exclusion of colonization, industrialization, and capitalization on the effects of the indigenous worldview and reality. To understand the devaluation of indigenous worldview is largely an effect of what we are seeing as the crises of our time. To be able to bring into visibility these ideas of reconciliation, of reciprocity, of respect, mutuality, and relationship as the essence and fundamental components of what is possible within the circular economy itself. It is time to begin to question everything that we have been told of what economics is, and to be able to bring that into light of what assumptions we are bringing to what is the circular economy and what the circular economy needs to be. It's time to deconstruct our beliefs, to be able to address our values, and that this is really the opportunity to see the circular economy, its structures and central tenets, essentially as a chance to return to humanity itself. Indigenomics presents a series of prime directives to look at returning humanity and economics as aligned within our future, to uphold this concept of dignity, to uphold systems and structures of design of resilience itself that includes Indigenous worldviews and knowledge systems, to be able to extend our concepts of impact, and to be able to look at responsibility as a central driver of what can be the structure of circular economy. And finally, to see intergenerational wealth creation as an outcome of the circular economy itself. We need to move beyond the simplicity of supply and demand, of value creation within the supply chain, of efficiency of resources, and to be able to extend this to humanity and the functions of economy and our relationship to the concept of economics itself. It is time to deconstruct all that we know and look at the emerging circular economy as the opportunity to move out of the linear thinking and move towards circular that includes Indigenous worldview. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to our panel on Circular 360. My name is Michael Scalgin, and I will be your moderator. I am the Manager of Solid Waste Policy and Planning for the City of Toronto in Canada, and my team works on a number of initiatives that focus on fostering a culture of waste reduction and a circular approach to local resources. Today, we're going to be taking a 360-degree look at how local communities all around the world are being transformed to address the environmental issues they face, applying an intersectional lens to their work. Although the word intersectionality is a more recent term, for the context of our discussion today, it's best understood as a holistic approach to environmental issues that include the interconnections and intersections of all members of our society. We know that today the world is experiencing increasing inequality due to globalization. And as a result, intersectionality means that we don't want to look at solutions to environmental issues in isolation, but rather we need to look at how the green solutions equally achieve social outcomes and economic benefits that are shared by all. It's not that one nation in the global economy wins or loses depending on the rise and fall of their nation's economy, but rather people from different socioeconomic groups benefit or lose depending on what is happening in the global economy. So for the circular community transition approach to truly benefit everyone, an intersectional lens requires decision makers, the people in positions of power and influence, to take into consideration how the social, economic, and political identities of people in their communities inform a unique experience of policies, programs, and services. With the contribution of these unique lived experiences and cultural knowledge of people and communities in decision making, it will not only make our policies, programs, and services more effective in managing the Earth's capacity of natural resources, but as importantly, it will create more equity and empowerment amongst marginalized and vulnerable members of our society. To illustrate what I mean, in Toronto, Canada, for example, for the past 3 years, we've used an intersectional approach in the development of our community reduce and reuse programs. To foster a culture of waste reduction, we funded repair hubs and sharing networks in neighborhoods with people living in poverty, newcomers, and other marginalized groups. And these people help to promote, for example, the redistribution of surplus harvests from people's backyards and the repairing of bicycles and clothing. Residents, nonprofit organizations, and government worked closely together to make decisions on the location of these programs in neighborhoods with a density of multi-residential affordable housing. In addition, because of the contribution of people's lived experiences, we ensured that people would benefit economically through training, skill building, and workforce development opportunities. Let's turn to our panelists who have important stories to tell us about circular transitions and intersectionality in their communities. Joining us virtually from India is Zinat Niazi, Vice President of Development Alternatives Group From Nigeria, we have Dr. Ndidi Noli-Adozian, the chair of the Circular Economy Innovation Partnership in Africa. And from Guelph, Ontario, we have Barbara Swartzentruber, the Executive Director of the Smart Cities Office. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for joining us today. I have a question here I want to pose first to all of you. What I would like to know is, what was the environmental issue or environmental injustice that your group identified in your community that you needed to be addressed, and what was the main challenge with respect to intersectionality? Let's start with Guelph, closest to Toronto here. Barbara, what was happening in Guelph that you identified as an issue?
Thank you for inviting me to participate today. Well, the problem that our community chose to focus on was the food system. It's our strength in terms of our local context. We're a mid-sized city, and we've partnered with the County of Wellington, who has rich agricultural farmland and economy, and we have a number of agri-food institutes and research centers. So it seemed like the right task for us to focus on. But while it was our strength, it became pretty clear pretty fast that the food system is full of systemic inequities that really impact people, planet, communities, and prosperity. 17% of folks in our community are food insecure, and we're a relatively affluent area. Thinking more broadly, the food system is #1 contributor to biodiversity loss and #2 to climate change. And we also waste nearly 40% of the food doesn't make it to the plate. So I really believe in many ways the food system reflects back to us the soul of our society, our culture, our identity, and most importantly, our values. So right now, what we're seeing reflected back paints a pretty abysmal picture of the future. And it really comes down to the fact that food is just not properly valued. So neither are the people who are integral to getting the food to us, from the farmers who produce the food to the truck drivers who deliver it to the cashiers at the supermarket. You've got this food system that's embedded in an economic system that does not value environment and people, and is based on this paradox of overproduction and abundance on one hand and inequitable access on the other. So in our community, we had people working on this issue from a variety of perspectives and disciplines and sectors. And what we were able to do with the concept of the circular economy is bring people together kind of under one tent and one vision to create a vision of the future that is about creating a sustainable circular regional food system. And that's what's allowing us to take a more holistic approach.
Definitely a lot for us to think about around food waste. Even our work in Toronto, avoidable and unavoidable food waste is a big issue. And Didi, what was happening in Lagos, Nigeria there for your group, and what did you find?
Well, we've heard from previous speakers about the top 5, including cement, plastic, and foods, like we've just heard. What we looked at was plastics. Really? So really what we are seeing in the world is 2 billion metric tons of waste, solid waste, of which Nigeria actually generates 32 million metric tons, and of which plastics only constitutes a portion. So even though, and it's really important to mention this, that we are actually generating just 1.6% of the global figure of global waste, and yet it has constituted such a nuisance that when we speak about floods, sometimes the floods on our roads are actually floods of plastics, because the plastics essentially emerge from all of the drain pipes where they shouldn't be, and you have cars wading their way through plastic as opposed to flooded water. What I thought was particularly interesting in the last paper on indigenomics, which I really like, is the talk about new truths. We're seeking for a new truth. But what's really, really important is actually also to lean on the old truths. So the truths that actually already exist intersectionally across indigenous cultures, where we are, ways of disposing of waste in the past. So one of the things that, for example, we have is the packaging of some of our foods. This is the intersectionality of food and waste. One of our favorite foods is called moi moi. And we used to wrap it very prettily and serve it in banana leaves. Now we wrap it in plastic, which generates health hazards, and on the other hand, also generates a huge amount of waste. So to some extent, going back to indigenous practices and best practices actually is helping us address some of these issues of waste. But in our case, it's really plastics.
And then we hear more and more about plastics all the time along shorelines, and it's sad to hear about the communities like your own with flooding issues, seeing plastics in the streets. Zeenat, what was happening in the Indian subcontinent there in your community, and fill us in on what that looked like as an environmental issue that you tackled?
Yeah, I think before I jumped the challenge, maybe a couple of points on where one is coming from. We are rapidly growing economy, becoming industrialized. We are also rapidly urbanizing, which means that we have a huge manufacturing and services sector, which forms the large part of our economy, and housing, building, mining, all of that, the industrial sectors, which produce a lot of environmental pollutants, and of course have a whole lot of impact on the local ecological systems, whether it's the hydrological system, the biodiversity loss that we see, and which all then has cascading health impacts, issues of access to resources by the communities that were there, and many other what we call developmental collateral damages to communities. And these are being addressed in the industrial space through increasing material and energy efficiencies, for example, in the brick sector or in the cement sector, or in recycling municipal wastes, plastics, etc. But parallel to this is the second challenge, which is that of poverty. And we are a poor country. COVID has pushed us back even further, and we see over 400 million of us still below the poverty line. So there is a huge necessity to increase consumption to respond to a better way of life. And so, you need to have millions above the social floor, so to say. So we are trying to balance that, and the core environmental issue of transitioning from this very resource and carbon intensive production model to much greener circular model is one on the one hand, but the critical social environmental justice issue here is that not only we would like that nobody gets left behind in the access to the services, basic needs and goods, but they are able to access the environment, the economic opportunities of a greener, a greener economy, which the transition promises us to offer. So it's not just about the balance, but it's also about how do we get people who have never been on the economic table now on the economic table in that process. And so this is a space where we are looking at small enterprises, which are a new business model altogether, local enterprises that have cutting-edge science support, technology support to be green, but are able to retain the economic benefits within the local communities, provide jobs locally, and therefore, raise the quality of life generally. So, we heard the previous speakers talk about what would be this new economy. And I think the new economy will need to see new models of business, which are definitely more localized, much more decentralized in the way they are. So really, it is about the justice of having them not there on the table yet on the table, and having them a stake in the transition.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Zeenat. It's good to hear a bit about your approach and the strategy that you have there in India to tackle that issue. And Didi, what approach have you taken in Lagos, Nigeria, to work with the whole issue around plastics and the water pollution?
Very critical. Well, what this speaks to is the fact that actually in addressing the question of environmental challenges, we cannot but and absolutely must look at social economic benefits of circularity. That's the reason why circular economy is just such an attractive concept for us, because it really creates an opportunity for job creation, enhancing household incomes. And one of the approaches we've taken is to tech enable what we're doing. So if you think about it from the African context, we've had 3 leapfrogs. We've had one where we moved from landlines. Take the case of Nigeria, 400,000 landlines within a space of 10 years became over 100 million mobile phones. We totally leapfrogged that infrastructure. Second case also in terms of banking, we had such a large case of non-inclusion. We leapfrogged that with fintech to have digital inclusion. Now we have an opportunity to really take blockchain and smart contracts and begin to incentivize certain aspects. So I'll take an example. One big problem we had was digital inclusion, financial inclusion, and ensuring that people have access. A lot of the retail products that reach the bottom of the pyramid, or the white spaces, if you want to call them, end up littering those spaces with waste. One big solution was, how do we ensure that we have a reverse logistics where we're collecting back and incentivizing or tokenizing the collection of that waste? So you're creating a whole host, millions of new jobs where you're saving people's lives by essentially turning around what would have become waste into wealth. But 3 key objectives, really. One of the things is we launched something called Circular Lagos. Lagos is the megacity for Nigeria, 15 million population, Africa's largest city. Nigeria is the most populous city and also the engine or powerhouse of Nigeria. And what we decided to do was to start with Lagos and create the Circular Lagos Initiative, which brings policymakers around the table to create one common standard for how we address waste and circularity. Circular Business Platform brings the businesses around the table. And lastly, we've got the Loop Lab, where we're trying to attract early stage organizations to come up with innovative ideas that actually get funded, that actually gain access to capital. Because if we're not investing in circular business models, we're really just joking around. We have to invest. We have to address issues that are environmental challenges, but we have to see those as opportunities. And those opportunities must create jobs. They must improve socio-economic circumstances, especially of those who are marginalized. In our case, it's largely women and youth. But we can't do that without business, public sector, and civil society coming together. So that's really what we've done in our instance.
Wonderful. We're hearing lots of great ideas and solutions here on private sector, technology, getting decision makers around the table. Barb, how does that compare with what you've been doing in Guelph?
Unmute. It compares very well, because I think really all 3 of us are thinking about this in a holistic way, albeit and I think what my colleagues are also doing is thinking about it in a very place-based way and thinking about it from a system change perspective. And because of that being our approach, over the past 2 years, we've started well over 50 projects that are underway, intervening, testing interventions in various parts of the food system. And we have 3 broad interconnected goals, because you can't do this in isolation. So first, it's to increase access to healthy, nutritious food, to create that very important circular businesses and collaborations, and to reduce, but also to find value from waste. So we have urban agriculture projects that bring newcomer women and children together to grow and share food from their home cultures. It really helps reduce isolation and create community. Our partners are developing social enterprise models that start to address some of the food insecurity issues, like a pay what you choose grocery delivery service, where those who can pay full price subsidize the cost for those who can't. And we brought together organizations in a collaborative design process and a participatory budgeting process to design more innovative interventions to address food insecurity. But as Nadidi said, and it really is about businesses and social enterprise and how you support them. In our case, give them the tools and support to not only reduce food loss and waste, but to upcycle those waste streams into new products. So we launched a resource exchange marketplace where businesses can list their commercial waste flows, and others can use those flows to create new products or services. We've launched an accelerator program to create more circular businesses that is supported by social impact funding. And we're about to launch a new program of work looking at whether we can aggregate demand and build voluntary carbon credit markets that support regenerative agriculture and food waste prevention. So our work is intended to test and learn and demonstrate the art of the possible, and hopefully create a model that can be shared as we are today with other communities.
It's wonderful to hear about all the social economic benefits from all of your approaches. So I'm going to jump right to the last question here for all of you. Over the next 2 days, we're going to be asking the same question over and over again about what are the game changers? How do we change the game? So I'm going to put the question to all three of you. Where should we focus our efforts in the next 5 years? Give me one quick key point there. Zinat, we'll start with you.
Okay, I think I'm going to go back to Gandhi. And I'm going to say that in the next 5 years, we must focus on localization. We must focus on decentralization of production and consumption systems. We have to ensure that there is ownership and stake of the local communities in these new businesses. And we have to match the needs of the masses, not through mass production, but for production by the masses. And that's what Gandhi said, that it's not mass production, it's production by the masses. And it's a very different perspective. But more importantly, or I'd say as importantly, is that we have to focus on the investment, like Bob and he said earlier. We have to focus on getting the investment both in terms of science and technology, but also in terms of finance and financing down to the local green enterprise, because and we have to stop talking scale. I think this is something that we really, really have to get out of our mind. We are not talking big scale. We are talking millions of micro movements making a change. And I think that's where we have to focus in the next 5 years.
Very good. And Barb, what do you have to say about that?
Well, I think we're all waking up to the fact that the current economic system, we've let it shape our culture, our way of life, and our relationships and our values instead of the other way around. So I do see the discourse changing around the world, and people are really looking for better pathways to the future. But more and more, I see this as a fundamentally massive cultural change process. And of course, there's a lot of work we have to do to figure out the technical pathways to move from a linear to a circular economy. But in the end, I agree, this has to be co-created in a very place-based social and cultural context with people. And we need the creativity of new voices, ones we haven't heard before, who are super passionate about a better future for their children and for the community. So I really think it's about localized projects. I think we need to build the demand side of the equation on which a circular economy can be built.
Wonderful. And let's go last for this comment to Ndidi. What's happening in Lagos what are the lessons you have learned there, and what advice can you give around what we need to be doing over the next 5 years?
Well, I think just a cue to Barb here, given the pre-summit on food systems and one of the statements that was made there, I think my biggest advice is listen to Mama Africa. So if we're talking about having voices around the table, one of the things that should definitely happen is we should move from a G20 to a G21. That's a significant population that's not currently at the table. And when I gave the statistics at the beginning, I talked about, a significant amount of solid waste, specifically 2 billion metric tons. And I talked about 25 million that was on the African continent or Nigeria. So we're contributing 1.6%. But we found, and here again, I just keep saying, inspiration was, I went to the 2019 World Circular Economy Forum in Helsinki, and that was where my drive for making a change started. That's the reason why we have Circular Lagos. That's the reason why I'm working on the Circular Business Platform. That's the reason why we have the Loop Lab. So if you have the African continent at the table as well, and that speaks for all of those whose voices are not heard within societies, across societies, intergenerationally, intersectorally. I think it's really, really time that we moved beyond thought and talk to action, to being inclusive, simply because the benefits therefrom are so much higher. And actually, the last point, what I've learned, and we've learned that during COVID, is that change happens so much faster than we think it can. And I think a few days ago, we celebrated blue skies. And if we think back, one of the things we marveled about during COVID were the skies were bluer because we all stayed at home. We gave less emissions. And so one of the things that really can change quickly is if we have collaborative, concerted action that involves all stakeholders, not just the few that have voices, but really all of them.
Wonderful, thank you. And I wanted to say thank you to Barb, Zinat, and Ndidi for joining us as panelists for this session on game changers. Let's circle back to see what you said. We've got a lot here about collaboration, about hearing the voices of everyone in society to really rebuild and deal with environmental issues to ensure we have social and environmental outcomes. Now I will hand things over to Esther Goodwin-Brown to kickstart the next conversation on transitions within companies and sectors. Esther leads the growth and strategic direction of the Circular Jobs Initiative at Circular Economy. Over to you, Esther.
Thank you so much, Michael, and good evening, everyone from the Netherlands. Well, Stefan and Jocelyn, we've got a tough act to follow, but we're going to dive straight in. Thank you so much in advance for being here and for your contributions, and of course to everyone at home. So we've been asked by the session's organisers to look at what an inclusive and equitable circular economy transition could look like within companies and with the sectors. And so I'm sure you'll both agree with me that this starts with putting people at the centre of how we think about the opportunities that the circular economy presents, as well as how to really make it a reality with communities and within businesses. So before we get started, I'd like to ask the audience to weigh in. So for our second word cloud question, you'll see on the screen. And this question is, what's one bold step that companies can take to accelerate the transition to a circular economy? So for everyone at home, please use 1 or 2 word answers, and Stefan and Jocelyn will get straight into things. So Stefan, welcome. Great to see you. You're the Managing Director of Environment and Energy Directorate at UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. So I'd love you to tell us from your perspective how the conceptualization of corporate circularity has changed over the years from when UNIDO first started working on the topic of resource efficiency and cleaner production in the 90s.
Oh, thank you, Esther, and thank you for having me. If we went on a tour on memory lane, we would see UNIDO and actually our colleagues in UNEP programs since 1980s, which were driving towards cleaner production, the continuous application of an integrated preventive environmental strategy. And that was towards the processes, products, and services of industry. All this to increase overall efficiency and reduce risks to human and the environment. After Rio 1992 and the Agenda 21, this concept facilitated businesses' response to sustainable development. And UNIDO, together with our colleagues at UNEP, assisted countries to set up national cleaner production centers to provide cost-saving, environmentally friendly cleaner production services to the small and medium enterprises in particular. These centers are now 66 strong in 51 countries. With our move to green industrial development and a green economy advocacy, we added resource efficiency in 2007. Today's corporate circularity was built on this base. It is a business strategy that emphasizes profitability that comes hand in hand with socially and environmentally responsible behavior and is working along value chains. We are pleased to observe that current corporate circularity initiatives are increasingly going beyond their sustainability departments and actually beyond their own businesses. They work within their supply chains. They work on circular practices upstream, on materials, and downstream on distribution, on use, and they take steps to understand and optimize what happens to resources in the full product lifecycle. Businesses' risk assessment are gradually incorporating climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution of air, water, and soil, all issues which are positively addressed by circular economy. In this context, investing in genuine sustainability is critical for businesses and enterprises if we are to achieve a just transition to circular economy and to live in harmony with nature. It's clear that businesses cannot travel the circularity route alone. Consumers, in fact, the whole society has to commit to sustainable consumption patterns and create the demand in circular product markets. Government's role is to incentivize businesses and their populations for circularity, whether it's with carrots or with sticks. Now, maybe I can continue and talking to Esther. You are a global expert in just circular economy transitions, working at Circular Economy. Drawing on your research, Esther, how can we couple high-quality jobs with equitable access to them and prioritize education, training, and meaningful employee engagement?
Thanks, Stefan. Well, it's our view at Circular Economy that it's all about people and it's all about their skills. And so what we really need to be doing within companies, but also on the industrial level, is putting in place long-term plans and long-term skills pathways that help us to develop our people, can provide job security as companies and industries adapt, but also acknowledge that people within a company, within a community or an industry are really going to be the driving forces of implementing any circular strategy. So we see that companies and industries as a whole need to have foresight about the direction of travel that we all need to be moving in. So if we say we're going to change our production processes, or we're going to start sourcing secondary materials through new suppliers by year X, we need to work back and look at what parts of the company and industry need to adapt and when to make this happen. Then think about what kind of skills we'll need in the team within our industries by year X in the short and the long term. And then also look at the current workforce. So understand really what is the current know-how, the drive, the expertise that we already have sitting within our companies and our communities that we can already use to galvanize the change that we need to make and really work from the foundation of skills that the workforce already has. And so, it's a very simple, but I think very overlooked solution is to consult with the people closest to the business. So working with the people currently working in the workforce to understand, what needs to change, what solutions could we go after, and, what are the corresponding skills that they'll need, what do they need to develop. And there's a great example from a documentary based on a aerospace factory from the UK in the 70s, where they turned to their workforce to say, okay, we need to transition our business. We want to develop socially useful products. How do we do this? What do we need to do? What are your ideas? And they came up with these incredible solutions. And this is, this is not a novel example, and it's not a new idea, but I definitely think we need to be doing more of this in the industry, but also the company level. And as you said, Stefan, really encouraging companies and businesses to look outside their direct workforce, to work with their suppliers, their distributors, and their communities to think about what are the changes coming down the line and how we can embrace those changes to maximize these social impacts that the keynote speaker introduced to us. So it's really about developing and creating security for the workforce, having more dialogue between companies within alliances, and developing these long-term skills pathways that we can use to chart the direction of travel and bring everyone along with us. Okay, and so we're just briefly going to go and jump back in to see the results of the word cloud and the results that what the audience put forward for us. And it's great to see such a range of ideas for what the companies be doing and how we can take action and think about what the similarities and differences are between what we think that communities can be doing and companies, but then also thinking, as many of the speakers have hinted, to the role of governments as well. So over to you, Jocelyn. You describe yourself as a serial entrepreneur, and you work closely with female entrepreneurs across Africa through your role as executive team member at the African Circular Economy Network, but also your role as a consultant yourself. I'd love to hear from you what advice you have for entrepreneurs across the world about how to use circularity to achieve social, environmental, and economic goals.
Thank you very much, Esther, for giving me the floor. And I'll start by saying that there is a big misconception about what circular economy is, as many people just link circular economy to recycling and to waste management. So I would just first of all like to remind them that circular economy goes far beyond waste management and just simple recycling. So it cuts across societal, environmental, and economic challenges, and it also cuts across all SDGs from SDG 1 to SDG 17. So, and it also helps to improve the 3P, the people, profit, planet, across various business sector, like the construction sector, the agribusiness sector, packaging sector, and the waste management sector, and even the services and textile sectors. So every entrepreneur, no matter the sector in which you operate, whether product or services, you can always embed circular economy in your. So it is not very difficult to do, because there are a lot of people offering consultancy services out there. If you can't do it yourself, you can get to them. And there are also a lot of open source material online that can help entrepreneurs to embed circular economy into your processes. And so it's all about having sustainable business model, and circular economy is part and parcel of sustainable business model. So you have to transition to move from a classic business model to a sustainable business model that embeds circular economy through business model innovation. And business model innovation is an exercise that will help you see at what segment of your business you can embed circular economy practices. So there are also some practices and processes that can commonly be used across all sectors, like I said. For instance, how you can maximize material and energy efficiency. So no matter what you do, you need energy, you need material at a point in time. So how can you maximize this? How you can substitute with renewable and natural processes. So, and also how you can deliver functionality rather than ownership. So these three main elements, every entrepreneur across the world, across all sectors, can think about how they can embed it in their business model. And there is a lot of a great development that can be done on this. So they can also check like the 6R, reduce, recycle, reuse, remanufacture, refurbish, and everything that is at the center of transitioning from a classic business model to a sustainable business model, and it actually embeds circular economy. And circular economy, when you embed it in your process, it definitely will help you to have a sustainable business model and will make your business more attractive to sustainability inclined investors, and also will increase your portfolio of clients, because today we have more and more people who are conscious about the planet, and they want to be related. They want to be part of the story of businesses that embed sustainability. Thank you. So we are really running out of time, but I would just like to throw a quick one to all of us. What is the role that our government have to play in order for us to succeed a corporate just transition? So what do you all think? Esther and Stephen.
Stefan, I'll let you take the floor.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Jocelyn. Maybe some examples very quickly, because we are, as you said, almost running out of time. I think there are a number of possibilities to facilitate that businesses and consumers actually are taking up circular economy ideas and principles. One example is here where I'm living in the city of Vienna. For a number of products, the city offers to pay partially for their repair, simply to facilitate that the products have a longer lifetime. They are not thrown away. They are used for an extended period of time, and everyone is happy afterwards. The consumers, of course, also the environment, and also the repair shops, actually, who are working on this. So very simple first world example. Other examples are, for example, the work that we are seeing a lot on e-waste, and UNIDO is very engaged in this topic. Whether it's in South America, whether it's in Africa. If I stay in Africa, Rwanda, for example, issued a national e-waste management policy, and the Rwanda Green Fund invested nearly $1.5 million to establish a state-of-the-art e-waste collection center and dismantling facility. And this processes 15,000 tons of e-waste per year and employs 300 people. Everyone wins because the e-waste generates income, pays for the processes. Before, it was just a liability. The waste becomes an asset. Not that I want to, as said before, focus predominantly on waste. I think it's a more, how should I say, mundane part of the circular economy, but it is a very easy first step. The value is lying there. We in UNIDO try to help governments, for example, through our global consultations on circular economy that we had in May, where our member states want to develop a common framework that's suitable for all to increase coherence, collaboration, and partnership in circular economy actions. And together with the European Union and UNEP, we launched the Global Alliance on Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency to advocate for a just transition to circular economy. Currently, 15 countries in the European Union are members of this initiative. The first high-level meeting of this initiative, GACERE, will take place as a World Circular Economy Forum side event tomorrow from 6 to 8 Eastern Daylight Time, and everyone is invited. So I think I would like to give the floor to you, Esther.
Thank you very much. Well, that's a lovely way to end with an invitation to everyone to join that event tomorrow. And wishing you the best of luck with it. Thank you so much to you both for joining. And as ever, we've run out of time to talk about everything that we'd love to really hear about, but it's great to dive into what we think that corporates and businesses can be doing, as well as entrepreneurs, and then the role of governments in incentivizing and driving some of that change. And I'll hand back to the organizers, and thank you again to our audience for taking part.
Wow. Notre séance.
Wow, another great session. Catherine, if people want to know a little bit more about what we've just heard about transitions, thriving, inclusive and equitable circular transitions, what should they do?
It's mind-boggling when you start thinking about the simplicity of it all. If we start listening to each other more, including various ways of doing things, starting small, you know, give people a little tax break if they get their shoes repaired, or they go and fix a bike instead of getting a new one. Those sorts of ideas and those sorts of conversations really will drive the day if we're serious about making the circular economy more just and inclusive.
Absolument, absolument. Je suis tout à fait d'accord.
Oui.
I'm completely in agreement.
Of course, it's going to be continuing on Wednesday. Our amazing partners are holding several exciting accelerator sessions on this subject, so we really would love you to be able to tune in during your time on Wednesday as well.
Restez à l'affût et à...
Okay, stay online. Welcome.
module is where you can visit the different Expo partner booths, Canada booth, Citra booth, and showcases. Here, you can click on the Expo partner booth and schedule your one-on-one appointments. Under the Networking Hub, you can fill in your e-card here if you would like to network and interact with other participants. The e-card lets other attendees see that you are available to share ideas, develop new partnerships, or simply start group chats on topics of interest. If you choose not to display your first and last name and the contact information, you will participate as blank in the forum. Please note, other attendees will not be able to search for you in the chat or networking features if you choose not to complete your e-card. Under the network feature, you can search for other attendees and send them messages. You can also send private messages through the chat feature by simply clicking New.
Welcome back to Le Monde. We have just heard in Circular 360 how a circular economy affects all of society and will have major impacts on well-being. Welcome to Circularity at Home. I'm now happy to introduce the host of today's session, Alice Irene Whitaker, a circular lifestyles expert who is writing a book explaining her own imperfect path towards a circular life. Bonjour, Alice Irene.
Bonjour. Good afternoon, Alice Irene. Hi, Chuck. Here's your hot chocolate. Thank you very much. Cheers. Let's sit down. Thank you.
Alice Irene, tell me, what does it mean to you to have and to live a circular lifestyle?
Thanks, Chuck. So for me, at its heart, it's actually about how we as humans can live in concert with nature's cycles. That's it. And because we live in this extractive, exploitative system right now, that's going to take a lot of repair, right? We need to repair our relationships with each other, with ourselves, our relationship with the natural world, with our ecosystems, our communities. And the way we do that is with our own hands, in our own homes, by taking different actions every day that work with our talents, our perspectives, our resources. And we're going to talk about a few of those today. Some of them we're very familiar with, right? Like repairing things and mending them so they last longer, reducing how much we use in the first place, or even just refusing what we don't agree with, what we don't need, what we don't want, even though we're told that we do. But there are also parts of it that we don't talk about as much, like reimagining the way we live in society together, or reimagining our relationship to stuff, and value. What does that mean to us? Is this how we want to live? And the beautiful thing about it that we were talking about earlier is we don't have to be perfect, right? I can't do this alone. You can't do it alone. We don't need to have the weight of the world on our shoulders and all of this guilt when we don't do it properly. Instead, our power is in doing it collectively. And luckily, we have all of these beautiful examples to learn from. Nature's cycles, for one. I get a lot of my inspiration from the beauty and wisdom of the way that nature works, and that's a lifelong journey reconnecting with that. Or, like we heard so beautifully earlier today, Indigenous cultures around the world have a lot of knowledge and wisdom that we can learn from as well.
Excellent point, Alice Irene. And, as people in what is currently Canada, it is imperative that we take our cues and understandings of circularity from the people who have lived on this land since time immemorial and have curated ways of being that are inherently circular. I encourage all of our audience, all of you listening to us today, to, regardless of country, to think of the cultures and peoples embedded in the history of the land upon which you find yourselves and what you can learn from them. In recognizing the inherent linearity in our lives, because most of us live in linear and unsustainable economies, we recognize that the systems you are in play a huge role in the choices for circular action and lifestyles made available to you. As we were talking earlier, Alice, Irene, one of the things that you mentioned is this feeling of guilt if we're not perfect, this feeling of guilt if we're not these incredible, living these perfectly circular lifestyles, regardless of the systems we're in. And so this session, seeks not to minimize the role of societal change in curating and creating circularity, but to offer up some inspiration and ideas as to individual actions that we can take to create circularity in our own lives. Mm-hmm. Just to really emphasize this disclaimer, we are cognizant of the various physical, social, cultural, and structural barriers that exist that may limit one's ability to act at an individual level, but this session really seeks to inspire, not impose. And so with that in mind, please take it away, Alice Irene.
Thanks, Chuck. It's so good to be here with you. Thank you for that. So throughout this session today, we'll be asking you to complete 3 polls related to 3 major areas of impact that we can all have in our homes: consumption, food, and waste. The results of each poll will be fed into Citra's Smart Actions calculator to determine the cumulative impact of everyone online with us today. And I get chills when I think of that, all of that rippling out all around the world. The next segment will explore different ways that we can improve our choices by understanding our motivations and taking smart actions for a better, more circular world. So, joining me from their homes today are Lindsay Boyle, Emma Soreninen, and Leonard Ayamyaramye. Welcome to you all today. Emma, how are you? Thank you for joining us from Helsinki, Finland, where you're the climate delegate for the Finnish National Youth Association, and you're working as a trainee at Citra. I heard you've also embraced urban farming. Can you give us a quick introduction to the motivational profiles work that Citra has done and apply it to yourself? I'd love to hear what motivates you.
Great, thanks for the question, and I'm so happy to be here. So the Citra's motivation profiles, they showcase how different lifestyles based on very different motivations and values can lead us citizens to live lives compatible with the 1.5 degree target. And Citra has actually just released an update on the 7 motivation profiles. So if you're interested, please check the chat for more information. Out of the 7 profiles, I personally identify most as an uncompromising eco-warrior. Things that motivate me include the concern for the environment, local nature, fairness and equality, and being an example to others. So, for example, I learned a few years ago that conventional agriculture is significantly compromising food security and nutritional value of our food through the depletion of topsoil. Actually, FAO estimated that we might have only 60 harvests left if we continue a business as usual. And this is extremely worrying, which is why I got motivated to do something about it and decided that I want my food to be part of the solution instead of part of the problem. So the first thing I did was to join an organic food cooperative from where I pick up locally grown and sustainably produced food once a week. Getting locally grown food is really great, but even better for me as a hands-on person, it has been renting a community garden plot where I have been growing part of my own vegetables for 3 years now. And I absolutely love digging my hands in the soil. To ramp up the circularity of my gardening, I also learned to compost last year. I had no idea composting in an apartment building in the middle of a city is even possible, but with a bokashi composter, I'm actually able to produce all the soil I need for my garden.
Thank you, Emma. That's wonderful. I also love digging my hands in the soil, so I really connect with you on that, and I think that's pretty universal in a way that we can connect with the land and with each other. Leonard, over to you next. So thank you for joining us from Muhanga, Southern Province in Rwanda, which I understand is one of Africa's fastest growing economies. You're actively working in your community to inspire others to adopt circular lifestyles and as a Youth for Nature global ambassador. Like Emma, I hear that you identify as the eco-warrior. So I'd love to hear from you. What was the last circular choice that you made and why?
Thank you so much, and I'm excited to be here. My last circular lifestyle that I made is that I choose to go green because this is very important. And going green, I use like 4 words, which are reuse, reduce, recycle, and repair. Those are words that everybody could be choosing to use, but specifically for me and from Rwanda, which is green country. So I use those words by designing out waste and pollution. So what I did, I created a platform or a campaign where we train local people and sharing knowledge how to reduce waste, use them for well-being and recycling them. So especially we use plastic materials and metallic waste those containers that were used and that are ready to go to dump site, but we do not encourage them to dump them, but we use them for growing and creating gardens where they can cultivate vegetables and flowers, so that they may have link those things and get their vegetables, especially for those people who do not own land or those who are not able to fund the land, but they can grow their vegetables, which are fresh, without buying them. So, as you know, circular economy, for me, it is equal to health environment and health food. So without food, we can all die. So, but circular lifestyle, it is a good approach to minimize waste. And you know that waste is an indicator of failure in circular economy efficiency. So people no longer see waste here in Rwanda, but they see waste as raw material to change their life. And this is really motivated because circular economy means a lot and is also wise use of natural resources. And it's also facilitate regeneration, reduce also greenhouse gases, and promote green growth. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Leonard. And there's lots in there, and I see connections again to that redefining our idea of waste and what is that, and community and the power there. So thank you for that. And over to you, Lindsay. You're a fellow Canadian mom. You have 2 children. You live on Vancouver Island, and where you work as a senior associate at One Earth. I'm a big admirer of your work and looking forward to talking about it. So similarly to Emma, you've recently conducted research on people's motivations. Why are people out there living in a circular way, but in your province of British Columbia, Canada? So I'd love to hear from you, what was the last circular choice that you made and what motivated you personally?
Thank you, Alice Irene. I'm so excited to be having this conversation today. The last circular choice I made had to be choosing secondhand clothes for my kids going back to school last week. My boys are 9 and 13, and we went to a fantastic secondhand shop, a retail shop called Blue Toque, for their new ice hockey equipment, which is very Canadian, but they play ice hockey. And then for everything else that they needed for school, we shopped on an app called Poshmark. And so, doing that action, but I also really love talking to other parents about Poshmark as an option. I don't really push it, but I just talk about the positive experience we've had buying secondhand clothes through that app. And then, at home, I really talk to my kids about the circular economy and why secondhand clothes are a solution to a lot of the waste and fossil fuels and emissions in the fashion industry. So they understand and they really get how their choice to buy secondhand clothes is part of the solution to a lot of the big issues that they're fearful about.
Thanks, Lindsay. And I actually got my dress on that app, and I'm a huge fan. So this is when our conversation will just be all about circular fashion for the rest of the time, I guess. But I've seen with my kids as well that it is an idea that really resonates and makes sense, and it's easy for people to grasp at any age. So I'd love to hear again from you, Leonard. You're actively promoting circular lifestyles in your community, and I'd love to hear why that's important to you and what the role of community has in your work.
Thank you so much. I've been looking for three main challenges that the planet is facing, which are biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution. So by bringing concept of circular economy, it should be the solution to those challenges, because circular economy, this concept should be spread everywhere and make sure that it is for every individual. That's why I focus on local people. So we make sure that it is not for one individual. So we need involvement of everybody. Rich, poor, and small and big companies should be involved in these activities, because ecosystem, has no border. If I do something which is going to harm environment here in Rwanda, it will also affect everywhere and everyone in the planet. So we practice this by preventing us to promote linear economy, but circular economy. So the impact will be to everyone on the globe. So it is important to promote the idea and make sure no one left behind. That's why I also always call upon schools, organization, government, so that we may promote this lifestyle at home level especially. And shifting to circular economy extend beyond the economy and into natural environment. By designing out waste and pollution, allows keeping product and material in use instead of disposing them. So, and regenerating rather than degrading natural ecosystem, and also improve well-being and food security. Thank you.
That's really interesting, and I love this call for everyone to do what they can, doesn't matter who they are, and that's going to look very different based on who someone is and what they have available to them. So I love that that thread there as well, and what you talked about designing, right? We're designing out waste, designing out pollution, and seeing that our roles in our homes are not just contained to our homes, but also our role in public life and what we can affect there. Emma, you're also a youth advocate for the environment. I'd love to hear from you. What is the main challenge that you're facing in your city in relation to your goal to live sustainability? So sustainably rather. So what is it that's holding you back that you have to grapple with on this journey, and how are you typically overcoming it?
An interesting question. Just maybe to build a bit back on what Leonard said, I love this idea that everyone, or all of us, we're connected, and all of us, we need to find our own place to be and act, but also building on the idea, I think we need to learn from each other. And well, I would say definitely the biggest problem still in Finland and many of the richer nations is that we have been brought up in this lifestyle where overconsumption is the norm. So somehow breaking that down and finding a new way of being and a new definition for happiness that does not involve overconsumption, but where happiness comes maybe more from relationships or something not consuming. So I think that is the huge problem. And well, what I have been really inspired to do in the past months is to learn from other communities and from the ideas of other thinkers. For example, I have really enjoyed during this event that we have included Indigenous voices in the discussion. I think we should really have a deeper look at the holistic views that Indigenous cultures, how they see the world and how they look at nature, and we could really learn something for them. So keeping my eyes open.
That's really riveting to hear about that, and you said that so eloquently. And I think that work of redefining our relationships to each other and to what happiness is, with the predominant cultural stories that we've had, for many of us, it's going to be a lot of hard work, a lifetime of work to undo those. And I think that's what's exciting about these conversations is what we're building and starting, looking at old and new and forging our own new stories in this. So beautifully put. I have one more question here for you, Lindsay. When you're talking about, you mentioned something about how you suggest secondhand clothing, for example, to parents, but you don't necessarily prescribe it or tell them they should do it necessarily. I'd love to hear how you motivate people to embrace circular living without sounding preachy or without adding an element of guilt to it.
I really think that is the question. And I personally really grapple with that question. So I draw on my research with One Earth, where we adapted Citra's profiles for British Columbia, Canada, in the last year. And we found 7 diverse motivations for why people make choices for how to live and what to buy. And I think just seeing that there's 7, helped me have empathy for people who are motivated differently than I am. And also the big finding is that really there are many people making circular choices at home or in their daily lives, but they're not necessarily doing it because they're consciously motivated by climate change like I am. So I'll go back to my kids. I really hope that my kids grow up to be like Emma and Leonard and, really be questioning consumption and the value of different cultures and indigenous wisdom, but my oldest is 13 and he's in that stage of life where, he's, he cares about style and he really cares about what his friends think. And, and he has certain brands that he really, wants to buy with his own money. So, while I prefer to shop at a second-hand store because it also helps local businesses, he was resisting that. And so that was truly a real battle. And so instead of forcing that he, go to thrift stores or secondhand stores, I really realized that, he's motivated by this experience of shopping online. And he's very social. He wants to kind of check out what his friends think of clothing that he might buy. So, really watching him use Poshmark, I'm seeing that he's discovering features in that app that actually make it even better for him to shop secondhand than to buy new. So there's a feature where he can counter offer on the price. So if he thinks a pair of Adidas shoes, should be $65 instead of $80, and he gets his offer approved, he can save $15. And so, and he can also send the link to his friend to say, what do you think of these shoes? Should I get them? Should I not? So he is finding ways that actually buying secondhand is better than buying in a linear, buying new, but it's not because his mom told him to. It's because there's benefits provided through the features and, the platform that Poshmark provides.
That's great. And, no one does things because they're told to do them. And, when you're talking about how he's going to pick up on this, I think over time he'll probably take things from what he's seen and how you're living. And I think that applies to all of us when we embrace circularity in our own homes or in our own behaviors. Other people see them and they become more accepted, or we can set an example for others as well if it's something we're passionate about. So I want to say a heartfelt thank you to Lindsay, Emma, and Leonard. It's so great to have you here today. It's very inspiring thinking of all of us in our pockets of the globe doing what we can and how that kind of stitches together. So it's great to be talking with you today. I appreciate it. So I wanted to talk to everyone out there. Did you know that a significant portion of your greenhouse gas emissions are dependent on the type of food you eat? So reducing food waste, eating leftovers, and eating more locally produced food are things that all of us can incorporate into our daily lives. On your screen, you'll see a second poll related to food. Hi, Chuck.
Oh, hi, Irene.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
So what did you take from that discussion?
That was a really interesting discussion, and I like that it was an international discussion where we have three people from three different countries that are quite different in the way they function, in the values they hold, in the cultures they espouse, in the way their society is structured, and to sort of see the actions that individuals who are very nature conscious are taking as a means to sort of be circular and as a means to sort of reduce the idea of waste and really create and support that whole idea of a circular economy. Something that our NVT from Finland, something that she said struck me, right, was like, we really need to start trying to define happiness via the connections we make instead of the things we have. And I thought that was very, very powerful because that's something that I think resonates with quite a lot of us where, you know, we want the latest gadget, we want the latest thing, we want to, you know, dress a certain way. And so, you know, really sort of defining our joy and our happiness via the connections we make, the people we chat with, that adds this richness that, that I think often is missing from discussions such as these, right? Because discussions such as these are so focused on numbers that we often forget the human element. So really, once again, tying into that idea of listening to people, listening to people's wants and needs and desires. Yeah, Alice Irene.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it is those human connections and stories that are going to motivate most of us in our own homes versus the numbers which reach certain people. But if we're trying to truly have people embrace this and create momentum, it is really those real life examples that bring it to life.
Absolutely, absolutely. A
third poll has been activated with potential sharing and recycling actions. So I encourage everyone to please vote and we can take a look at what everyone is embracing out there.
Parfait. And while everyone is voting, let me introduce the next segment of our little circularity at home moment. So in this next part, we're turning from what individuals can do in their own homes. We had 3 individuals in their own homes in 3 different parts of the world sharing what they can do. So we're turning from that and we're looking to what we can accomplish together as a community. I think that's been a recurring theme that we've heard all throughout today, is the idea of listening to community, the idea of supporting community, the idea of really centering community, centering values. And so we're going to do that right now. We're going to talk with organizations and companies that really sort of center community at the heart of the operations and support community in enabling people to have the option to make some circular decisions in their lifestyles. So Alice Irene, I'm going to leave it to you, and I'm excited to listen.
Great, thanks Chuck. So I am very happy to introduce to you Ryan Fukunaga, the Executive Director of Free Geek Toronto, a technology reuse social enterprise which refurbishes and sells used electronics and shares knowledge too about how to refurbish electronics. Welcome, Ryan.
Hi, thank you.
It's so great to be here with you.
Yeah.
So I'd love to ask, could you please talk a little bit about how you're making it easier for people to embrace a circular lifestyle with what you're doing?
Yeah, I think there's lots of organizations all across the world that really are doing similar things to us, that are really focused on trying to reuse technology for social good, you know, to get people to have the ability to have access to technology when they might not always have it in their communities. And so what we're doing is we're trying to offer that opportunity for people to either donate the things they don't need anymore, because, you know, what might not be good for the graphic designer is perfectly good for the student to use at home, right? And then also for the people who may be on the other end of it, who may not have access, to find high quality, low cost technology. And then for the people in between who really want to, you know, actually get involved in it, offer opportunities to be able to do that as well.
Great, really interesting, and I want to pick up on a couple of things in a minute. So thanks for kicking it off. But next I'd like to introduce Tessa Clark, the CEO and co-founder of Olio, a mobile app with almost 4 million users that connects neighbors with each other and local businesses to increase food sharing and reduce food waste. Olio really has redefined sharing among neighbors. So Tessa, it's great to see you. Thanks so much for being here with us today.
Great to be with you.
So I'd love to hear from you. How does your app help people improve circularity and their relationship with it?
So Olio is a free app that exists to tackle the enormous problem of waste that we have in our homes. And we do that by connecting people with their neighbors so they can give away, rather than throw away, their spare food and other household items. So the app is really simple to use. You just snap a photo of your spare food, or perhaps it's a camping stove you don't want, and you add it to the app. Neighbors living nearby get an alert. They can browse to the listings, request what they want, and pop round and pick it up. And what's really amazing about Olio is just how strong the demand for this surplus food and other household items is. So half of all the food added to the app is requested in less than half an hour. And half of all the non-food items are requested in less than 4 hours. And we are absolutely thrilled that we've passed some sort of major milestones recently. So our community has collectively saved 25 million portions of food and also 3 million non-food items from the bin. And the environmental impact of this is enormous. It's equivalent to taking 80 million car miles off the road, and we've also saved 4 billion litres of water. And sort of the real magic of Olio actually is sort of harnessing the power of mobile technology and connecting it with local communities. Because what we've discovered is that nobody likes wasting anything, but the reason why people throw away food, for example, is because we're no longer connected to our neighbours. We no longer have anyone to give our surplus food to. And Olio solves that problem by making sharing with your neighbours simple, safe, fast and fun. And our community now actually is almost 5 million people all over the world. So roughly 20% of our sharing is taking place kind of outside of the UK every single day.
Thanks, Tessa. There's some really staggering impact there.
Merci, Tessa. En période de crise, les connexions avec les voisins sont très importantes. Voilà, on a dit comment il n'y a pas de façon unique, il n'y a pas de voie unique vers un mode de vie circulaire. Quel est l'usager typique? L'usager typique, ce sont des gens qui ne veulent pas que des choses parfaites soient mises au rebut. Vous ne pouvez pas vous servir de quelque chose, mais ça ne veut pas dire que ça n'a aucune valeur. Il y a quelqu'un qui peut s'en servir. Dans la technologie, il y a bien des gens qui ont du plaisir, qui trouvent du plaisir à démonter les choses. Geek Toronto, le mot geek. Nous voulons employer les outils disponibles pour vraiment... Peut-être que la motivation n'est pas l'économie circulaire. Est-ce que je peux que ceci puisse continuer de fonctionner? Est-ce que cette chose peut servir à quiconque? C'est une chose que de construire une entreprise, mais c'est tellement plus stimulant quand quelqu'un d'autre peut s'en servir. Alors nous voulons être certains qu'il y ait du plaisir. C'est facile d'oublier la joie et le plaisir. La communauté est au cœur de Olio, vous l'avez dit. Quel est le rôle qu'a eu Olio pour augmenter le bien-être communautaire? Vous avez raison. Olio est un cœur qui est basé sur la collectivité. Nous faisons des liens entre les gens dans la vie réelle. Au foyer. Les gens se joignent à Olio parce qu'ils détestent le gaspillage. Ils s'en servent toujours. Ils aiment bien relier la collectivité, se sentir habilités, qui font une différence. Ils ont fait un sondage avec nos communautés. Plus de 80% se disent moins seuls depuis qu'ils sont membres d'Olio. 40% d'Olio ont dit qu'ils ont fait des amis, connu des amis par l'appli. C'est ce qui est très puissant. Et les gens bâtissent ces relations.
Which is what we have collectively.
Ensemble, nous l'avons vu pour la COVID, nous avons vu un accroissement énorme de l'usage de l'appli. Les gens recherchent, ont un désir de connecter avec leurs voisins. Alors, l'activité de partage dans l'appli d'Olio a augmenté de 5 fois. Encore une fois, c'est ce mariage parfait de techno et de communauté. C'est tellement puissant. C'est très puissant. Merci, Tessa.
What role does a community-based organization have in moving towards these circular lifestyles?
So we see it as kind of, our mission is to make the access less, so to lessen the barriers to people trying to learn about this stuff. Because especially with like trying to reuse technology, there's so many things that people don't know and they think they're worried about. But there can be things that they can do to make it better very quickly. You know, like there are little things to maintenance and stuff like that they can do. And so our goal here is that, like, while we can only train our volunteers because we're a small organization, we really do try and emphasize that, like, any steps you can take, you're already working better. If you make your computer last an extra month or two, that's one more month or two you don't have to go out and think about buying something else or and stuff like that. So it's really about kind of offering that opportunity for people to kind of communicate, talk, learn, and, you know, just kind of understand that they don't have to be fully in this idea of, like, you know, being completely green, that, like, if they take this one step of, like, just maybe choosing a refurbished computer or choosing to extend the life of their technology, that can have a meaningful impact to creating a circular economy, and also maybe might be something they consider bringing that into other aspects of their life going forward.
Lovely. It's that progress, not perfection, right?
Yeah.
Thanks so much for being here, Ryan. It's really great to chat. And thank you so much, Tessa, for joining us today. I really enjoyed this conversation and look forward to learning more as well. So now it is time to have a look at the impact that our audience's smart choices are having and how they're all adding up. So hello again, Chuck. Nice to see you again.
Hello, Alice, Irene. I'm enjoying all these conversations that you're having. They are absolutely fascinating, and I'm having similar conversations with the crew in the back as they're sort of listening to what people are saying. But to the point, I have some numbers for you. So I have the results of our polls as calculated by our friends from Citra. Altogether, we received over 1,300 responses. So look at that. And many more of you are currently online. And so get excited for some big numbers. The total impact of the smart actions and choices made by all of you is equivalent to driving more than 1 million kilometers. That is equivalent to driving 29 times around the world, or in a Canadian context, driving 288 times around Canada, which is the second largest country in the world. So it's a big deal, big deal. And so let's break our results down by category. On the screen behind us, you can see a comparison of the benefits of different repair and care actions. Some smart actions are smarter than others. Fantastic, it has appeared. Some smart actions are smarter than others. For example, you'll notice that repairing something is better than using reusable shopping bags instead of a plastic one, for example. So this is sort of a scaling of impacts. That is not to say you shouldn't use reusable shopping bags if you're able to, just simply doing a scaling of impacts, essentially. So through repairing and caring every day, we, all of us here today, have offset the equivalent of driving 144,493 kilometers, which is a very precise number. And then the most popular option in the group that people had selected was reusing shopping bags. But the greatest total impact is created by moving to a smaller home. And so that's something that's really interesting in a Canadian context, because, you know, we tend to size up, right? We are one of the least densely populated countries in the world, and so we have a habit of, you know, going for big homes, bigger houses, maybe more rooms than we need. What are some of your thoughts, Alice, Irene?
Well, I like that idea of, you know, doing less or sometimes doing nothing at all is actually an action versus doing more or bigger, right?
Sure.
So we often forget about that, but there's a lot of power sometimes in just retreating or refusing to do something at all, or moving to a smaller home, like you mentioned.
Absolutely, and so it also speaks to that idea of redefining cultural traits such that moving to a small home is seen as a sign of success rather than moving to a bigger home. And so, speaking of lifestyle choices and the idea of moving to homes, let's talk about food, because you eat food in a home. Do you see that transition? Food in a home. There we go. So our audience clearly has ambitions to reduce food impact, with eating leftovers being the most popular action. Through our communal food choices, we have reduced emissions equivalent to driving 363,728 kilometers.
It's incredible.
Impressed?
I am impressed. You know, when you start to add them up and think about what one person does this matter? Am I wasting my time? But then when you actually start to add them up, it means something, right?
No, that's absolutely true. And what I really like is the idea of eating leftovers. I don't think seems to most people like an environmental choice. You're eating leftovers because you maybe don't want to waste food. Maybe you really enjoyed that meal that you cooked and you want to eat it a second time. Or maybe simply you are saving money by simply just not throwing away food and buying something new when you could eat something that's remaining. Yet that's an incredibly environmental action because that is indeed reducing emissions and that it is indeed making a difference. And now let's finally look at the final set of actions, which is le recyclage, recycling. So many of these choices were also popular, and most of you are probably doing more than one action that you answered. I saw a couple of comments in the Slido asking to be able to select more than one thing, and completely understand. We were just sort of playing with the numbers, so we could only allow you to select one thing. But essentially, by sharing and recycling, we're reducing our cumulative greenhouse gas emissions by an amount equivalent to driving 645,114 kilometers. The most popular actions amongst our audience were recycling and buying second-hand products.
Yeah, that's something that I love to do, is buying secondhand, and then you still get that experience of getting what you need or want. So that's really interesting, and hear that people wanted more choices, so that it would actually be even greater when we think about people doing a few of these actions.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And this entire discussion has just been absolutely fascinating, right? Because when you sort of mix in the whole idea of we're all doing small things, just by eating leftovers, you're contributing to a circular economy. Recycling, that's contributing to a circular economy. Reusing, buying secondhand, these are so many absolutely sort of fascinating pieces. So, Alice Irene, I'm going to turn to you. Merci, tout d'abord, merci énormément d'avoir comme...
Thank you. For having been a spectacular moderator. You were spectacular.
And absolutely interesting to listen to. And so, moi, je te remercie au fond de mon cœur. Et comme je crois essentiellement.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I think the public shares my opinion.
Un grand merci to
a big thank you.
A single one of you, from the ones who joined us on stage to the ones who joined us at distance, were all phenomenal and engaging. And you know, it's a richness that we had you in our studios and we were able to hear from your experiences and your wisdom. And so I'm going to turn to you, Alice Irene. Summarize this for us. What are some of your key takeaways?
Well, merci. Thank you for those kind.
Thank you.
I think the two key takeaways for me is, one is that people care about this. It would be easier for the people we talked with today not to spend their hours trying to make this change, right? It would be easier to just go along with what's already happening, but people don't like what's already happening and they care. And so by extending that care in our actions in our homes and with our community, we have this real power to actually change what we're doing. And that to me is, we do it because we care, not because we know how it's going to end up or that this will solve everything. But we're putting our all into it because we're human beings and we're a part of nature and we do care about this home of ours, this mother of ours. And so it's inspiring to me to see that. And the second one is, seeing how, when you talk about individual actions or our homes, it's easy to get into this, this isn't the important part. This is the small part. But really this is, our systems, our institutions are made up by individuals who all have a home. And so how we are in that home, how we model things for others, how we go out into the world, that is really, really what makes the difference. And this is our system to redesign. It's ours, it belongs to us. So I'm excited to see how from our homes rippling outwards to our communities and our ecosystems, we can really embrace the circular economy and circular living.
Whoa, that is, ooh, give me a second. I was touched by literally everything you just said. I want to take a moment to encourage anyone who lives in countries with strong, thriving indigenous populations to learn from the people who've been living on that land since time immemorial. Learn from the cultures that have been developed and grown in tandem with the land. because there's so much that can be gained from traditional ecological knowledge. So throughout today's session, we did focus quite a bit on science, but there is so much that we can gain from traditional ecological knowledge, and that should be taken into consideration as well. During this session, we have had the opportunity to see that businesses, that local businesses and organizations are important to the transition to a circular economy. And so while we spent a little bit of time talking about the home, and I switched into a bathrobe to be more homely with the audience, create this little vibe of home, I will have to sprint and change back into a suit for businesses. But essentially, our next session focuses especially on small, medium enterprises and how they can be financially successful in embedding and supporting circularity. So for everyone listening, restez à l'affût.
So, stay tuned.
It's going to be a bumpy ride, in a good way. Ciao tout le monde.
Ciao, everybody.
module is where you can visit the different Expo partner booths, Canada booth, Citra booth, and showcases. Here, you can click on the Expo partner booth and schedule your one-on-one appointments. Under the Networking Hub, you can fill in your e-card here if you would like to network and interact with other participants. The e-card lets other attendees see that you are available to share ideas, develop new partnerships, or simply start group chats on topics of interest. If you choose not to display your first and last name and the contact information, you will participate as blank in the forum. Please note, other attendees will not be able to search for you in the chat or networking features if you choose not to complete your e-card. Under the network feature, you can search for other attendees and send them messages. You can also send private messages through the chat feature by simply clicking New.
All right, here we are. What a day we've had so far. So much to think about. My brain is getting bigger and bigger, at least fuller and fuller as we go.
Non, je suis tout à fait d'accord. En effet,
I quite agree. I've learned a lot today, and what I really appreciated is that we've discussed lived experiences for the people, the interveners, things coming from science and reality, but we've also talked about human beings, individuals who talked about inspirational work they're doing. And even before the camera came on, we had an interesting discussion about how there are many ways to launch the circular economy, even if we know that circularity should not be a punishment.
So, ça entre dans la discussion de la justice environnementale aussi. En gros.
So this comes back into the topic of fairness and equality.
Getting used to what we need as opposed to what we want, and making that adjustment as we go, and starting to think about what is the if I buy this jacket, what is the future of this jacket, and just changing the way that we engage and interact. So lots today and lots to come, and we have a packed session ahead for you. And kicking us off is the chair of the Council of Canadian Academies expert panel on the circular economy. She's also the Canada Research Chair in Business Sustainability at the Ivey Business School at Western University, none other than Tima Bansal.
Hello. I'm honored to be setting the scene as a keynote on an initiative which I care deeply, SMEs as game changers for the circular economy. Let me start by asking, so why focus on SMEs as game changers? After all, we spend most of our time and attention thinking about the big corporations, the Apples, the Coca-Colas, the Shell Oils. In this keynote, I want to be able to address the critical role of SMEs in the circular economy. And I want to start by emphasizing the importance of the SME sector. The SME sector is bigger than most people realize. They employ 50% of people in the world, and 7 out of 10 jobs in emerging markets are in SMEs. The second reason why I think SMEs are important is because they're agile. The circular economy is going to be disruptive, and large corporations are going to be some of the losers in this space. And so they will resist, either deliberately or just because of their sheer size as they move towards circularity. Look at the economy now. A lot of the extractive sector, the make waste economy, the take part is really heavily filled with the large corporations. Large corporations care about efficiency and growth, so they're unable to adapt quickly, they're inflexible, and so they can't deal with variability in quality and demand. And they seek efficiency rather than flexibility. I want to give you an example of what the SME sector can do. And this example really hits home, drives home why the SME sector is going to be game-changing. I'm going to give the example from Canada. 40% of food is wasted in Canada. That's $27 billion. But there are examples of SMEs that are changing that scenario. And I draw on an example from Guelph, Ontario, which is in southwestern Ontario. There's a brewery called Wellington Brewery, and they send their spent grain to an organization called Eureka Solutions, which is a company that breeds insects. And so the spent grain is food for insects. The insects are then fed as fish food to trout, to Izumi aquaculture. And the trout then become food for people. The fish poop from Izumi aquaculture goes to a potato farm, Smoid potato farm in Fergus, where they use it as fertilizer to grow the potatoes. The extra spent grain from Wellington actually then goes into a bread maker, Grain Revolution Escarpment Labs, to make sourdough. And all of this you can have at the Woolly Pub in Guelph, which serve fish and chips with beer and bread, and it's all local and it's all circular. That is what SMEs can do. They can be our future vision. A colleague of mine, Yuri Gualandras, has studied 50 of these business-to-business partnerships among SMEs in the agri-food sector. He has found that the one thing that makes SMEs really effective is that they're agile. And they're agile in various ways, but three in particular. One is that SMEs are better at partnering. So you can be sitting at the pub and having over fish and chips, sparking conversations, thinking about who else you could partner with, and really building those relationships. Second, SMEs are really good at product design. And so over fish and chips, you can talk about new types of bread that you might want, or how to use different types of protein for insect food. You can also talk about adjustments in the supply chain. So if there is a shortage of insects, what other proteins can be used? And I think SMEs are special in that way because they can be flexible and adjust. And this brings heterogeneity and terroir to our system. It brings local. The paradigm is shifting from major corporations through the circular economy. It's moving towards SMEs. Whereas corporations focus on efficiency, SMEs build resiliency. Where corporations focus on competition control, SMEs are building cooperation and collaboration. Where corporations are focusing on the global, SMEs bring in the local. Where corporations think about profit and growth, SMEs are thinking about lots of different objectives. As the waters become increasingly turbulent, I think that it becomes even more important that SMEs step up and take a role. The corporate steamships of the past are being disrupted by the more agile and desirable SME sailing ships. I look forward to the conversation of this panel. Thank you.
Wow. Quel bel début à notre session.
What a great start to our session on increasing the circular economy. This gives us another way to conceive things that aren't actually linked to food. It could be clothing, or it could be secondhand clothes. But what happens when you integrate circularity into the creation, into the purchase of new clothes? So thank you very much to Professor Bansal. It was very interesting, and I learned something new from a city not far from us, Guelph.
Interviews, starting with two circular small and medium enterprises. If anyone who's been watching us was questioning what is an SME, it is a small and medium enterprise. It's very often used in Canadian policies. I don't know how widespread it is, but voila. So we have a bunch of interviews with two circular small and medium enterprises. One is a startup, and the other recently celebrated his 20th birthday.
So got some staying power too. And after those interviews, we're going to hear from an impact investor focused on funding circular small and medium enterprises.
Good day to everybody. I'm Elisa Tonda, head of the Consumption and Production Unit at UNEP, the United Nations Environment Program. And today I'll be with Tom Zaki, the CEO and founder of TerraCycle and Loop. And what we will be concentrating on today is what we need to scale circular business module, particularly for small and medium enterprises, SMEs. And we will also dive a little bit deeper in one specific business model, which is the reuse model. And all of that with Tom. Welcome, Tom, to the World Circular Economy Forum.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here.
And Tom, let's start with maybe a very basic question. For those who do not know TerraCycle, can you tell us a little bit about it?
Absolutely, it'd be my pleasure. So TerraCycle has been around for 20 years, today operating in 21 countries nationally, one Thailand as a nonprofit and the rest as a mission-driven for-profit. And our goal is really to move from linear systems, the take, make, waste systems, to fundamentally circular ones. And so TerraCycle does that by helping companies recycle things that are traditionally hard to recycle, then helping companies make their products or packages out of hard to recycle waste, and most recently, helping shift from disposable production cycles, where perhaps recycling is the best thing we can do, to reuse-based consumption cycles, where we can tighten that circular economy even more, and that's our Loop platform.
And well, let me start congratulating for the 20th anniversary of TerraCycle. And maybe just moving back then to 20 years ago, where the idea of TerraCycle emerged from?
It's a good question. For me, I've always had the love of entrepreneurship ever since a very young age. And I had this, big turning point in my first year at university. I took a class on economics, and the professor asks a very appropriate opening question, which is, what's the purpose of business? And the answer she was looking for was maximizing profit to shareholders. And that felt a little uninspired, let's say. And I started really reflecting on the role of profit. I landed on it's an indicator of health. The more profitable you are, the more you will flourish, grow, and be around for a while. And obviously the opposite if you're not. But is that really the purpose? And so I was seeking to try to create a for-profit enterprise that put purpose first. And for me, the topic of waste has been a lifelong fascination, because it is an incredibly big topic. I mean, everything we possess will belong to a garbage company one day. It's sort of scary when you think about it that way. And the level of innovation relative to how big of an idea that is, it's quite low, probably because we're repulsed by the waste industry, because it is not just metaphorically, but actually smelly, dirty, nasty, all those things in real life. And so I feel like it's a great opportunity to be purposeful through the concept of business.
True, Tom. A very nice description of what waste industry is currently associated to in our imagination. And as you also already alluded to, from the beginning 20 years ago until now, TerraCycle has evolved and has transformed itself, has started new path. Can you tell us a little bit about this learning process you had?
Absolutely. And I think this is one of the exciting things about putting mission at the center. So what I mean by that is when we first started, I left university and we started as a consumer product company making products out of waste, figuring that was a great way to start that journey on eliminating the idea of waste. And for us, that began by taking organic scraps, feeding it to worms, taking the resulting worm poop, making that into a fertilizer, and then selling that at Walmart, Home Depot, and those sort of places. And we realized that by putting the product as the hero of our business, we're going to try to make the very best products, which also means you're going to pick the very best garbage, which also means you're not going to take things like dirty diapers and cigarette butts and things we do today. So we shifted our business, about 4 years in, to really focus on garbage as the hero. And then every time we've developed solutions, first, of course, recycling, hard to recycle waste streams, then the question always emerged, what can come next? And so the next evolution from there was not just collecting and recycling into something else, but how do we collect and recycle these difficult to recycle waste streams back into primary products? And that actually then led 4 years ago to asking the question, is recycling even the answer to all of this? And as a recycling company, I would say that recycling is critically important, but it's a Band-Aid to the issue. We need to come up with systems, and that's where Loop emerged, where you don't have waste at the end. And you really try to shrink as much as possible the amount of effort to rejuvenate a product, to have that go to the very next person. And of course, that leads to the white elephant in the room, that the fundamental answer to most environmental issues, especially waste, is lowering consumption altogether. And there's a great question of how do you even achieve that in the context of business? And we're still thinking that one through a little bit.
And Tom, you're leading me to a following question to you, which is in this path, in this evolution of your thinking, and in, let's say, changing and shifting towards more innovative solution, did you face challenges, and how did you go about addressing those challenges?
Absolutely. I think the biggest lesson I can share, and having done this now for a while, is as a circular economy or mission-driven business, we have to go out there like any business and convince stakeholders to adopt the thinking. We have to convince, in our world, brands and retailers especially, to adopt this frame of view, and then we have to get consumers to participate. And originally, when I approached it, I was approaching it. We go to a company and say, isn't it great that we can now technically recycle that object you make? And can you please fund us so we can go set up programs to do so? And we were only able to get so far. When we really thought about the question, not from our point of view, but from their point of view, what is the company trying to do? What are their biggest struggles right now? What are they looking to achieve? Which may be as simple as gain market share, or if you're a retailer, drive more foot traffic. The moment we reframed our programs in that light, it resonated much better with the corporate interests, and so it became easier to get them to divert funding away from traditional advertising into perhaps recycling. The same thing is a key lesson in consumers. In the sustainability movement, I think we are very much aiming to an aspirational state of mind, that consumers will be better, will sacrifice, will eat less meat, for example, or use different modes of transport, and so on and so forth. And that is challenging because consumers aspire to it, but then don't actually execute it. And so what is really important is, again, to empathize with what consumers in their deep hearts want, which is first and foremost convenience, then lots of features and benefits, and all of that packed at an affordable price. And notice I didn't even use the word sustainability there. But I think the more we can accept, and this has been the big learning for us, how the actors move, then we can actually create platforms that allow them to be much more sustainable, ideally in many cases without even realizing it.
And Tom, you're leading me then to positioning ourselves in the future and asking you where your ambition is going forward. Maybe where do you see yourself and TerraCycle and Loop in 5 years' time? And maybe what will be the key element that will help you achieve that vision?
Absolutely. So, we've seen, even during COVID, phenomenal growth, which is really driven by consumer sentiment, is really waking up. That gives me a lot of optimism that folks are really caring more and more about the environment, and that's fundamentally measurable, not even opinion-based. I think that as long as we can provide things that appeal, to the instincts I mentioned earlier, then there's a bright future in how quickly these sort of platforms can grow. And we measure ourselves at how much waste that otherwise would end up in landfills or incinerators are we able to collect and recycle, and in reuse, how much are we moving people away from disposable methods of consumption to reusable methods. And for a business, I would say that because the issue is there and people are aware of it more and more and holding that center, I think there's a bright future in that sense. But I really want to highlight that it's not the answer, right? We have to, as individual citizens, have a major reflection on our relationship with consumption. Because while the environmental challenges that face our planet today are incredibly complex and diverse, they all emanate from one center point, which is we vote for them repeatedly by buying things. And there is no good purchase. There is just less bad purchases. And so we have to really center on that point, because if not, we will just keep moving business to be more sustainable, but we won't have addressed the underlying root cause of the environmental trauma that we are living through right now.
And Tom, as we're about to wrap up our interview, I just would want to conclude with an advice from you to SMEs and entrepreneurs who are now starting their journey towards a circular business model. What would you recommend to them?
I think many folks will say that, of course, you have to think about circular and sustainable in the future. But it is also incredibly powerful. It will make your business significantly stronger, more resilient, attract better talent. Only really good things will come. And it is the future. And so I would strongly recommend folks center on that and think about how their business can usher in a more sustainable future versus just keeping the status quo.
Thank you very much. And with these advice and recommendation as a conclusion, Tom, I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tyler Hamilton. I'm Director of Clean Tech at Mars Discovery District, North America's largest urban innovation hub. We're a nonprofit organization that works with more than 1,200 early stage companies from across Canada, providing business advisory support and valuable connections to customers, capital, and partners. And basically our mission is to help companies make the world a better place by accelerating their growth and amplifying their impact. We're joined today by Luna Yu, founder and CEO of Genesis Bioindustries, the Toronto-based company that's turning food waste into high-quality compostable plastics. The topic of our discussion is financing circular innovation in SMEs. And as part of that, we'll highlight how important it is for companies to get the business model right. Welcome, Luna.
Thank you for having me today, Tyler. Appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Luna, can you briefly introduce us to yourself, and to kick us off, describe at a high level what Genesis does?
Sure. So my name is Luna Yu, CEO and founder of Genesis Bioindustries. At Genesis, we make compostable plastics from food waste.
Great. Now, we know each other well. Mars has been working with you and your team at Genesis for roughly 3 years. But for the benefit of our audience, can you tell us how the idea for Genesis first came about and what you're trying to achieve, as well as what it was like during your earliest days as a circular economy startup?
Absolutely. So originally, we got the idea back in 2016 during my master's at the University of Toronto, when I was working with biogas plants who converted food waste into renewable natural gas. But roughly a week into it, I was quickly informed they struggled to make a profit. So I thought, well, why not take the really valuable carbons from food waste, feed it to more efficient bacteria to make a higher value product instead? And that was the genesis of Genesis. And our early days were really just quite comical. So back in 2017, we just started and couldn't afford expensive bioreactors. We had to build them ourselves out of rice cookers. We also struggled to find a proper lab space to run our reactors. So what we did was we ran them in our garage, of course, and also a few public washrooms. That was quite a sight.
That's very interesting. Rice cookers, I remember a lot of those in university. It's not easy growing a company from scratch, and the circular economy space is no exception. R&D is hard, working with big industry can be a challenge, and of course, finding the right capital you need to grow consumes enormous amounts of time and energy. What do you personally look for inspiration, and what gets you through your toughest days as a CEO of a circular economy startup?
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, startup programs like the Women in Clean Tech Challenge, hosted by Mars and NRCan, really got us through our toughest days and continuously provides inspiration to us. So for example, they quite literally saved our company back in 2018. That was when a lot of investors that we came across thought we were nothing but a cool science project. And in September of 2018, we had only roughly 2 weeks of cash left in our bank accounts. And although we were prepared to keep going and live off of ramen for the next coming months, it wasn't the ideal situation to be in. And fortunately, that's when the Women in Clean Tech Challenge took place. The very next week that we were selected as a finalist, we took their $250,000 cash contribution and secured it against a loan. And that really saved our company. So fast forward to today, we raised over $11 million total and grew our team now to 25 people full-time. But we know we cannot have gotten here without programs like the Women in Clean Tech Challenge.
Well, thanks for saying that. And I know there's other supports that exist throughout the Canadian clean tech ecosystem, but it's nice to hear that Mars has been delivering that value. What would you say is your biggest barrier to growth at the moment? Are there any market or behavioral changes that are needed that would help take your business to the next level?
Really good question. So really, personally, I think our biggest barrier to growth is really just not maintaining a laser focus. The market, on the other hand, for us has really exploded recently. So for example, last year, we had a huge surge in demand for our biocompostable plastics, PHAs. So we went from $0 in revenues to closing nearly $1 million today, paired with $10 million of future purchase orders. And the issue, though, was that in order for us to work with these customers, it meant that we had to make a lot more of our PHAs. But there were a lot of our process last year and this year, especially on the larger scales, that weren't optimized yet. So back then, we made a pretty bad decision to basically move forward with all of them at once. And doing this just really slowed down our progress. We had spread our attention over 10 different projects at the same time, and we couldn't get really good results on any of them. And it wasn't until just recently that this lesson finally sunk in for us. So what we did was we reprioritized, identified parts of our process that can be outsourced, and we made sure that everyone on our team was aligned back in a laser-focused state. And just now, things are really picking back up again.
That's super interesting to hear, because it is something that we struggle with when we're advising a lot of the ventures that we work with, that they get overextended. And for small companies that have limited teams, it's sometimes tempting to go after the dangly lures, like the new projects, which kind of take you and veer you off course. But eventually, yeah, you really do have to keep that focus. So I'm glad you learned that lesson at this stage, because keeping focus is going to be very important for you going ahead. As you look ahead, speaking of looking ahead, how do you plan to fund Genesis' next phase of growth? Right now, you're doing a fundraising at the moment. Obviously, there's going to be more going down the road. What's your kind of roadmap for that?
Yeah, great question. So at Genesis, we always want to grow with an equal amount of funding from customer revenues, grants, and equity fundraise. So in the last 3 years, we've actually been able to achieve a 2-to-1 ratio in terms of capital efficiency. We raised roughly $3.5 million in equity, but received over $7.5 million in grants and revenues. So going forward, we're really looking to just replicate this model moving forward as well.
That's interesting, and that's going to feed into another question about the importance of trying to get as much non-dilutive funding through grants. There's a lot of government support out there. Has that been really valuable for you?
100%. We've really been able to leverage the grants out there, and also gotten a lot of support from Mars as well as NRCan to actually get a lot more of these funding throughout the last couple of years.
That's great to hear. One thing I want to know, which is very important to your business model, but I think it's also relevant for a lot of other circular economy startups, is the importance of having a capital light scaling strategy built into your own business model. Can you explain the approach that Genesis has taken and how that kind of sets you up for success?
100%. So Tyler, this one is super important, because in the biotech industry, if you want to mass produce your product, it usually costs you up to $500 million and takes up to 5 years to set up a single production plant, right? That's a lot of money and a very long time. Now, Genesis wants to overcome this challenge by adopting a decentralized scaling strategy, where we essentially piggyback our technology as an add-on unit to the existing infrastructure biogas plants, who has a very similar setup to ours. And we're super happy to announce that as of last month, we were awarded a $6 million project from InGen to integrate our demonstration plant with one of the largest biogas plants in Canada, Stormfisher. We actually met through a Mars connection. And if this project succeeds, it can prove out a new decentralized scaling model that can help companies like us in the biotech industry scale 5 times faster than a fraction of the cost.
So if things work out well with a company like Stormfisher, I guess the number of biogas developers worldwide is fairly large, right? Have you kind of looked at that space? Like, do you see being able to piggyback on that approach as being that success to long-term growth?
Oh, 100%. There's over 200,000 biogas plants worldwide, and they combined can process the 1.3 billion tons of food waste that's generated per year, every single year, by the entire human population right now.
Great, great. And just the last question, I wanted to get clarification from you on, and I'm sure some members of the audience are thinking this. You're making PHA plastics out of food waste. Can you give us examples of the types of products that can be made from PHAs and why they're superior than other plastics?
Great question. So PHAs actually are very, very similar in terms of properties to polypropylene and polyethylene, which means that they can actually replace 60% of the world's petroleum plastics that are used today. Right now, for Genesis right now, we're actually just focused on the ultra premium markets in the 3D printing filament industry, premium food packaging, and medical sectors. And in the future, as we continue to bring our costs down and achieve economies of scale, we'll then be able to replace all the everyday plastics that you see right now, like forks, knives, Lego blocks, so on and so forth. So it's super, super exciting, and we're going to take it step by step.
That is very fascinating. Well, I'm sorry we have to cut our conversation short, but that was a great, great explanation of what you do. And I'm glad we've been able to help you on your journey so far. So thanks very much, Luna.
Awesome. Thank you, Tyler.
Hi, I'm Michelle Brownlee. I'm the Director General of Clean Technology and Clean Growth at the Canadian Ministry of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Today, I have the pleasure of being joined in conversation by April Crow. As a globally recognized sustainability leader, April has more than 2 decades of experience working throughout the value chain in a diverse set of roles in sustainability, scientific and regulatory affairs, and quality. She helped launch Circulate Capital in 2018 and leads investor relations and external affairs. Hi, April.
Hi, Michelle.
So let's jump right in. April, tell us who you are and about Circulate Capital and Circulate Capital Disrupt.
Thank you. First of all, I just have to say it's an honor to be included as a part of this forum, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation. So Circulate Capital is an investment management firm dedicated to preventing plastic from leaking into the ocean and advancing a more circular economy. Our goal is to prove the investment case to catalyze a significant amount of capital into local companies that address the ocean plastic issue while advancing the circular economy. We raised just over $100 million to invest in startups and small to medium-sized enterprises across the plastic value chain, starting in South and Southeast Asia, both to reduce plastic pollution and also demonstrate that investing in the circular economy can generate attractive financial returns. So far, the fund has been focused on India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, and the Philippines, 5 of the countries where economic growth has outpaced the critical waste infrastructure that's needed. And these countries are also considered some of the largest sources of plastic leakage in the ocean. We're working to develop evidence-based track records, a pipeline of investable opportunities, and products to help provide an on-ramp for additional investment. The Ocean Fund by Circulate Capital was launched in 2019, and we just recently announced Circulate Capital Disrupt. It's a companion strategy fund that will invest in targeted innovations, both in materials and deep technology solutions. These will also be focused on combating plastic waste, advancing the circular economy, and then also a large focus on reducing overall climate impact.
So it sounds like you're in the business of turning challenges into opportunities. Some of the world's biggest companies are major investors in your fund. Why did you choose to focus on startups?
Yeah, as you notice, our investors are some of the leading companies in the world, including PepsiCo, P&G, Dow, Unilever, Chanel, Danone, Coca-Cola, and CP Chem. We, along with them, see opportunities across the plastic waste management value chain, starting downstream with the processing and reuse of plastic to more early stage opportunities upstream, both with the collection and sorting of plastics. And we know that waste is often managed locally, and local businesses are really on the front lines of fighting plastic pollution. We see an opportunity for them to turn local plastic waste into business opportunities that also benefit the environment and their local communities. As we've looked across Asia, we've spoken to more than 300 entrepreneurs and disruptors who are not only preventing plastic from entering the ocean, but are also showing that returning that recycled commodity back to the supply chain can be profitable. Entrepreneurs, like investors and corporations, have the opportunity to help solve a great challenge while also capturing the economic value.
300 entrepreneurs is quite impressive. So how do you choose which startups to fund? Do you provide other types of support as well? Do you have strings attached? What's your method?
So we do have a broad set of criteria. Our fund is a little bit unique. And as we're looking at potential investments, it includes their business operating model, understanding their long-term strategy, the financial situation of the business, their leadership, who's running the team today. And in addition to the potential financial return on the investment, which is pretty critical, we want to ensure that each investment is scalable and can be easily replicated in other locations. We try to make sure that we're co-investing alongside other sources of capital. And then we're also looking at the environmental impact, looking at areas like preventing plastic pollution, diverting waste from the environment, and potential climate impact reduction efforts. In addition, we're looking at overall societal benefits, including business models that support economic and community growth. You asked the question around what else we're providing other than funding. As you heard, our funders are quite unique. And we want to leverage these large brands. And these companies are not only providing their financial resources for these investments, but they're also using the opportunity to share their technical knowledge, their global supply chain knowledge, basic business knowledge to the companies that we're investing in. We think this is ultimately what will help us make these companies more successful and more sustainable in the long run.
Would you mind telling us about some of the amazing circular startups that you've supported? I'd also be curious to know what are some of the common barriers that they face and some successful strategies that others could copy.
Yeah. So when we think about this space, innovation and technology are not typical words that you immediately think of when you think about waste and recycling, which is the space that we're working in right now. But what we know is that technology and innovative recycling solutions are a critical part of fostering the circular economy ecosystem and creating that enabling environment for businesses to succeed. It's important that we see this innovation and continue to drive change, whether it's through innovative materials, redesign of processes, or coming up with ways to track and manage waste flows. Very basic things, but where you can bring this element of innovation. We've seen a lot of great potential solutions, some we've invested in, some that we haven't, some that are very unique. One that we saw recently was around trash collecting robots with AI vision technology to detect and collect trash from bodies of water. And they're bringing an approach that is much more efficient than traditional systems. And it's that type of creative, innovative ways to deploy different types of technology that we're really looking for when we look at it from an innovation standpoint. But some are a little bit more basic. Startups that are, again, using technology, but supporting in cities their existing informal waste infrastructure, which is what we see, particularly in the part of the world that we're working in. Some of our first investments have been focused on taking business models that exist and then adding additional technology or equipment to make higher quality end products, things that will help increase the value. So it ultimately helps increase their business opportunity. And a couple of the investments that we've made have focused on things like difficult to recycle plastics. And then another one that's really scaling digitization and creating an e-waste commerce platform. In terms of challenges, they face the same challenges that many others do in building strong teams. We've all experienced the implications of a global pandemic as you're trying to create a startup. So being able to leverage and getting tapping into those entrepreneurial roots and coming up with ways to pivot and tap into the resources that they have in their communities and looking for ways that their business model may need to shift in terms of what they're selling or where they're accessing material has been something that these companies have had to quickly deploy, and has helped them really weather the storms that many companies have faced in recent weeks and months.
That certainly resonates with me and the work that I'm doing to support Canadian innovators in this space. I suspect many of these challenges are global right now. But Circulate Capital is focused on Southeast Asia, as you mentioned. Do you have any reflections on what policymakers and investors in other emerging markets can do to also incubate and scale up bottom-up circular innovation?
Yeah, with these, we're trying to look at it in terms of both the social, environmental, and financial return aspects, because a lot of people ask, can you reconcile both those considerations along with the financial side? And that's an area that we need to look at, is how do we ensure right now when financial markets are looking more on short term often and not creating, really evaluating the true sustainability risks that are at play. So creating an environment where you can build those longer term processes to help build that resiliency and that longer term focus. For our work at Circulate Capital, we are really focused on how we can demonstrate, again, that these things are not mutually exclusive, and that we are promoting a circular economy and building these systems where we can catalyze that additional investment. So looking for ways that the blended finance can come to bear. We have some examples of that already, of where you have public and private dollars and partnerships coming together. So there's a real opportunity, I think, for governments and policymakers to take a closer look at that.
As a government, that rings very true to me, and I definitely appreciate that comment. April, we wish you and your innovators the very best of luck with all of your projects. Thank you so much for joining us today. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Michelle.
This is all absolutely fascinating. I think what's really interesting is, we're talking about small and medium enterprises. We're talking about business. We're talking about business models. And what's really great is the honesty of the people who we're speaking with. They are letting us know that it's not easy to create a business that supports the circular economy, that is circular in its values, and it is circular in the way it functions. It's not easy. In fact, not even it's not easy, it's absolutely difficult. But according to what we're listening to, according to what we're hearing, it's worth doing, and it's possible. And it's not just possible, but it's possible to be fully successful in doing it, which is really exciting. So I hope that the difficulty that we're witnessing and that is being spoken of so candidly also serves as motivation for those of you who are in business and wanting to maybe transform your business into a more circular model, or those of you who are looking to maybe start up, or even those of you who have had a startup and you're currently facing some of those pitfalls, limitations, difficulties, and barriers. So yeah, let's keep going. I'd like to introduce you now to Kevin Moss, who is the Global Director of the Center for Sustainable Business at the World Resources Institute. That is a long title.
Yes, it is.
Incredibly long, but very much worth it. And because he will be moderating a roundtable discussion on how to accelerate the circular small medium enterprise transition. So off to you, Kevin.
Catherine, thank you so much. We go by WRI because it's a little quicker than the full name of the organization. We have been invited to reflect on what it would take to make circularity mainstream for small and medium enterprises. I am thrilled to have a deep and broad expertise on the panel today. We only just have time to even touch on the depth and breadth of the expertise of our speakers, but I hope we can do as much justice as possible in the time we've got. I'm going to quickly introduce everybody to you. We have Jan Rijs, who is the Global Sustainability Advisor for ABN AMRO's Bank in the Netherlands, and the lead author for the intriguingly titled UNEP report, Demystifying Circular Economy Finance. Jan, great to have you with us. Dr. Arab Oberla, who is Executive Director of SEED, a global partnership for action on sustainable development and the green economy. Arab's been leading work on sustainable production and consumption and sustainable lifestyles for 25 years, before many of us had even heard of those terms. Thank you for everything you've done for the field, Arab, and for your words that I know are going to come today. Ellen McGregor is CEO of Fielding Environmental, a chemical and refrigerant recycler, longtime board member of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, recipient of the Clean Canada 50 Award, and if that isn't enough, you write music and song lyrics. I only wish we had time. Maybe even at the end, you'll give us a couple of verses from a song, if we can find the time to allow for it. And Crispin Conroy. Crispin has had a long career in diplomacy in the trade and industry space, including early in your career, Crispin, Australia's ambassador to Nepal, I believe. But you are here today representing the International Chamber of Commerce, which represents over 45 million companies of every size in over 100 countries. I'm Kevin Moss. I lead the Centre for Sustainable Business at WRI. The centre includes PACE, the platform for accelerating circular economy, and P4G, the platform for green growth and the global goals, which has a grant-making component for circular economy, and also a big piece of work we've done recently for the CCICD, the China Council for International Cooperation on Environment, that also focused in on the role of circular economy. So this work is central to our work as well. So we each represent a piece of the circular economy innovation puzzle. And our job today is to do our best in the time available to bring these pieces together. Arab, I'm going to ask you to go first and draw on your experience working at the local level. How do we, a broad question for everybody, but for you first, how do we create an enabling environment for bottom-up circular innovation? What's the first step towards building an ecosystem for circularity to thrive? And Arab, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. The first speaker have highlighted the importance of the SMEs as game changer, and this is the purpose of our discussion. And she said SMEs should step up to take the game changer role. Very easy to say, extremely difficult to do. And I will say why. Mainly because what you are asking for, Kevin, we are missing the enabling environment. We need to properly manage it and set it. When SEED was launched in 2000 by UNEP, UNDP, and IUCN for promoting entrepreneurship for sustainable development, the word was stressing the need to think global and act local. While most discussions and agreements were about thinking global, understanding the needs and challenges for acting local were not well advanced. The SEED partnership aimed at coping with the challenges for delivering local level with local partners and entrepreneurs. Almost 20 years later, SEED has accumulated, along the cases we have heard about, accumulated relevant knowledge with practical cases demonstrating in various countries and with 100 of SMEs what it means to act local, what it entails, and how to induce and support SMEs. This is well documented on our website. With tailored and relevant assistance to SMEs, we can help them getting better organized, become more efficient. Would they be disruptors with new innovations with access to market? Would they be impacted drivers by delivering through extensive networks, or being steady growers with proven business models, or finally simply being necessity-driven enterprises? SMEs with green and innovative solutions play an essential role in the transition towards circular economy. Let me underline here an extremely important word that is also in what you mentioned: transition. Transition which relates to time and transformation, generally not properly factored in when designing green and circular economy policies. And through my career, I have been working on a lot of sustainable development strategies. And I will tell you, transition period was not properly factored in. And this is mainly because, in our case, entrepreneurship has been generally at the edge not correctly mainstreamed and considered in these strategies. While SMEs can be more circular by necessity and by agility, as it was said earlier, large companies, their innovative approaches cannot be easily scaled up and adapted for application simply because of inappropriate institutional, financial, and market ecosystems with weak bottom-up circle innovation infrastructure. To that end, if government and large companies are really serious about their objectives for climate, it's essential that policymakers, industry associations, and financial institutions come together in a common but differentiated responsibility, as we say in the UN, in order to support the SMEs in conceptualizing, financing, and manufacturing the innovative circular products. SMEs cannot and should not be what we call the missing middle. And their importance as backbone of almost all economies, as we all know it, should be explicitly recognized, valued, and pushed up from missing middle to active partners. And I will end up very soon that greening value chains, a greener value chains, a duly recognized and value role for the SMEs are cornerstones for green recovery, resilience, and circularity. These go all together. Ultimately, green entrepreneurship is key to circular economy. And besides enabling the SMEs where needed, the government, business, and industry networks have a large responsibility that should be discussed in what I would call the multi-stakeholder dialogue on entrepreneurship to design and establish appropriate policy framework enabling instrument. Let us walk the talk. Time is running out. Move from circularity as a concept, and we are very much on it at the global level, to circularity as a common practice, as the cases what we have seen demonstrated. SEED has demonstrating it, piloting it. We can move ahead, but we need the right institutional framework for that government and large company has to help to set up. Thank you.
Arab, thank you very much. I take from the very beginning the think global, act local, and we will have a chance with Crispin later to come back as well a bit to the policy aspects of this too. I also draw out the ideas of you move from transition to transformation, and I just want to pick out a concept that I think Tima brought out at the very beginning, where we sort of started hearing more about disruption as well and the role SMEs have to play in that. Ellen, does this, I'm going to come to you next if I might, does this resonate with your experience as a CEO and also your development on the board of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada?
Right, thank you for the question. Hello, everyone. That was a lot of information to unpack. So to try to play back what I heard, I'm just going to divide two camps. One is the camp of SMEs that are already up, running, operating in Canada, and then the other is the emerging companies, ones that SDDC would fund. And I'm just going to talk in order of those two camps. So for the SMEs that are already doing their thing, they're working their buns off in Canada. It's a tough road to hoe to own a business in Canada, to grow a business in Canada. So what are we going to do for those SMEs to get them to lift their heads up, to look at what's available in Canada, to adopt technologies that would make their practices more circular in nature? What can we do to help them chase what is out there already and bring it into their environments? So, you know, Arab talked about policymakers and legislation. You know, we have so much of our environmental legislation is provincial and not federal, although some of it's federal and seems to drop through the cracks. This is speaking from experience here, right across Canada. We've got to harmonize as a nation so that the policymakers, the legislators across our provinces are working collaboratively to help SMEs understand what's possible and make legislation, I'm going to talk to it later, that with some ideas that would help them chase circularity as opposed to feeling it's forced on them. Now I'm going to move to the other camp. And the other camp are the emerging technologies that we need to enable as a nation. Yes, my earlier comment about collaboration of the provinces across this country, absolutely key to that. We have an ecosystem in Canada to spearhead the connections of innovative companies to make them prosper, but we need to do more in that camp. We need to do way more. We need to understand why clean tech companies are leaving our country in the chase of other countries that make it more affordable to them to establish, or access to permits, or access to talent. We need to understand all of that, and we need to plug the holes. And we need to make it such that the CEOs of SMEs understand what's available. They're incentivized to acquire the technologies that exist in this country and that can move us closer to circularity.
Ellen, thank you so much for that. And you talked about what can be heard of from a very Canadian perspective of legislation being provincial, not federal. But I can confirm from my other perspectives, whether it's Europe, whether it's Africa, whether it's Asia, whether it's the US, I hear very similar sentiments of the need to harmonize across regions within countries, and from the perspective of business and global business, harmonize across countries and regions of the world as well. So thank you for bringing that out for us. I'm going to come to you next, Crispin. I'd love to get your insights here. What roles do trade rules play in helping maintain the status quo of linear business models, and how can we change that?
Right, many thanks, Kevin. The linear take, make, discard approach is still very much the dominant approach to economic activity. And the international trading system has really developed around this model, and still is. But there is an increasing interest by business in a more circular approach, especially as we're all focusing on operational models that can drive us towards greater sustainability worldwide. And it's becoming increasingly clear that attention must be given to the role of trade in driving this transition. ICC and our business members, as the end users of the World Trade Organization rules, are strong supporters of this multilateral trading system. And as the principal voice at the WTO, ICC is working towards greater coherence across the various multilateral agendas. Indeed, if we want to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement and the SDGs, we urgently need coherence between the environmental and trade agendas. And we must be more active in exploring ways for trade to support and to drive solutions to our global challenges. At ICC, we see a greater transition to circular models as being complementary to our action on climate as we work towards a more sustainable and resilient future. But in this context, relatively little is known about the interaction between the circular economy and international trade policy. Which frameworks are enabling of circularity? And by contrast, which are inhibitors to a more sustainable model of production and consumption, for example? Now, these questions, we believe, need evidence-based answers grounded in the experience of the real economy. And it was to this end that ICC Secretary-General John Denton announced late last year a major study in partnership with the Institute for International Trade that will explore how trade interacts with the circular economy. And it will be providing specific concrete recommendations for WTO action. This study is close to completion, and we'll share its preliminary recommendations during the course of this week. So I, of course, have to give a plug for our session, which is on Wednesday, the ICC OECD Accelerator session, where all will be revealed. One of the key challenges is to how we can work together to use trade rules to improve circularity on a global scale. And indeed, ICC, as institutional representative of over 45 million companies, small and medium as well as large, with a global network in over 100 countries, is ideally placed to play a role. As I said, the ICC report will make recommendations for concrete action at the WTO, including the possibility of negotiations on environmental goods and services agreement and reviving past discussions on remanufactured goods. However, given the difficulties WTO members are facing in reaching consensus in traditional negotiations, we believe soft law or non-binding commitments may be easier to achieve in the short term, and they may well have a more immediate impact in addressing non-tariff measures. So we believe that one option may be the definition of a set of common principles and best practices for the establishment of regulatory frameworks, standards, or conformity assessment procedures in specific areas related to the circular economy. And I guess this picks up a couple of the themes raised by previous speakers, by Arab and Ellen. ICC will be actively contributing to this sort of potential solution to the scaling up challenge post MC12, that ministerial conference, utilizing our global network to share and to advocate for the adoption of such common frameworks. And just to conclude, Kevin, there are, of course, a number of key actors involved in a number of different forums. And I've already mentioned the WTO, which has its own SME working group. ICC also has agreed recently to supercharge our collaboration with the International Trade Center in Geneva around platforms and content to support SMEs globally, and especially in developing countries. We've already begun discussions with ITC on how to work with SMEs on the transition to circular business models throughout their networks and ours. And we certainly look forward to working with other partners, including in the private sector, the public sector, and civil society. And of course, with our partners in the study, the Institute for International Trade. Thanks.
Crispin, thank you. Thank you very much. I think I heard in your remarks a reflection of the asks from Arab and also from Ellen for the need for policy change, for working together. I think that the trade world perhaps works slower than we'd like, and I'm sure everybody welcomes your use of the word supercharge. And that's the more we can help you supercharge these changes, the better. Jan, I'm going to come to you last in this round. We're going to have a very quick fire round after this. But Jan, I'm going to come to you last to talk about the financing side. Even our work at WRI with the China Council, the CCICD, identified even in China that financing is one of the biggest challenges for SMEs in the circular economy space. I know we've heard it from some of our speakers earlier in this section, prior to this session. Jan, let me hand over to you. What role does financing play in maintaining the status quo, and how can we change it?
Yeah, finance has this peculiar habit of being very conservative. And when something new comes along, like the circular economy, which is a shift away from the linear economy, which we've been having or we've been growing post-World War II, then obviously the finance section of our economy looks at it and is rather puzzled how to do it. I'll make a quick plug here when it comes to trading patterns and the effect on circular business models and the SDGs. We've published a report on behalf of Chatham House called Financing an Inclusive Circular Economy. So look that up, and there's a lot to read on how that actually works. But to cut it short, what motivates a CEO of a financial institution to actually go for circular economy as part of their top-line strategy? There are three aspects. It is driven by opportunity, and there are some hard numbers here. I mean, in around 5 years' time, it's estimated that waste streams themselves, and that's not even the whole circular economy, that's only part of circular economy, reach a value of $5 trillion of international trading volume on a yearly basis. That then is larger than the pharmaceutical sector. So you could ask, are you blind if you're not focusing on the circular economy, right? There is opportunity there, and also on the SME side, on the large side. Then there's the other part. I think another reason is defensive. The policy work that banks require, the compliance that they need to prove that they are in compliance with international regulations. Think about the Basel Convention on the transboundary movement of hazardous waste, which is kind of the flip side of what we like to talk about, which is the pretty picture of a circular economy where secondary materials are transformed into value. But obviously, there's also this flip side of violations of international conventions, where these hazardous wastes are still not part of the past. And I think policing clients better on that gives financial institutions a better grasp on where they are exposed in this resource section of their work, of their finance work. And that leads me into the third reason why CEOs should promote circular economy as top-line strategy for a financial institution. It's the risk. I mean, risk is an evolving science. Actually, it's not a science, it's more of an art. So I think financial institutions can run scenarios on how the profit and loss of their clients would evolve if actually policy strictens. As was said by Arab, policy needs to stricten, otherwise we won't have a circular economy. So if the true cost, the true price of the discarded waste streams would be accounted for, what actually is the value of the profit, or what remains of the profit of a company? And with increasing environmental regulations, financial institutions need to educate their risk departments, their risks professionals, to deeply understand circularity. With that, I think some of the money that they have entrusted to larger institutions or larger clients will move towards SMEs that have a more transparent structure, where they're more able to check whether actually they are working according to the rules of the circular economy. I think that transparency also moves money towards SMEs. So it's risk, it's opportunity, and it is policy work integrating the legislative aspects already there into the financial context.
Jan, thank you very much. Thank you all for keeping your remarks so crisp. Jan, I think you're telling us the money is there, but it needs to be moved to the right places over time. Well, ideally sooner rather than later. I am gonna, with our remaining time, I'm gonna change tack a little bit from the barriers and talk about what would incentivize SMEs to go circular. We need to revisit, we need to redesign, we need to rethink existing business models. I'm going to refer back to something that Elisa Tonda brought out with Ton Zaki in one of the earlier sessions of this section, around the need to revisit even the idea of consumption. You don't even really have 1 minute each because we're slightly over. So I'm going to invite you all in a word or a sentence to tell everybody, to tell each other, to share with our audience, what is the single most important market, legislative or behavior change that would result in all SMEs adopting circularity? I'm going to go Crispin, Ellen, Arab and Jan, just to give you due notice. Crispin, you want to tackle that one first? The single most important change.
Kevin, that's tough. Not fair time-wise, but
that's your sentence, Crispin. No, go on.
I'll go back to the framework and consistency in the regulatory approaches, and one of the main recommendations of our study, which is, as I said earlier, the importance of defining a set of common principles and best practices for the establishment of those regulatory frameworks and standards, such as EPR schemes, standards, or the implementation of quantitative restrictions. And obviously,
Crispin, I'm going to keep us going because I'm being told at the other end we've gone over time. Consistency in approaches. Ellen.
I'll keep it a little more granular. I'll give you an example of where I think the kinds of thinking that we need to have. If we looked at incentives that were financial for SMEs to chase becoming more circular, and here I would say, if they move to adopting an innovation from a Canadian technology company to become more circular, perhaps like the SHRED program, there's some kind of mechanism that would provide them cash rebate. If we don't start thinking about incentivizing our SMEs to chase financial incentives, we'll have a tougher road to hoe.
Ellen, thank you. Very specific, direct financial incentives for SMEs, because that's what's really going to help them and incentivize them in the right direction. Arab.
Yes, I think we need to absolutely support well the SMEs, and for that, what they need is to have an active communication about what needs to be done. They need to be adequately educated with the appropriate support, and we need to strongly advocate for entrepreneurship. So communication and education are essential by recognizing what I call the best in order to move the rest, recognizing the few we know about, show their cases, make the business case in order to induce the rest, the majority of the others to follow.
Arab, thank you. So showcase the best performers, the best examples out there to incentivize and encourage others to follow in their pathway. Jan, I'm sorry to put you last again, but there's also a benefit in getting the last word. You get the last word.
I'm proud to do. At the moment, the energy transition is systematically designed in a linear way and not in a circular way. I think for SMEs with a circular ambition, there is great opportunity in reusing all those secondary resources that will come from when we start really at large scale eliminating fossil fuels from our economic reality. They are not eliminated yet, but they will gradually be. And lots of stuff is coming our way: batteries, solar panels, wind turbines. Those all need work. Those need all a circular approach to actually tackle the side effects of them. And I was very proud that the Technical University Eindhoven came up, that's already a year ago, with a fully recyclable solar panel. That's half weight, so it can be put on buildings that don't have the constructive strength, so they're lighter and they're recyclable. I think that type of innovation SMEs need to come forward with. Go for the energy transition and the side effects of the energy transition.
Jan, thank you. So innovation and entrepreneurship that we're going to see from SMEs.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. For many of you on our panel today, it's very late at night. I know, we appreciate you joining us. Arab, Crispin, Ellen and Jan, I'm now going to hand things back. Thank you all very much. I'm going to hand things back to our wonderful MCs, Chuck and Catherine.
Thanks. Yay. Thank you so much, Kevin. It's so nice. We're reading through the chat and we're seeing people's ideas, and it's just so interesting to see the dynamic that emerges on these panels. So Kevin, thank you very much for doing such a terrific job emceeing that one. Having fun?
Oh, absolutely. It is a delight. It is a pleasure, in fact, sort of listening and picking people's minds. And Kevin did such a phenomenal job in sort of really diving and giving people space to speak and space to share. So even though the panel did go over time, we did gain from that passage of time.
That's okay. We're going to put the pressure on the Associate Deputy Minister for Environment and Climate Change Canada now. Paul Haluka is up next as we start to wrap up day one. Over to you, Paul. We're going to invite our audience as well to keep submitting questions and to vote on those questions that other people submit, because we really want to be able to give some of that dialogue back to the stage so that we can kind of keep nodding and paying attention to what people are saying and pick up these threads so that we can carry them into day two. So let's head over now to Paul on the main stage.
Thanks, Catherine. I'm excited to be here and to share the stage with some of Canada's leaders in circular economy. Hello, Mark. Hello, Joanne. And hello to you, Sophia. Thank you for joining us from Vancouver, British Columbia. I'm just going to say a word on format before we get into the questions. So we're going to have 3 questions. I'm going to turn to Sophia first, then I'm going to turn to Mark, and then Joanne. And then we are going to have a lightning round question, which we will keep it to a lightning round. And then we're going to have some audience questions that will be fed in by our excellent hosts for the day. So I'm going to start off with Sophia first. I'll start with you. Sophia, you are the founder and executive director of Threading Change, a youth-led ethical fashion organization working at the intersections of climate, gender, racial justice, and the circular economy. A recurring message from today's speakers has been that we need to connect the dots. the dots between our social, economic, environmental goals. This is easier said than done. What message do you have for decision makers who are working to ensure that everyone, particularly future generations, benefit from a circular transition?
Thank you for the question, Paul, and thanks to ECCC and Citra for this opportunity. Being able to be here with all of you today, speaking about the circular economy from the perspective of a youth-led not-for-profit, Threading Change Foundation, is definitely a step in the right direction. I think it's critically important that decision makers in every level of government and industry recognize the importance of meaningfully including youth voices and perspectives, not only in these discussions, but also in boardrooms, in waste plants and facilities, and on the ground in communities as well. If we truly want to benefit future generations in a circular transition, we need to realize that we're not doing this for the future, but really for today. With the latest IPCC report that just came out a month ago, it's vital to know that we truly don't have much time left at all. Thankfully, from today's discussions, it's evident that we do have the tools in order to transition our economy to a circular one. However, this is not possible without robust collaboration with governments, industry, consumers, regulators, and especially Indigenous knowledge keepers, and also Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. The message you want to tell decision makers are we truly giving space and allowing these marginalized communities to take ownership and stand up in order to actualize a circular economy? Or are we irresponsibly dumping our waste from the global north due to our greedy consumption patterns into a global south, using their valuable land as a dumping ground? Do we have enough representation from the global south perspectives in conversations around the circular economy today? It's time that we actively decolonize the governing and stakeholder engagement practices, holding space who have lived experience beyond just Western science. A circular transition needs to happen with meaningfully including everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. My next question is for you, Mark. In listening to the conversations today, we've noticed, and I'm sure those participating have noticed, an underlying tension between competing visions for circular economies, with some arguing for a hyper-local approach, others for a global-scale circular economy. As the President and CEO of the Council of the Great Lakes Region, a network of organizations from both sides of Canada and US border, what's your perspective on this issue? What role do local, regional, and national governments need to play?
Well, thanks for the question, Paul. It's a great one. Obviously, as we think about that issue, when we look at resource recovery, resource efficiency, when we look at how do we ensure that the valuable products we use in our economy, and to make sure that they never become waste, and even worse, that it never becomes litter or pollution, we need to be working at a number of different scales, because when you think about the collection, the processing, the end markets that are required to really achieve better outcomes in terms of that resource efficiency, you need local governments really working hard at their level. You need provincial governments, and you need the federal governments. And I would argue even globally governments need to be coming together to make sure that when we're shifting from that linear take, make, dispose economy to that circular economy, that we are aligning international trade to the way that we look at how we use materials across a country like Canada, and then ultimately how do we collect, process them, and create those markets at that local provincial scale. And I think when I look at Canada over the last couple of years, the approach has been comprehensive. I think the federal government has taken action where it can. Legislatively, we've seen innovation challenges through Innovation, Science and Economic Development, your old department. But we've also seen the federal government work with the provinces through the Canadian Councils and Ministers of the Environment, and really trying to pursue a vision of a zero waste future, particularly when it comes to plastics. We're only recovering 9% of our plastics in Canada, so there's a resource recovery challenge there. And even for us as an organization, when you look at a region like the binational Great Lakes region, Ontario, Quebec, 8 Great Lakes states, that's a $6 trillion economy. There are many sectors and supply chains that cut across that border. We need to organize at that level too, because that's where the economy is functioning on a normal level. So I think to answer your question, we need to be really connecting and collaborating across all those different levels of government, and I dare say that we also need to look at how the circular economy is embedded in our international trade framework in a much different way than what we've seen in the past.
Thank you, Mark. Joanne, you are the Executive Director of the Circular Innovation Council, which champions using buying power to accelerate the circular economy. Earlier today, we looked at the power of conscious consumerism at the individual level, and I'm sure many of the participants were struck by how many of the strategies would have been common practice only a few generations ago. you see something similar happening in terms of government and businesses opting to reduce consumption and waste through behavior and process changes, rather through an adoption of new technologies or products?
Thanks, Paul, for the question. We absolutely believe that the discussions around consumption and production at every level are critical to shifting markets. And we think that governments at all levels actually have a really important leadership role that they can play in demonstrating how they can shift markets. So moving from this idea of being price takers and not only decoupling or only focusing on economic value. What we've heard in spades today is how we have to actually look at redefining what we mean by value, not just price, and using procurement power to demonstrate how you can actually deliver on the social and environmental values that were exposed throughout the day today. And we think that governments, the GDP of public procurement in Canada is more than 15%, so a very powerful position for government to be in to shape those markets and deliver on circularity over linear business models.
Okay, so lightning round time. For our remaining time, I want to focus in on Canada. The theme for the WCEF 2021 is game changers, and we want to focus in on what we can do in the next 5 years. Of the game changers that were identified today, which can we adopt here in Canada? And which would need to be adjusted to fit our context. So for this round, we're going to go in reverse order. So Joanne, do you want to kick us off?
Sure, happy to. I think going back to this theme about just a transition in production and consumption and connecting it to value for me was a theme that I heard throughout. And what that really helps us repurpose is irrespective of sector, private or public, irrespective it's the individual, the business or the government, really supporting entrepreneurs and businesses that are in industries that are deriving a new way to supply goods and services into the market, to me, is fundamentally a game changer. So I wouldn't say there's one sector or one business over another, not even one level of consumption, but I think broadly looking at aligning value, redefining value, and then this idea of what we need over what we want should be a theme throughout.
Okay. Mark?
Yeah, great question, Paul. So I think when I look at where do we go over the next 5 years, innovation, I think there's a tremendous opportunity for Canada in North America, both in terms of how do we think about the materials we create, so green chemistry, how do we build sustainability into the products that we create. We also need major innovations in the technologies that we use for that collection, processing, recovery side of things. Today in our material recovery facilities, we're using technology that was designed over 20 years ago. Our waste streams have become a lot more complex. So I think really looking at how do we innovate on that technology side, the recovery side is going to be important. I would also say that we also need to do a much better job of working together from a public-private standpoint and ultimately investing in not only the infrastructure that's going to be required to support that collection and processing in those new end markets, but also how do we work together to make sure that the money is supporting that modernization. There's no one level of government, there's no one sector that's going to be able to do it on its own. So I think looking at how do we finance and fund the circular economy is going to be critically important. And then I think lastly, which was mentioned before our panel, is how do we support small and medium-sized enterprises in that transition to a circular economy. Multinational companies that work on a global stage, they have it figured out. But the majority of our economy is run by small, medium-sized enterprises. So how do we get them thinking about sustainability? How do we get them thinking about circularity and giving them the tools and the capacity, the support that they need to be able to make that transition along with the economy?
Thank you, Mark. And you're saying the word innovation very, very frequently, which is excellent. Sophia, can I turn to you next?
Yes, absolutely. Great question, Paul. So innovation-wise, I think it's critically important that philanthropic organizations, all levels of government and corporations don't leave youth behind. We are a main game changer in a circular economy transition, and young people frequently get left behind due to a severe lack of resources and funding. It's time that we fund innovative youth organizations, startups, and other projects that are leading the way in a circular economy transition. There are especially barriers to funding for BIPOC-led organizations. As an equity-based organization, 30
Starting Change has talked to countless representatives in the not-for-profit sector about this struggle. We would love the opportunity to actively engage in conversation with decision makers, with all the other youth-led organizations on how we can change this. This will be a great focus to implement within the next 5 years. Community action and behavior change is also very important. For studies have shown that one of the biggest motivators of household sustainability mechanisms and individual behavior and accountability comes from seeing what your next door neighbor is doing. There are research groups currently at the University of British Columbia who are looking into how we can strengthen climate action via neighborhood discourse. I strongly believe that local communities and municipalities can implement fun challenges and contests between neighbors in the community to drive that individual behavior to truly move us to a circular model. Thank you.
Okay. So maybe just a follow-on question. What does a uniquely Canadian brand of a circular economy look like? Where do we start? And I'll go around again, perhaps starting to my
Pick on me first,
right.
sure,
Yes.
absolutely. Yeah, I think we have this unique resource-based economy, and the juxtaposition to that is that we have such a pride around our natural environment and our environment and our biodiversity. And so, I think that is unique to Canada. But there's an opportunity there to ensure that we actually consider the value of our natural environment first, and maybe addressing this unfortunate disposal issue that we have, where really, the resources that we're pulling out of our natural world that we're using for production cycles, we're only getting 9% of them back into production of new products. And so, with that triangulation, I think we really have to look at, as Mark has identified, how can we invest in startups? How can we support in scale-ups? And how do we identify, new business opportunities local to Canada to try to repurpose that waste that's going into disposal first, so that we are actually not protecting our natural capital and the natural resources that are very unique to Canada.
Thank you. Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, ultimately I think that shift to a circular economy, it's going to be a big effort on the part of industry and government, and I'd say consumers. And but ultimately I think it's going to be good for the environment. It's going to be good, even better for the economy, if we can work together to make that orderly transition. And I think the unique spot that Canada is in is, as Joanne was indicating, is we are a natural resource-based economy in many ways, but we were also seeing the emergence of some really powerful technology-based clusters across the country, and data science, data analytics. And I think when we start putting together those strengths, it really positions us uniquely to play a strong role in embedding those strengths into how we think about circularity in the Canadian context. Another advantage for Canada is that we are a trading nation. So I think playing a leading role in terms of what does circularity look like in our relationship with the European Union, what does it look like in our relationship with the Asia Pacific, but also what does it look like in the context of our trading partnership with the United States. Yeah. Ontario derives 30% of its GDP from doing business across the border with the 8 Great Lakes states and beyond. And so what does the circular economy look like, or how does it reimagine those cross-border economies? Canada can play a leading role, and maybe for once, Canada pulling the United States along, as opposed to the United States pulling Canada along on some of its policy priorities. So I think there's a great opportunity for Canada on a number of fronts.
Thank you, Mark. Sophia?
So I think Canada is a very multicultural country with immigrants from all around the world, which means our nation is diverse with rich perspectives, ways of living, and also solutions for a circular economy. It's imperative that we don't let this diversity go to waste. I think we owe it to ourselves to have our transition be as diverse as we are, to actively engage racially, economically, and in socially diverse communities to see what's possible. We're currently at a turning point in our nation, with September 30th now officially being named Truth and Reconciliation Day. And today we also had discussions with the Conference about Indigenomics. I think it's important we recognize that when you have a cognitive shift of how we see the land, something that's not just dead material, something that we just don't detract from or extract from, and that to take away the belief that our landscapes have to be used and extracted, and to ultimately decolonize our understanding of labor from an intersectional lens. I think there's so many amazing Indigenous leaders and leaders from all levels of government, industry, and also other foundations that have shown what's possible. But I think it's also really important that we actively engage in communities and our neighbors to see how we can truly make our transition circular.
Thank you very much. So Next is the audience questions. So these ones these will be surprises to us as well. So we have a few minutes left. Let's see what our audience wants to know.
Perfect. So this is really interesting. I'm loving the discussion that's currently happening. And what's really fascinating is this is one of the sessions that is almost entirely North American in terms of our audience, because it's just so late in Europe and in Europe, Africa, and sort of the rest of the world. So we've got time for one question. I've got one question for each of you, and it's the same question. If our audience who is currently listening to us right now, you know, we've ingested and digested so much information across the day and throughout this incredible panel. And so if the audience takes away just one line, one learning piece, one component from each of you, if the audience is to learn one thing from each of you, what would it be? I'd like to start off with Joanne, and then we'll go to Mark and then Sophia.
Sorry, I'm going to have to get the question repeated.
Yeah, I think if we could maybe have the questions again, Chuck. It was pretty
Absolutely.
hard to
so
hear.
The question is, if there is just one line that everyone sort of takes away, one key learning piece from each of you, what would that be?
Okay.
So one key learning insight from each of you. Okay, excellent.
Well, I think I fundamentally have to go back to the sentiment of redefining what it is that we value, and to connecting how we consume to those values. So, you know, beyond cost and price, and I think we have to mirror our consumption habits and models to really thinking about the drain of our own impacts as consumers on the natural world, and certainly its effects on environment and our social well-being.
Okay, that's a great one. Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, I think my response would be, I think when we think about the take, make, dispose linear economy and that shift to a circular economy, that is a complete remaking of how we do business and, you know, how we consume things as a society. And I think the only way that we're going to achieve that circular future is really through partnerships and collaboration. Whether it's government, whether it's industry, academia, it's going to have to come about through really deep partnerships across the economy and society.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Sophia, last word to you in British Columbia.
Thank you. I would say what I would want everyone to know, and the key takeaway message is that it's definitely that we all work together in collaboration, but also recognizing that we can't forget those who came before us. And the concept of circular economy is not one that's new. It's one that many different communities have had for generations and millennia. So it's important that we learn from that traditional ecological knowledge, that we learn from lived experience, that we talk to those who have come before us, who have this great amount of knowledge to see what's possible. And I also want to say that I think it's important that, you know, especially for young people, don't think of yourselves as the leaders of tomorrow. You are the leaders of today. You have the tools in your toolkit. You have the innovation possibilities, and there's so many different opportunities out there for you to go ahead and make change in the world on a circular level. So really encourage you to do so beyond just individual action, but also on community-based action and demanding systemic change as well.
Thank you, Sophia. That's a wonderful sentiment on which to end the conversation. And I want to thank all of the panelists for their participation today. It's been a great conversation, and I look forward to working with all of you to create a more circular economy. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you so much to Paul and Sophia and Mark and Joanne. Before we sign off for the day, let's take a look at the work of our talented graphic facilitator, Alina Gutierrez. We've been joking about her talent for the last couple of days, you should all know, and now you get to see it on the screen there before you. She's trying to capture words and meaning, trying to tie things together. She's going to be continuing to work on this over the next day or so, and we will revisit this piece of art as we continue our conversations in the day ahead. So you get some rest tonight, my friend, and we are going to wrap up for today. Take care, everyone, morning, noon, or night, and we will see you on Canadian time tomorrow morning.
Bon matin, en effet, bonne soirée tout le monde.
So, goodbye to everyone. Thanks for an excellent day.